Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 41, Rough Rhinos 11. Once again, the turn by the river bend proved to conceal nothing but wilderness behind it. Angela could only sigh in disappointment. They had been walking for far too long, much longer than she had expected them to, and so far, it had been to no avail. There was still no sign of civilization anywhere around. "This is hopeless," she muttered under her breath, her footsteps slowing to a halt. The surroundings seemed adequate for them to make their camp, or so it seemed to Angela. It was likely that Sokka would point out a few flaws for a campsite, since he knew more about the proper conditions for camping than she did. Yet it had been 4 days already since they had gotten stranded, and if there was still something Angela could take pride on in the middle of this complicated situation, it was her capacity to learn new things quickly. "I think we should stay here," she said, scrutinizing the area carefully. "We're not bound to find a better camping spot for miles." "You said clearings were a good place to camp, right?" She heard only a strange whine as an answer. Angela frowned and turned around, confused by such strange response, which seemed unusual even from Sokka. The gladiator had been uncharacteristically quiet for a while, but Angela hadn't taken it to mean anything until now. "Sokka?" she asked, her eyes growing wider. His skin was paler than she had ever seen it, save for the dark circles around his eyes. Sokka tried to say something. Angela could see how much effort he was putting into talking, but he was unable to utter another sound. The basket in his arms collapsed on the ground with a thud just as his eyes rolled back into his head. "Sokka!" Angela called out, reaching out to him just in time to catch him before he collapsed on the ground. "Sokka! What's the matter with you? Sokka!" He only made a few more sounds, which showed Angela that he wasn't completely unconscious, but he wasn't awake either. It was as if he were standing on the boundaries between the realms of reality and dreams. Angela shook him, growing desperate, before her mind supplied her with an explanation as to why Sokka might have blacked out as he had. When did you last sleep?" she asked, staring at his gaunt face. In a few days, it would be a week since they had gotten lost in the forest, and Sokka had kept watch every night without fail. Upon remembering this, Angela had no trouble understanding why he had collapsed. It was a wonder that he hadn't blacked out sooner. She dragged his limp body towards a nearby tree, leaning his back against it. Sokka mumbled indecipherable sounds, his eyelids attempting to open but failing at it. "Stay put," said Angela, gritting her teeth. "Though it's not like you'll be going anywhere in that state anyways." "Ieyasu!" he muttered, her stern voice making him open his eyes just to find hers in the center of the blurred shapes he could barely discern. "Hush!" said Angela. "Sleep." The words worked as a magic spell. Sokka's head tilted slightly to the left and his eyes closed shut now. Angela sighed at the sight of him, wondering why she hadn't noticed how tired he was until now. She had no idea how had he managed to endure all the exhaustion. She knew Sokka was built of something stronger than most people, else he would have perished in the arena long before she found him again, but he was just human, after all. It was only natural he'd faint eventually if he had spent 4 nights and days without sleeping. Angela took it upon herself to gather the firewood and cook their food, imitating what she had watched Sokka do several times now. The endeavor took her longer than she expected. Night had already fallen by the time she was finally ready to begin cooking. She opened the basket, looking for the meat she had grown to despise so much, to find a nigh empty basket. Her eyes widened as she gaped at what remained. What little meat was left was coated with thick films of fat, and she had absolutely no idea how much of it was actually edible. Why were they left with such little provisions? Her despair didn't subside even though her logic kicked in right away. After 5 days, it was only natural that their food supplies would run out, especially if they were eating 3 times a day. Actually, given the circumstances, their supplies had lasted far longer than she had expected. How? She glanced at Sokka, aghast, when realization kicked in. It wasn't only that he had kept watch all those nights, but he had shortened his shares of food to make sure she would have more, sacrificing himself so she could be as comfortable as possible in this dreadful situation. "Why?" she muttered, looking at him in utter disbelief. That was something significant, too significant, Actually, she knew Sokka well enough to be aware of his love for eating. She had always thought one of his main priorities was to keep his stomach full. For him to go about their travels with a half-empty stomach and only an hour or less of sleep each day. What baffled her most was that he hadn't voiced any complaints about how he was feeling. She was very familiar with his knack for whining, but ever since they had gotten lost in the forest he hadn't protested about anything. No, even before that. He had stopped complaining about things after his fight against the Savage Hook. Was it that he no longer believed he had the right to voice out his opinions? Or had his priorities shifted to the point that he would discard his own health just to keep her safe? Angela shook her head at that and picked at the meat in the basket, choosing the chunks that looked the least disgusting. Only 4 slabs of meat were left now. They would have to hunt, forage or fish if they were to survive at this rate. Angela sighed and set the wood on fire swiftly, starting to cook their dinner. As she waited for the food to be done she removed the bandage on her right hand. She flexed and stretched her fingers repeatedly, pleased to discover that the pain that had plagued her the last few days had been fading away effectively. She lifted her index and middle fingers, and she allowed her power to surge through her arm and to the tip of the 2 fingers. The blue flame she ignited flickered against the breeze, and she felt an extraordinary sense of relief at that. She could bend with both hands again, finally. She walked to the river and washed her hands, cleansing them from the dirt and blood that had dirted them after she had set camp. Angela gritted her teeth when her skin was grazed by the cold water, as uncomfortable as ever by anything that could take away her bodily warmth. Yet this time she wished she could dive into the stream and wash away the filth of 4 days. She had never spent such a long time without bathing. The sweat, the dirt, and the exhaustion were begging to be washed away. But, naturally, she wouldn't dare do such thing with Sokka nearby. He might be unconscious, but that didn't mean he couldn't wake up. Knowing him, he'd likely open his eyes in the most troublesome moment for her. He had no qualms about exposing his torso to her, savage as he was, but Angela wouldn't consent him to see her topless, let alone naked. Just on cue, Sokka groaned behind her and brought her back to reality. Her bath would have to wait until they found civilization again. There was nothing else to be done about it. She walked towards the tree on which she had left Sokka to find him twitching and struggling to open his eyes. "Welcome back to the world of the living," she said, kneeling by him. "How are you feeling?" What?" he mumbled, tilting his head to the side. "What happened?" "You blacked out on me a few hours ago," said Angela, as Sokka tried to push himself up to a more comfortable position. "And for quite an obvious reason, I'd say. Just how much sleep have you had these past few days, Sokka?" Sokka frowned and raised an eyebrow, the world around him feeling like a blur as he tried to think of the answer to her question. I'm a little shaken up, can't exactly do math right now," he replied. "I guess not," said Angela, sighing. "No matter, we can talk about it later. For now." Angela took one of their plates and walked to the river, filling it with water for Sokka. She had no idea if hydrating him was what had to be done, but she figured it wouldn't hurt. The princess put the stone to Sokka's lips and he gulped down the water slowly, trying to ignore the unpleasant feeling born when the cold water collided against his teeth. "Better?" she asked, but Sokka didn't respond just yet. He was breathing heavily as the water made its way through him, strengthening him but also making him painfully aware of the emptiness of his stomach and the weakness of his body. "A little. I'm more awake now, I guess," he said, smiling weakly. You're really a fool, aren't you?" said Angela, shaking her head. "Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you tell me you were too tired to carry on?" "I guess I am one," said Sokka, dropping his head against the tree. "I just didn't think there would be any point in saying anything. I could rest once we found a village. In the meantime I just had to make sure you'd be safe. And it was such a wonderful way to keep me safe, by blacking out in the middle of day," said Angela, rolling her eyes. "I know you're trying to do things the way you feel is right, Sokka, but this isn't the way to do it. Your recklessness could cost both our lives if we keep up at this rate." "I didn't mean to cause more trouble," said Sokka, sighing. "I know you didn't," muttered Angela, shaking her head and heading to the fireplace to check on their meal. "But you can't be so careless anymore. If you're too tired to carry on, you need to rest." The same goes if you're too hungry. How did you? How did you know? Sokka asked, surprised. It's been too long already. I've been having 3 meals a day for all this time, yet we still weren't out of food. She muttered. I appreciate the sacrifice, Sokka, I know just how much you love to have a full stomach. But it was a very stupid move on your part to do what you did. I was just trying. To protect me? Azula asked, looking at him skeptically. Seriously, Sokka? I've caused you enough trouble as it is. Muttered Sokka. I wanted to do things better this time around. I swore I'd get you out of here. Well, you won't if you starve yourself to death just to watch out for me, said Azula. If you really plan on keeping me safe, maybe you should start by considering that, without you, I'd be done for in this forest. You are the savage, you're the one who knows how to survive. My life is in your hands, so you'd better make sure your hands are strong enough to hold it if you really want to get me out of here. Sokka blinked slowly a few times before nodding. She was right, of course. Azula brought him the larger piece of meat she had cooked, keeping the smaller one to herself. They had a hard time chewing through the fat, and they both found hard bones inside the meat, but they were past the possibility of complaining by now. Azula tossed the bare bone into the fire and she watched Sokka as he made it through his own meal. Color was returning to his face slowly, but he still looked as exhausted as ever. I'll keep watch tonight, she said, startling him. Huh? You'll? Muttered Sokka. Azula, you don't have to. I will, she growled. You're not doing it anymore, at least, not until you've rested properly. Sleep a week if you will, but you're going to sleep nonetheless. But what about you? Said Sokka. You need to rest too, Azula. I get that you think I'm a princess, and that hence I can't take care of myself. I never said that. But it doesn't mean I can't do what must be done, Azula ignored him, glaring at him fiercely. Indeed, I'm used to eating 3 times a day and sleeping as much as I need to, but in these circumstances, there's no point in expecting those things. We're trying to survive here, not to live the lives we had before. So, if I must give up my sleeping hours to make sure we'll survive, I will. How about, we take shifts? Sokka asked. If that's the way you want it, sure. I'll take the first one, said Azula. You plan on extending your shift all the way to the morning, don't you? Sokka asked, frowning. Azula smiled as she stared at the fire. It would seem you're just as evil a mastermind as I am, aren't you? Only evil masterminds can understand each other, is it? Asked Sokka, smiling too. I've always suspected as much, said Azula, stirring the fire. Sokka watched her intently, admiring the way the light played on her features. Azula noticed he was watching her and she turned towards him again, hoping to break the awkwardness of the situation. You done with your food? She asked. Yeah. I'd eat the bone, but I'm afraid I'll break a tooth, said Sokka, chuckling. Well, it seems the sense of humor is back, said Azula, walking to him and taking his plate. Is food what provides your wit? Might be, he said, as she walked away, flinging the bone into the fireplace and to wash both plates on the river. Azula cleansed her hands as well and returned to the fireplace, trying not to pay much attention to Sokka. His eyes were still on her, she could feel them, and although it made her slightly uncomfortable, it also filled her chest with warmth she was sure had nothing to do with her fire-bending skills. You took off your bandage. He muttered, startling her. Yes, I did, said Azula, doing her best to remain as steady as possible. I can bend properly again. Good news. He said, smiling. Amongst all the bad ones, I guess they are, said Azula, shrugging. Somehow we're really managing to make it in this hellish forest. It's not that bad, said Sokka, smiling weakly. Sure, eating rhino all the time is annoying, and walking non-stop every day, too, but I could get used to it, you know. Of course you could, savage, grunted Azula. It's been awful, but it's been fun too. Muttered Sokka, his eyes fluttering shut. He was too tired to process Azula's retort, whereas she couldn't ignore the smile on his lips as he fell asleep. She glared at him in disbelief, wondering what he had meant with those words. He could get used to it. Did he mean that he wouldn't mind not getting out of this forest ever again? Why, it was easy for him to say. He didn't have the responsibilities she did. He had no mission to accomplish, no nation to rule one day, nor did he have a father who was expecting only the best of him. The thought of her father made her stomach churn. She brought up her knees to her chin, gritting her teeth as she began to think of what her father would say when he saw her again, if he ever saw her again, that was. His disappointment would be even worse than the one he felt towards Zuko, because Fire Lord Ozai held no expectations regarding his son. Yet when it came to her, he had been betting on her success. She always succeeded, she always made him proud, and this time she had shamed him. The rough rhinos had gotten away time after time, they had killed one of her guards, and now she was stuck living with a savage in the middle of the forest. If her father knew, if only he knew. She buried her face between her knees, feeling more dishonored than ever before. She had finally been given the chance to prove her worth, her prowess, and this was how she had used said chance. This was the best she could achieve. Her chest ached painfully as she finally understood what failure felt like. How could she face her father again after this? She spent the whole night fighting against her sleepiness. She did her best to keep awake, but while she was, her mind would continue feeding her with thoughts of her unsuccessful mission, which prompted her to wish secretly to fall asleep just to forget about the matter, but with every moment she slept through, she woke up feeling guilty for dozing off. All she could do was wait for that dreadful night to end as quickly as possible, so that she and Sokka could get back on the road, so that she might get her mind off her disgraces. She had fallen asleep heavily by the time the morning came, and she awoke with a start when she became aware of the fact that she had been sleeping. The night was over indeed, but the skies weren't blue. Dark, gray clouds were swirling above them, threatening them with a powerful storm. The fire had died a while before she had woken up, but even if she had managed to keep it strong it would have faltered when large pellets of water began dropping heavily on the ground. Azula bolted to her feet and ran to Sokka, feeling mildly guilty over waking him up but knowing she had no choice. What were they supposed to do if it was raining? Sokka! Sokka! She called him, bringing him back to consciousness with her voice. What? What? He said, opening his eyes and looking around him in utter confusion. It's raining, said Azula. Don't we have to find cover? Better cover than this. We should, said Sokka, when he noticed the raindrops falling around them. One of them buffeted him on the face, making him wince. We have to move out before it gets worse. All right, then, said Azula, ignoring her stomach's complaints for food. Come on, said Sokka, getting on his feet and cradling the basket in his arms. We'll have to walk in the rain for a while, but not for too long, I hope. Azula was desperate under these dire circumstances, but she couldn't help but feel relieved upon seeing Sokka back on track. He still wasn't as strong as he used to be, but he was in much better shape than the day before. She stayed close to him as they progressed through the riverbank, trying to flee from the rain before it got worse. We need to find something, Sokka shouted. A shelter of some sort. Maybe a pile of rocks, I don't know, anything. How about that? Azula exclaimed, pointing at the other side of the river. Sokka turned to look at what Azula had seen, and he frowned at the sight of a gaping hole within a small range of mountains. The climb towards the cave shouldn't be much trouble, but they had to make it across the river first, which was becoming fiercer and fiercer, as if imitating the weather. Couldn't something come easy for them just for once? We'd have to cross the river, Sokka said. If we're trying not to get wet, that's just the way to get it done faster. But there's nothing better for miles around, said Azula. We've walked down this riverbank for days now, and there's nothing to serve us as shelter back through where we came from. If there's nothing back there, there's probably nothing else ahead of us either. Sokka gritted his teeth as thunder roared in the sky. The rain was growing stronger now, they were going to get wet anyways, and the cave might help them dry up as they waited until the storm passed. It didn't matter if he wasn't too fond of caves, it was what needed to be done. Okay, he muttered. All right. Let's do it. Azula nodded and looked at the raging river, wondering why it was becoming so much fiercer when they had to cross it. Fortune kept laughing in their faces lately. Sokka slid one of his feet into the river, gritting his teeth as the water pushed him strongly and tried to knock him off balance. He entered the water body completely, lifting the basket over his head before turning to Azula. "Hold on to me," he called out. "We'll make it through this thing together." Azula swallowed hard and nodded, uncertain but unwilling to waver. She had wanted to clean herself the night before. Well, now the water was going to wash her, whether she wanted it or not. She walked into the river and grabbed Sokka's shoulder with one hand, and once she did he resumed his progress through the water. The river was much deeper than he had expected, soaking him all the way to his chest with only 6 steps into the water. Azula's nails dug into his shoulder, as she fought the power of river that was trying to push her away from him. Sokka took notice of her struggle and he took a few steps back, pushing their bodies together. "What are you doing? We're supposed to move forward," Azula shouted, desperate. "Climb on my back," he said, surprising her. "You think you can stand your ground and carry me in the basket through this river?" Azula asked. "Yeah, I do," Sokka declared. "Come on. Do it before it gets worse." Azula cringed and obeyed him unwillingly, surrounding his neck with her arms and wrapping her legs around his waist. She would have sworn her heart rate was increasing just because of the stressful situation, but deep down she knew that wasn't the only reason for it. Sokka continued walking through the river, doing his best to keep himself steady with every step he took. Fighting against nature was anything but easy, but Azula's weight on his back reminded him that he had to win this time around. There was no alternative. But at this rate, her arms would bring him down to the river floor. Almost reluctantly, his hands released the basket he had been holding and his hands slid down towards Azula's legs, pulling them up so that he could hold her weight much better than before. Azula watched the basket drift down the river, horrified. "What did you just?" "It had to be done," Sokka shouted. "It was our lives or the food. I can hunt something else later, but right now we have to survive." Azula cringed but said nothing. Their odds were growing worse with every passing moment, weren't they? To Azula's eventual respite, Sokka's efforts were fruitful. Soon enough the water was level with his waist again, and he could release Azula's legs without fearing she would be swept away by the river. She held onto his shoulders until they were out of the water body. They dropped on their knees on the riverside and panted, relieved to be back on steady grounds, but the rain's increasing intensity reminded them they had to continue. Azula looked around her and found the river had pushed them several meters away from the cave's opening. "Sokka! Come on!" she shouted, running towards the cave. "It's over here." Sokka gasped for breath and followed, unable to run after all the effort he had to exert earlier to get them both across the river. They would have to climb over a small part of the mountain to reach the cave. Azula didn't allow herself a moment of hesitation when she was faced with the challenge. She pulled herself up with her hands, using her feet for impulse, reaching out to the cave. She managed to hoist herself up, and the cave waited just a few strides away, but Sokka was still down below. He attempted to climb, but his legs gave way every time he tried to use them to hoist himself. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at himself. There was just a small climb keeping him from their shelter, and after all he had done he was going to falter now? It was so ridiculous it wasn't even funny. "Sokka!" Azula gasped, looking down at him. "Get inside the cave. I'll be there in a bit," said Sokka, trying to smile reassuringly. He threw his hand up to the next crease in the rock, supporting all his weight on one hand as he tried to pull himself up somehow. And to his surprise, Azula's hand clasped his. Sokka's eyes widened as he watched her struggle to push him up, gritting her teeth and using all her strength to lift him. Sokka's hand gripped hers tightly, and for some reason his legs became more eager to respond now. With Azula's help, he managed to make it all the way to the top of the wall. "Thanks," he said, on his knees right next to her. "I owed you from the river," Azula replied, turning around and stumbling her way into the cave. "Don't go too deep inside," said Sokka, following her and panting heavily. "There could be something dangerous in here, you never know." Azula gazed into the cave to little avail. It was so dark within that she couldn't see anything. She sighed and dropped on the ground against the wall of the cave, her chest heaving as her body returned to normality after their previous adrenaline rush. Sokka dropped on the ground as well, staring at the storm with a frown on his face. It has to stop at some point, he muttered. But so long as it doesn't, we have to stay here. Should we make a fire? Azula asked. With what? We don't have any firewood with us right now, said Sokka. We'd have to go out there to fetch it, and it would be so moist it won't be of much use. Then what are we going to do? Asked Azula, gritting her teeth. We'll figure something out, we always do, said Sokka. I can go out there to find fruit or something once the storm ends. Are you up for it? Do I have a choice but to be? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. You can come too if that's what you're bothered by. What bothers me is that we know nothing about the plants here, let alone their fruits, muttered the princess. How will we be certain that we'll be eating something that won't kill us? We can't be, I guess, replied Sokka, sighing. Well, in the meantime we need to do something about our wet clothes. What? Said Azula, staring at him in disbelief. What are you? Don't take this the wrong way, Azula, said Sokka, gulping. But in circumstances like these, the safest way to keep us from catching a cold would be to shed our clothes and huddle together. She asked, her eyes widening as she stared at him with skepticism. Not in this life, savage. On another one, then? Sokka asked, smirking and earning himself a fierce glare. Just joking, but honestly, Azula, it's the best we can do to keep from. Not a chance, I said, she muttered. I'd rather die of frostbite. I doubt that, Sokka whispered, but he shrugged. Fine, then. Suit yourself, but I'm taking this off, at least. And without further ado, his chest was bare again. Azula rolled her eyes and looked away pointedly, willing her blood to stay away from her cheeks ineffectively. You have to do something, though, said Sokka, looking at her worriedly. If you catch a cold. I'm not going to catch anything, grunted Azula. I can manipulate my body heat to get rid of my clothes' moisture. You really can do that? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. You think I'd say I can if I couldn't? Azula growled, closing her eyes. Sokka watched her for a moment, not understanding what she was up to, until he started to sense that his surroundings were becoming warmer. His eyes widened and he stared at Azula in amazement, noticing the heat was coming from her. She was, indeed, manipulating her body's temperature at will. But isn't this unsafe? He asked, worried. You could also get sick by doing what you're doing. Shut up, Azula snapped. A firebender's own fire won't damage him. And no? Sokka asked, still watching her with concern. After a few minutes of manipulating heat, Azula took a deep breath and the entire cave grew colder. She sighed and lifted her right hand, and a blue flame danced on it. What are you doing now? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Manipulating heat isn't a simple matter, muttered Azula. The wetness is almost gone by now, but I'm still somewhat cold, which is something I can fix with regular fire anyways. Said Sokka, watching eagerly as the fire danced on her hand. Your fascination with my blue fire will always disturb me, if you want me to be honest. Muttered Azula, making Sokka blush. I'm not. He mumbled, at a loss to how to excuse himself. Azula couldn't help but smirk. But you're welcome to sit by me and use the warmth if it suits you, she said. If you really want to get dry quickly, a fire, as small as it may be, ought to help. Sokka stared at her blankly for a moment before smiling and nodding, moving towards Azula and sitting beside her. Azula was slightly relieved to be able to look forward without having to stare at Sokka's body, but now he was beside her, and that only made her more uncomfortable than before. She kept the fire as steady as she could, doing her best not to lose her focus as she eyed the storm outside the cave. It's coming down really heavy, isn't it? Said Sokka. When do you think it'll pass? Asked Azula. No idea, he replied. But we should stay here until it does. It's not like we have anywhere to go to, well, inside the cave, perhaps, said Azula, gazing sideways at the darkness beside them. It's not a good idea, said Sokka. Going inside caves isn't something I'd recommend unless you have no better choice. Why? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, let's just say it's my savage instinct speaking, muttered Sokka, dropping his head against the wall. But there might be something in there that could help us, said Angela. Food, maybe even something we could burn. It's too big a risk, Angela, said Sokka. We'll be safer out here. You seem so sure. She muttered, raising an eyebrow. It's for the best, Angela, believe me, said Sokka, gazing at her sideways. Angela sighed and dropped her head against the wall as well, staring at the forest again. Thunder roared in the sky, and the rain dropped heavily on the ground. The sounds, the scents, they were mesmerizing for Angela even though she didn't know why. She kept listening to the rain, her fire in hand, as time passed them by. Her stomach began hurting by mid-morning, and she had no problem guessing Sokka was just as hungry as she was. Exhaustion, hunger, and hopelessness made their way through her, and she struggled to keep her fire steady when she was succumbing to her drowsiness again. Sokka noticed the way her hand had begun shaking. She had been holding that flame for too long now. In normal circumstances she would be able to keep a fire going for hours on end, he had no doubt about it, but she was so worn out at this point that she couldn't keep up anymore. Angela, he whispered, and she moved her head towards him, her fire wavering even more. I didn't mean to. She muttered, blinking hard to try and force herself awake. She was surprised when Sokka took her hand in his. Her fire faded away the very moment his fingers touched her palm. Sokka intertwined their fingers and looked at Angela tenderly. It's okay now. You did great. Thanks for the fire, he muttered. Angela nodded, still too drowsy to make any sense out of what was happening. You're dry now? She asked. Yeah, I'm all good, he said. Then, you should put on that shirt already, she muttered. Makes you really uncomfortable, huh? He asked, smiling at her. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Replied Angela, her eyes closing as her head dropped on his shoulder. Sokka's eyes widened. He lowered their hands, placing them on his thigh as he kept staring at Angela. Her eyes opened again, but surprisingly enough, she didn't seem to be about to push off him or separate their hands. Angela, he muttered. Maybe you were right, she whispered. Maybe we could get used to it. Surviving is hard, but we could make it. It's really not that bad, could be so much worse. Sokka stared at her in disbelief. What was prompting her to say such things? Why did it suddenly sound as if she were giving up on her quest? Was she saying she suddenly didn't feel like she had to get out of this forest as soon as possible? Why? What could have possibly taken away all her hopes in such a manner? Angela closed her eyes again, wishing her mind wouldn't drift towards her failures anymore. There was nothing she could do about being lost with Sokka, it was all said and done by now. She had failed her father, she couldn't do anything to make amends for her mistakes. Even if she left the forest, she couldn't face Fire Lord Oze like this. She had always told herself she would never let him down, and she had tripped and fallen upon the first hurdle standing in her way. How could she carry on with her former life like this? The single answer in her mind was that she couldn't. It was pointless to try and return to being Princess Angela of the Fire Nation. But she wasn't alone, she wasn't as lost as she could be, so long as she had Sokka by her side. Knowing he was with her gave her a sense of relief and joy she had never felt before. Her life as Princess Angela had been wealthy and comfortable, but it had been lonely. At least now, at least like this, she had someone by her side. Those thoughts were unexpectedly comforting, to the extent that they helped her forget about her grief. She fell asleep on his shoulder, her chest heaving slowly with every breath she took. Sokka watched her in utter disbelief, unable to understand why she would let go of everything now, but her hopelessness served to fuel his own determination. He gripped Angela's hand even tighter, placing his chin on the top of her head as he told himself that he would definitely get her out of this forest. Perhaps she was fine with allowing her identity to fade away, maybe she wished to forget all about what had brought them here in the first place, but he wasn't. Angela had a life to get back to, a world she belonged in, and he would help her return to it, no matter the cost. Fire! 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 F Fire. Angela woke with a start, causing her head to crash with Sokka's. Ow! Sokka exclaimed, rubbing his face. What was that for? Angela's breathing was uneven and heavy, and she was looking around herself frantically. Sokka eyed her warily, confused by her behavior. She had been acting strangely since before, but this was even more unexpected than her falling asleep on his shoulder. Angela? Are you okay? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. I had a dream about fire. She muttered, staring at the ground beneath them with a frown. Isn't that something you firebenders dream about all the time? Sokka asked. No, this is nothing like anything I'd dreamed before, muttered Angela. Why? Asked Sokka, growing even more confused. Because this was real, said Angela, staring at him sternly. Sokka gaped at her in absolute bewilderment. He was suddenly reminded of old water tribe ghost tales, and he had no idea how to react but to smile at Angela reassuringly and shrug the matter off. Well, you nearly caught me there, you're a great actress, you know. He said, chuckling, and beaming at her. I'm not joking, you fool! Shouted Angela, bolting to her feet and staring at the darkness of the cave. She was feeling it, she could feel it. The warmth that had beckoned to her in her dreams, it was somewhere within that darkness. She had no idea what it was, but there was a certainty within her very core that told her she had to find it. Angela? What are you doing? Said Sokka when she took a few more steps further into the cave. I need to find it, she muttered. Didn't you say it was a dream? Said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. No, it wasn't. I thought it was a dream, but somewhere within this mountain there's fire, powerful fire. You firebenders have some sort of ability to detect fire? Asked Sokka, skeptical. Mock me all you want, you can stay here if you're too scared of going into the cave, she snapped at him. But I'm going inside. Angela, no, said Sokka, growing stern all of a sudden as he heard of her determination. Don't do it. Caves aren't safe. Neither are you, yet I'm still alive after being lost in a forest with you for as long as I have been, she grunted. You're stuck with me. It's not like you have a choice. Said Sokka. But you have a choice about this weird fire of yours. And I'm choosing to go inside and find out what it is, declared Angela. Stay here, as I said. I can go alone. And no, you. Grunted Sokka, growing irritated. You can't go in there alone. Well then, by all means, be my escort, said Angela, rolling her eyes. If you're unwilling then I'll just go on by myself. But I'm going, no matter if you like it or not. Sokka cursed her stubbornness mentally before shaking his head and walking towards her. You're crazy, Angela, he grunted. You have no idea what problems could arise by going inside a cave. It could collapse on itself and we'd be goners. Why are you so bothered by it? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Would you care to explain? Because this sort of behavior is strange, even for you. What's your problem? Sokka cringed and dropped his gaze, gritting his teeth momentarily. There were memories he had discarded for good, this one being one of them. Returning to it was anything but pleasant. Back in the water tribe, a kid got caught within an ice cave when I was young, he muttered. He was stuck in there for too long, and when he was found he was almost frozen to death. He had to be taken to the northern water tribe for healing, because there was nothing to be done about him in the south. All right, said Angela, raising an eyebrow. We're not going to freeze in a rock cave, especially when I can sense there's fire within. The reason why he got caught was because the cave collapsed, Sokka grunted. You can't just trust a cave to stay put, Angela. In the best case, it'll turn out to be a dead end, but there could easily be a wild animal waiting to eat you in there, or there could be a cave-in and you'd be certain to never get out of this mess, because no earthbender will come rescue you here if this happens. Ugh, you always complained about me being so negative and raining on your parade. I've gone with every little thing you've told me, and so far we have been stuck in this forest for days. We've survived, yes, but we're still lost and it doesn't look like we're going to get anywhere at this rate. So how about you go with my hunches for a change? Sokka stared right back into her eyes, feeling slightly desperate. "Angela, what do you think you'll accomplish by finding that fire?" he asked. "Will it get us out of this mess?" "For all we know, it might," she replied. "Is it that hard for you to trust me? After all that's happened between us, I put my life in your hands. Is it that unreasonable for me to ask you to do the same?" Sokka sighed and dropped his gaze in defeat at last. "When you put it that way." "The storm is still falling," said Angela, staring at the forest over his shoulder. "We have nowhere else to go or anything else to do in the meantime. So? Are you coming or not?" I will," he muttered, nodding. "It's better than to stay here worrying about what you might find in there." "You don't have to worry about me," said Angela, sternly. "It's hard not to when you can't trust caves," grunted Sokka, picking up his shirt and putting it on again. "You're incorrigible," said Angela, shaking her head and extending her left hand before her. She conjured a blue flame again, a stronger one this time. Her sense of curiosity was a far more powerful drive than she ever realized it could be. Her fire lit up the darkness of the cave effectively, and she began treading into the tunnel slowly, but surely. Sokka couldn't help but hold on to the feeble hope that perhaps they'd find a boulder blocking their way soon enough, but to his disappointment, it didn't happen. The cave was covered by moss and carcasses of long-dead animals. Sokka guessed they couldn't see any living creatures just yet because Angela's fire scared them away. The tunnel led them downwards for a moment, spiraling in unexpected directions repeatedly, but Angela followed it dutifully, with Sokka right behind her. He peeked over his shoulder to notice, aghast, that he couldn't see the light from the cave's entrance anymore. "We're going too deep," he muttered. "Where's the fire you're looking for? You sure you still feel it?" "Yes, I do," grunted Angela. "Stop worrying. We'll be fine." "You keep saying that, but," said Sokka, dropping his gaze and crashing into her when Angela stopped suddenly. "What is it? Why did you stop? Can't you see for yourself?" Angela growled back, increasing the size of her fire so that Sokka would realize what the problem was. Sokka gazed at the three tunnels in surprise, never expecting the cave to divide into several different pathways. "That's not a good thing," he muttered. "We really could get lost in here, Angela. Isn't it bad enough that we're lost in a forest already?" "I suppose, but we've come too far to stop just because there's a fork in the way," she stated. "Let's go." "Go where?" said Sokka. "How do you know which one will lead us to your fire?" "It's not my fire, it's just fire, at least, I think that's all it is," she muttered, looking around herself. "Give me a moment to think." "Yeah, please think about what we're doing, I beg you," muttered Sokka, sighing. "Shut up," grunted Angela, glaring at him momentarily before focusing on the warmth she could sense. It wasn't her imagination, there was also a pulse, wasn't it? She could hear it, feel it, there was something within, something like a heart of fire, perhaps. And she needed to find it. Her body seemed to respond to the fire, to seek it, and by following instincts she didn't know she had, Angela walked to the pathway to the right. Sokka decided not to ask why she had decided to come this way, assuming blindly that she would have picked the right path. Angela lifted the fire towards the tunnel and nodded. "It's someplace towards this direction, I can feel it," she muttered. "Well, then, I guess we have to go with it," said Sokka, as Angela entered the tunnel. Angela raised her fire, inspecting the walls to find they still looked the same as before. The tunnel seemed unchanged so far. She lowered her fire then to look at the ground below just as she took one more step forward, to find emptiness awaiting her instead of hard rock. But it was already too late to take back her step. She tried to turn around and her hand reached out towards Sokka, but he was so puzzled by what had happened to her that by the time he tried to seize her arm she was already out of reach. Angela shrieked as she fell into the hole in the ground, unable to do anything as she dropped through the tunnel. "Angela!" Sokka's eyes widened as she was swallowed by the hole, leaving him behind in the darkness, aghast. His eyes were locked on the spot through which she had vanished. Oh, he knew this damned cave would be their undoing. But she had to go chase the fire, of course she did. He didn't even have to stop to think about what he had to do. He jumped into the hole that had claimed her, determined to find Angela no matter the cost. He had promised he would keep her safe, and he would. Somehow, he would, even if she brought them more problems than necessary, he would stick by her and fulfill his promise to her. It was the one thing he could do for the princess's sake. The fall was far bumpier than he thought it would be. He found himself colliding with the tunnel's walls repeatedly as gravity did its job. Eventually, when he started to suspect the tunnel wouldn't end, he crashed against the rocky ground heavily. His senses were fuzzy after the journey he had just undertaken, hence he had a hard time realizing someone was shaking his shoulder. He opened his eyes to notice there was a blue light in the darkness, and it took him a moment to realize it was all Angela's doing. "Sokka! Sokka, answer me, damn it!" she said, sounding slightly desperate. "You are insane," he grunted, pushing himself up to a sitting position. "Why didn't you look down?" "I did, when it was already too late," replied Angela, sighing in relief to see he was fine. "Now we're stuck in here." Sokka cried out, his voice cracking. "How do you propose we get out? That tunnel twisted and turned, and we're in no condition to climb it." I know," muttered Angela, dropping her gaze. "I didn't think this would happen." Sokka was taken aback by her response. He froze in the middle of his scolding as he watched her, and he proceeded to sigh and pat her shoulder. "Never mind. We'll find a way out somehow," he said. "But," said Angela, hopeless. It took her a moment to realize that Sokka was as uncertain about finding an exit as she was, but he knew that telling her off would serve no purpose at this point. They could mope around and complain about their luck if they wanted, but that wasn't going to get them anywhere. Angela nodded and got to her feet, still holding her fire in her hand. She led the way through the tunnels again, trying to ignore the guilt she was feeling. The tunnel would guide them someplace, she knew it, but what were they looking for now, she didn't know. Was it the warmth, or was it an exit? "Is it any closer now?" Sokka asked, startling her. "What is? What, the fall made you forget why we ended up in here in the first place?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. "Right. Well, it's," muttered Angela, frowning and stopping suddenly as she tried to locate the warmth. "It's?" asked Sokka. "It's here," said the princess, looking around herself in surprise. "I can feel it here." "In an empty tunnel?" said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "It is empty, isn't it?" muttered Angela. "The ones above had animals and mold in them. Here, there's nothing here. It's like all life forms had fled." Wait, so the warmth you brought us to is like a deadly poison or something?" Sokka asked, shocked. "Like some weird poison gas. From what I recall, you used to fight using gas bombs, didn't you?" "I didn't think you'd be afraid of gases of any kind," muttered Angela. "If there were poison here, the corpses of the animals would be here as well. Not if it's a trap from some creepy creature," said Sokka. "He could unleash his gas and get everything killed, and then he eats it all without leaving a crumb behind." "Oh, please," said Angela, rolling her eyes. "Come on. Let's go. Go jump straight into the creature's jaws?" "Why, great idea," said Sokka, grimacing as he followed her further into the tunnel. Angela frowned at Sokka's insistence about a creature. A creature? Could there really be a creature of some sort down here? There might be. If she thought about it carefully, there was little chance that the source of the warmth she was feeling would be human. It had to be something else. But if it wasn't human, what could it be? If there was a creature, she muttered. There might not be one. "Well, for our sake, there better be none," said Sokka, gulping. "But there's the possibility," said Angela, thoughtful. "The possibility? What's that supposed to mean?" asked Sokka, annoyed. But Angela lifted her available hand, silencing him. Her fire lit the way, and she could see a turn awaiting right in front of them. Angela froze on her footsteps. The warmth, the pulse, it was there. It wasn't actually inside the tunnel they were in, but right past that turn in the tunnels. Her heart accelerated as her mind began connecting the dots until the puzzle started to make sense. "Angela? What is it?" Sokka asked, worried. Angela lowered her hand and stepped forward with decision, keen to discover if her suspicions would be right. "Angela," said Sokka, chasing her closely. "What's the matter with you?" "The warmth, Sokka." "The warmth, it has to be," she said, as she finally took the turn. As she suspected, the tunnel opened to a wider room, in which she could feel the warmth that had brought her here in its entire splendor. But she couldn't even think about the warmth anymore, it was a memory long gone along with the pulse. The flame in her hand flickered and shed light into the rock chamber they had just entered, allowing both her and Sokka to see what lay ahead. Sokka's eyes widened when his fears about the cave were confirmed in the least expected manner. His jaw dropped as Angela finally finished her sentence while staring into the most powerful and dangerous golden eyes she had ever seen. A dragon. Chapter 42, Rough Rhinos 12. Angela had known they would be facing a dragon from the moment she started to figure out the puzzle before them, but that didn't mean she could give credit to her eyes as she stared at the magnificent creature. The blue light from her fire danced within the darkness of the cave, reflecting off the dragon's scales and making him seem blue as well, but Angela guessed it was only a trick of the light and not his actual color. The dragon's horns were quite large, placed right before the mane of hair that encircled his head. His whiskers were long and seemed to dance in the air even though there was no breeze within the cave. Angela eyed the dragon's back to find, to her surprise, that the creature had no wings. Could it fly despite lacking them? Sokka, on the other hand, didn't bother wondering about the dragon's functionalities. His survival instincts kicked in as he saw the creature's furrowed brow, leading him to believe they were anything but welcome in the cave. "Hey Angela," he muttered, his shivering hand reaching her shoulder. "We have to run." "Run," whispered Angela back, raising both her eyebrows. Her eyes were fixated upon the dragon as she replied to Sokka. "Run where, mind you? You said it yourself, we can't climb through where we fell." "Well, we have to try," he urged her. "It's that or getting roasted alive by a, how come is there a dragon in here?" "A dragon? Didn't you say they were extinct?" "I thought they were. My uncle said he killed the last one," muttered Angela. "But maybe some dragons fled from the massacre, and came to the Earth Kingdom for cover. This is crazy, it's dangerous, and we're going to die if we don't do something," said Sokka. "Angela, please." "Indeed, we will die if we don't," said Angela, nodding before taking a step forward. The dragon hissed at her when she approached, and Sokka whimpered behind her and clutched her shoulder even tighter. "Are you insane?" he squealed. "When I said do something, I meant get away. And I already told you there's nowhere to go," snapped Angela. "You said there were fights that were better to flee from, but if you can't run, then you have to face them head on. It's what you said you'd done with me, isn't it? But this is different. This is a dragon, for crying out loud, Angela. Firebenders and dragons aren't all that different, mind you," said the princess, a smile spreading over her features. The dragon groaned now, with a small gurgle that sounded like he was readying himself for spewing fire at them. Angela's mind seemed to have split in half. A side of herself told her that this was too dangerous a game to play, that the dragon would devour her if she wasn't cautious, but another side of herself reminded her that she was facing the first dragon ever seen in the world for about 50 years. How could she just turn on her tail and flee, especially considering there was nowhere to go? The solution, she believed, was rather obvious. She had to tame the dragon. Angela shook off Sokka's hand before taking another step towards the creature. The dragon didn't make a sound this time around, but his focus was completely centered on Angela now. Its red and golden eyes were fixed upon her, and he was starting to show her his large fangs through a menacing snarl. "Angela!" Sokka gasped. "You said it before, with the porcupine, it probably had never seen a human in his lifetime before," said Angela. "I think the same can be said about this dragon. But the porcupine couldn't roast us to death," said Sokka. "This dragon looks extremely mad, Angela, don't do anything you'll regret, or anything I'll regret either." "Stop worrying," said Angela, smiling even wider now. "We'll be just fine." The dragon didn't seem to agree with her. Again there was a gurgling sound from its throat, but Angela knew he wasn't going to release fire just yet. For some reason, she knew the dragon was balancing his curiosity and his fear of the intruders right now, deciding which one he should act upon. The blue flame in Agela's hand seemed to interest him far more than it scared him, albeit their presences were anything but welcome for the creature. "Do you like it?" she asked, lifting the flame towards the dragon. "I suppose you must have never seen fire like this. Considering you must have only ever seen your own fire, it's only natural that blue fire comes off as a surprise to you." The dragon's groan had no gurgling sound this time. It was such a deep sound that Sokka thought he could feel the earth around him shake because of it. Agela seemed to take the groan as a positive sign. "It's quite an interesting lair you have down here. It's somewhat lonely, though. I figure it must be so empty except you because you must have eaten everything you could find." Agela gazed around the stone chamber, spotting a few skeletons on the ground. Judging by their sizes and shapes, they must have belonged to critters and bats the dragon had turned into his meals. Everything was so dark within the cave. Agela figured the dragon's eyes allowed him to see his surroundings just fine, without requiring a light of any kind. He must have used his fire for hunting, although he probably resorted to his talons to deliver the finishing blows. His tail swirled behind him as he contemplated Agela's flame with fascination. "Well, if you're so fond of my fire I could gift you with some of it," said Agela, smirking. "So long as you understand what that entails." The dragon took a step back and shook his head, to Agela's surprise. His teeth were bare again, and he had flexed his front legs as if he were ready to attack the intruder. "Agela!" muttered Sokka behind her, his despair only increasing with each passing moment. "Oh, so you are going to show us who rules this place?" Agela asked, raising her eyebrows. "Why, by all means, bring it on. Do you think I fear you?" The dragon hissed and roared, another attempt to intimidate her. Agela laughed mockingly at him, increasing the creature's irritation. "Why, you're going to have to do much better than that if you plan on scaring me off," she said, with a smile of condescendence. "I can't say the same thing," squealed Sokka, gulping and eyeing the dragon with dread. The dragon roared repeatedly, stomping on the ground as if it were a child throwing a tantrum. Agela's amusement only seemed to increase. "Honestly, dragon," she asked, "you are facing one of the most powerful firebenders in the world, if not the most powerful overall. And this is all you can do to force me out of your cave? This is your territory, your life I'm threatening. And that's all I get? Here I was expecting you to be a powerful dragon, worthy of my lineage. Seems like I was wrong to give you so much credit, wasn't I?" Agela had no idea if the dragon actually understood any of what she sang until that moment. His lips drew back with a stronger snarl, and the gurgling sound returned, but this time Agela knew he was for real. "Agela! Agela!" Sokka shouted, dreading what was going to happen now. "Stay behind me," she commanded, taking him by surprise. "What are you going to?" he asked. "Stay behind me," she shouted again, and Sokka found himself with no choice but to obey her. If she knew what she was doing, everything ought to work for their favor. If not, this would be the end for them both. And she wouldn't let that happen, would she? He was a few inches away from Agela when the dragon opened his jaws, filling the cave with a different light when his orange fire erupted from his mouth. The fire was so potent Sokka discarded his life as soon as the dragon began to shoot the flames at them. He ducked defensively behind Agela and protected his face from the heat, not knowing what else to do as he waited for the fire's impact to scorch him alive. But it didn't happen, it didn't happen. He could feel the heat, the temperature rising around him, and he could also see the fire scrolling past him. Why was it only passing by? How? He could hardly believe his eyes when he looked up at the princess. Agela was moving her arms in circular motions, her left foot steady before her and her right one behind her, supporting her stance. And through her fire-bending skills she was controlling the dragon's flames with her every move, deflecting them and creating what seemed like a bubble of air around them, a shield to protect them from the dragon's fierce blazes. It was Agela's turn to snarl as she continued bending his fire. The showdown between such powerful forces of fire seemed like a clash of wills to Sokka, and seeing how Agela was putting aside the fire with such ease, he suddenly started to think that she was actually stronger than that dragon. She seemed so small in comparison to that beast, prone to be eaten by those massive jaws before she could even land a blow on him, but it was Angela after all. It didn't matter how impressive her opponent was, she would always find the way that would lead her to triumph. The way she would bend the flames made Sokka gaze at her in absolute awe. Indeed, she had known just what she had been doing. The dragon's flames were increasingly hot, causing the earth underneath them to warm up to temperatures Sokka had never faced before. The dragon was unleashing an inferno upon them both, and Angela could stand her ground against it as if it weren't even a challenge. She was beautiful, powerful, and terrible, and all Sokka could do was watch her in total admiration. Perhaps she was quite lost when it came to survival skills, building campsites, and the sort, but in her element, Angela was the absolute best. If this dragon couldn't defeat her, then there was little chance that someone or something else could so much as defy her. The dragon stopped showering them with fire after he was at a lack for breath. The blazes had charred the entire room. By the time he took a break he was certain that the tiny creature of the blue fire would be done for, and he was perfectly comfortable with allowing her to become nothing but a memory now. Only, she wasn't done for. Angela swept away the last blaze the dragon shot her way, stealing some of the fire to hold as a torch again. As soon as the fire was in her control it turned blue. Angela smirked when she saw the way the dragon stared at her, fear apparent in those golden, reptilian eyes. How could she have survived his fire? How could such a small, frail-looking creature make it past the flames without sustaining any injuries whatsoever? The dragon had encountered no other creature before that had lived past a coating of his strongest fire. Suddenly her mere presence became more than menacing, she was the worst threat he had ever faced before, she couldn't be defeated with fire. "Well, I guess it's my turn now, isn't it?" she asked, her golden eyes blazing as fiercely as the fire the dragon had unleashed previously. Sokka watched in utter shock from behind her as Angela stretched out both her arms and brought forth a pair of blue fire whips, which lit up the room again with its eerie light. The dragon saw the fire and slinked away, daunted by the princess's technique. Angela jumped forth and struck the ground with the whips, seeing that the dragon was quite terrified. She didn't need to strike him directly to prove herself to the creature. His fear of Angela caused the dragon to despair. He roared and tried to seek an opening through which he could intimidate Angela, seeking a way to turn the tables to his favor, but the princess didn't falter. She swung her whips around and struck the ground with them repeatedly, forcing the dragon to retreat to the back of the cave, hissing and smacking the ground as well with his tail furiously as he did. Angela continued manipulating her whips skillfully, never striking the dragon with them but showing him effectively who the strongest fire user within that cave was. After several repetitions of the same movements, the dragon flexed his legs again, but this time not in a threatening manner, it was submissive instead. He bowed down his head, to Angela's surprise. He was admitting he was facing a deadlier opponent than he could handle, and he had enough wit to surrender instead of persisting in a battle he couldn't win. "It would seem I made my point, then," said Angela, smirking. "I am the princess of the Fire Nation, dragon. I will not fall back before you." The dragon eyed her with such dread in its eyes Angela couldn't help but feel moved. She would have never guessed a beast could show feelings in the manner this dragon did. His gaze showed that he was certain this confrontation would end in his undoing. Never before had he faced anyone stronger than himself until now, and he feared this conflict could only end in one manner. But Angela happened to know of a better alternative. "But there's no need for either of us to fall back, you know," she said, withdrawing both her whips and holding a single flame once again as she took a few steps towards the dragon. Angela?" asked Sokka, watching her with concern. "What are you doing? Just trust me." Angela threw back at him for a moment before she focused on the dragon again. "We don't need to be enemies, dragon, why would we? My family has been bound to your kin for a very long time. Granted, my ancestors made unforgivable mistakes to your kind, but I refuse to repeat those wrongdoings. You are powerful, very powerful, and so am I. Just imagine what we could achieve together. The possibilities are virtually endless, aren't they?" The dragon eyed her with caution, afraid she might conjure her whips once again if he lowered his guard. Now. I don't wish to damage you, else I would have done it by now," said Angela. "All I need is a way out of here, and I'm sure you can provide us with it. You could help me and my traveling companion out of this cave to never see either of us again. But is that the best choice at hand, dragon? Is that what you think we ought to do? The dragon groaned lowly, as if insecure about what to answer. I can offer you a life out of this cave, dragon, said Azula, smiling. We could find others of your kind, and we could even restore the dragon population one day. Because if you were in here, chances are there will be more of you hidden within the most secluded mountain ranges. Isn't that a promising perspective? The dragon moved its head circularly, shaking and nodding as he groaned as well. Azula honestly had no idea what the creature was trying to say at first, but slowly she began to understand what troubled him. You've never been to the outside world, she realized. You don't know anything but darkness. The dragon groaned lowly and lowered its head, as if ashamed of said truth. Azula's eyes widened as she understood what scared him so much wasn't her, but the world she came from. If she was able to overpower him, how many threats would await outside? How could he join her and leave the safety of his domains? That's what you're truly afraid of, isn't it? Muttered Azula, walking towards him until she was only a meter away from him. Azula! Gasped Sokka. She was too close. The dragon could decide to take her head off with a bite and get all this annoyance over with. He could kill her in one go. Did she forget her sense of self-preservation back in Ba Sing Se? Now, she said, smiling at the dragon. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll protect you, and you'll protect me. What lies outside this cave can be perilous, but for the two of us it would be no threat at all. Not if we work together, as dragon and rider. Sokka's eyes widened at that statement. No, there was no way she was about to do what it seemed she would do. Azula lifted her azure flame towards the dragon with both hands, staring at him with determination. The dragon looked down at her, at the fire that danced in her hands and reflected off his own eyes. I won't harm you, dragon, she said, reassuringly. I'm offering my fire to you now as a gesture of an alliance between us, a gesture that will bind us for eternity through this blue flame. I promise to look after you, that the outside world will pose no threat to you once you're out there. There are bad things in it, there's no point in denying it, but there are great things as well, things that are worth the bad ones. So, will you come with me? Will you agree to this pact? Will you take my fire? The dragon seemed to understand what Azula had just said. The intelligent glint in his eyes betrayed his knowledge with ease. Azula knew just how dangerous a risk she was taking by offering it her fire. Chances were the dragon couldn't fly, and he wouldn't be much help to get them out of the forest anyways, but it was a dragon nonetheless. She couldn't leave him hidden within a cave for the rest of eternity. This was an opportunity that would come only once in a lifetime, and she knew she had to seize it. The dragon could just as easily accept her fire or behead her, but something within her core reassured her that the dragon's decision would be the right one, no matter which it was. She could see the conflict in his eyes. He knew just what he had to do to join her, but he was terrified of doing it. What would triumph? Curiosity or fear? Sokka gazed at them from afar, shivering even though it was anything but cold within the cave. She was right in front of a beast of the likes he had never seen in his life, of the likes he never thought he'd see either. And she was offering her fire to it. It would seem the most reckless move ever if she hadn't explained dragon taming a few days before. He resisted the urge to run after Azula, to pull her away from the creature right away, because he had to trust her. She had saved their lives when the dragon had a perfect shot to kill them. He could trust that she was doing the right thing now as well, but it was the dragon that he couldn't bring himself to trust. If it did anything to Azula. The dragon had been crouching until then, but he stretched his legs and stared down at the princess's offering. Azula remained as undeterred as ever, her hands still holding her fire strongly. The dragon suddenly let out the same gurgling sound as before, and he unhinged his jaws before Sokka could react. No! No! Azula! He shouted, reaching out to her just as the dragon moved down towards the princess, closing his jaws shut tightly with a loud snap. And everything became darkness. Sokka stood on his spot, his hand suspended in midair as he stared at the blackness, where he had last seen the princess. The fire, it was gone. And so was she. His breath started coming in gasps, knowing he would be next. He could see nothing in the darkness, but he knew well enough that this was his demise. If Angela was gone, he wouldn't stand a chance. Angela, she was gone, and he would be gone in the very same manner just in a few seconds. Despair settled into his heart with pain he had never experienced before, wondering why everything had come to this. Tears were beginning to sting in his eyes when he saw a blue spark appear on the spot he had been staring at. He lifted his head in bewilderment, completely confused but guessing his mind was playing tricks on him. He heard the dragon groan again, in that manner which threatened to release fire. Sokka braced himself, ready to die now. His eyes opened wide as an array of blue fire was released towards the roof of the cave, and the azure flames came from the dragon's mouth. The entire rock chamber was lit up with the fire, and to Sokka's utter relief he saw that, standing right before the magnificent beast, was Angela, laughing as she watched the spectacle in absolute awe. Upon seeing her again, in one piece and completely uninjured, Sokka's knees failed him. He stared at her and her dragon in amazement, unable to believe what he was witnessing. The bonding between a dragon and a rider, when did it happen last in this world? The smile on Angela's face could have lit up the cave all on its own. She had known that the legends spoke of the dragons taking their rider's fire and making it their own. She always believed it was just a figure of speech. But seeing how the dragon's orange fire had turned blue after devouring hers, she realized the legends spoke the truth. The dragon stopped releasing fire and looked down at her. Darkness ruled inside the cave again, but Angela could feel the dragon right in front of her. She could sense his stare, she could feel his presence as if it were a double of her own. Whatever she had read about the bond that was formed between a dragon and a rider hadn't been enough to prepare her for what this union truly meant. Suddenly her mind was expanded with memories of events she hadn't witnessed herself, the dragon's memories. Through them she could see everything the creature had ever experienced, and she could realize how his eyesight worked inside the dark cave, because all his memories were of darkness. And in turn, the dragon was watching her life's story. The colors, the sounds, the sights Angela had seen were baffling for him. Her friends became his friends, her enemies became his enemies. Her every thought and emotion had passed into his knowledge, and everything fascinated him and fueled his curiosity even further than before. Through a thought, Angela asked him if he was ready to meet the world of light. The dragon admitted it still frightened him. Angela smiled and stretched out a hand, reaching out for the dragon's head, and he lowered it so that she could place her palm on his snout. "It will be fine," she said, coming closer and placing her forehead against his. "We can make it out there. We're dragon and rider now, what do we have to fear? It's the outside world who should fear us." The dragon seemed amused at that thought. He didn't quite understand her language, and she didn't understand his, but there was a powerful bond between their minds, a bond that brought their every thought together, without blending them but without individualizing them completely either. The dragon groaned as a response, rubbing his nose against her clothes. Angela chuckled and patted him on the head, allowing her hand to slide down his hair and his long, scaly neck. "So, shall we?" she asked the dragon. Another groan was her answer, and she could sense his enthusiasm and nervousness as he lowered his body to allow her to climb atop him. Angela flung a leg over his body and placed herself on the creature's back, with the largest smile on her face that she had mustered in ages. She couldn't remember the last time she had experienced this sort of euphoria. Oh, well, she did remember it, but thinking about the first time she kissed Sokka would only dampen her mood right now. And speaking of Sokka, Angela lifted a hand to bring forth her flames, lighting up the cave again. She couldn't help but chuckle as she watched the way Sokka's jaw dropped upon seeing her sitting on the dragon's back. "Well? Didn't I say I could sort this out?" she said, smiling. "And the best part is that I didn't actually fight with him. You ought to be pleased." Why you just tamed a dragon." Sokka squealed, pointing at her with a finger. "Indeed, I did," said Angela, caressing the creature's neck as she felt surges of joy rushing through her. "Now I can assure you I don't regret getting lost in the forest." And with that she laughed again. The sound amazed Sokka, even though it wasn't the first time he had heard it. But he honestly had never thought he would witness Angela in such a state of pure happiness. She had always smirked and smiled mockingly, but she hardly ever smiled like this. He couldn't help but beam as well, basking in the sight of the first dragon and rider in more than 5 decades. Well, then, what are you waiting for? Said Angela, raising her eyebrows towards him. What do you mean, what? Said Sokka, blinking repeatedly as he stopped admiring her. Why, I thought you wouldn't want to stay in this dark cave for the rest of your life, but if you're that eager to take the dragon's domains for yourself there's little I can do about it. Said Angela, sighing dramatically. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Said Sokka, raising his hands defensively. You're saying I get to ride with you? I guess I shouldn't. A rider's first flight with his dragon should be comprised of just the two of them, but we're in no position to do things ceremoniously as it is, admitted Angela. So, are you coming or not? I want it eat me? Sokka asked. Angela smiled and looked at the dragon. Ah, he might if I tell him he should. What? But you've been behaving yourself surprisingly well lately, slave, said Angela, smirking. So I suppose I'll spare your life for the time being. Make sure not to upset me ever again, though, now you also have a dragon to answer to, not just me. That's not a very nice thing to know. Muttered Sokka, gulping. Angela couldn't help herself but laugh again before stretching out her left hand towards him, her right still holding the fire. Come on, Sokka. Let's get out of here, she said, smiling at him. Sokka's doubts were cleared away upon that sight, although not completely. He walked towards Angela while keeping a wary eye on the dragon, who decided to stare right back at him as he moved. The dragon's gaze made him more uneasy with every passing moment, and he was sure he would attack him at any moment now. To his surprise and relief, it didn't happen. He reached where Angela awaited him, her hand still extended towards him. He smiled and grasped her forearm with his hand, and she pulled him up as he threw a leg around the creature. This is unpleasant. Muttered Sokka, grimacing at the way the scales prodded his skin. Not much to do but to get used to it, said Angela. We're not going to find a dragon saddle in here or anywhere else for that matter. I figured not, he replied, smiling a little. Angela caressed the dragon's neck and sent her thoughts his way, inviting him to lead the way outside the cave. The beast obeyed without a second thought, and before they knew it they were riding through the tunnel that had brought them here in the first place. This is so surreal, said Sokka, his eyes wide as plates. Enjoy and stop trying to make sense out of it, said Angela, still smiling. It's not every day you get to ride a dragon. Well, I did get to ride that mongoose thing, didn't I? I was fairly certain you had claimed those weren't actual dragons, said Angela, raising an eyebrow and looking at him inquisitively. Yeah, true, I said that, said Sokka, smiling as well. Now you can say proudly that you rode a real dragon, Sokka, said Angela, turning to the front again as the creature began climbing the hole they had fallen through. Lower your head. Sokka did as he was told, and they both ducked as the dragon climbed skillfully through the tunnel. His knowledge of the tunnels amazed Angela, given that she could see through his memories the entire layout of the cave, which was more of a maze, in fact. Without the dragon, they would have certainly been lost within those tunnels. Angela gripped the dragon's horns tightly as he started climbing a completely vertical wall, and she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she felt Sokka's arms surround her waist. I'm sorry, but if I don't do this I'll fall off. He muttered, blushing. What are you sorry about, exactly? She inquired. That's another trick question, and I'm afraid that no matter the answer you'll want to drop me anyways, said Sokka. Angela couldn't help but smirk in agreement. It would seem you've learned some valuable lessons after all, she said, making him smile as well. The dragon kept moving steadily, climbing the rocky ledges effortlessly until he reached the top of the tunnel they had fallen through. He continued treading down the pathway, reaching the fork and continuing straight towards the entrance. Well, one problem solved, said Sokka, sighing with relief when they were back on familiar tracks. Now back into the forest. I don't think so, said Angela, smirking. What do you mean, you don't think so? Asked Sokka, his eyes opening wide. Are we going to stay live here? Of course not, you fool, said Angela, rolling her eyes. Could you stop being so absurd for 10 minutes? I have no idea what you're planning, so I can't take everything for granted. Sokka squealed. You can trust me on this, Sokka. I was right about the dragon, and I'll be right about this, too, she said, her smile returning to her face. He's showed it to me, after all. He showed you what, now? Asked Sokka, slightly surprised by that last sentence. But Azula didn't answer. She leaned forward on the dragon's neck, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as they came closer and closer to the exit. But when the first gleam of light was visible from within the cave, the dragon halted suddenly. Azula's excitement decreased as she stared at the creature, confused. Hey, there's no need for that, she said, with the kindest voice Sokka had ever heard from her. She caressed the dragon's neck again, stroking it gently. You already saw what's outside, I showed it to you, and you have nothing to fear so long as I'm with you. It will be fine. You know just what to do, don't you? The dragon let out a small sound that reminded Sokka way too much to a purr. He raised an eyebrow, feeling completely out of place in the strange exchange between dragon and princess. The creature released another sound, a little shriller this time than its usual threatening groans, and he broke into a sprint all of a sudden. Azula smiled again and clutched the dragon's horns while Sokka hugged her tightly, but she hardly even took notice of the way he was hanging onto her. The dragon took the turn that would lead them straight to the forest again, and as if it were a tiger seal resurfacing from the water, the dragon, for the first time in his life, leapt into the outside world. The eyes of the three of them had grown accustomed to the darkness by then, causing them all to shy away from the light at first. Azula cringed but seized the dragon's horns and directed him upwards a little more harshly than she had intended to. Sokka shook his head and struggled to force his gaze to adapt to their surroundings, though it was even more difficult to keep his eyes open when the wind was buffeting his face as it was. After a while he realized he was also being smacked in the face by Azula's hair, and he leaned back to avoid it, and it was then that he looked down and realized they were rising and rising from the ground, heading into the now clear skies at full speed. How? How? He screamed, shocked. Azula managed to open her eyes at last and she released the dragon's horns, allowing him to fly freely now that they were high enough to avoid crashing against the tops of the trees. The dragon shook his head before allowing himself to open his eyes just a little bit. Azula patted him on the neck again, smiling in utter awe as she watched the forest shrink under them. You did great, she whispered. Welcome to the outside world. The dragon let out a small yelp as he began to discern the colors and shapes of everything around him. He moved his head from side to side, startling both Azula and Sokka, as he was marveled by the world his rider had gifted him with. He had been trapped in his cave, destined to live in darkness until the end of his days, and she had granted him the freedom he had desired without his awareness. We're flying, said Sokka, staring around himself in utter shock. We're flying. See, turtle, you'd get to fly eventually, said Azula, smiling and making him blush. How did this happen? He said, changing the subject as quickly as he could. How can this dragon fly without wings? Is it an airbender and a firebender at the same time? Well, for all we know he might be, said Azula, chuckling and shrugging as she patted the creature on the neck again. Now that they were out in the open she could finally see what its colors were. The dragon's scales happened to be of a violet shade that shifted into blue and black depending on the way the light hit them. His beard and mane were blue, and his horns were white, contrasting against the darkness of his body. Azula smiled, her chest surging with pride as she caressed the creature's beautiful scales. I didn't know there were dragons without wings, but we're riding one right now, she said. Not much point in questioning it, is there? Then, are dragons the avatars amongst the animals? Asked Sokka. I believe they're not too comfortable with ice, but they could be seen that way, I suppose, said Azula. Nevertheless, a dragon can only be tamed by a firebender. The only way for a human and a dragon to bond is through an offering of fire. Which is pretty cool and all, but this whole dragon bonding thing is scarier than it should be, said Sokka, gulping. Especially because we're talking about you. Aren't you dangerous enough as you are to give you a dragon, on top of it all? It would seem that way to you, but without this dragon we would have been done for, said Azula. If he had refused me, well, I honestly don't want to imagine what the consequences would have been. The price for our survival was that I'd become deadlier, so I guess you should pay it up gratefully and stop complaining. Yeah, I suppose I could do that, muttered Sokka. Damn, we're really getting out of this forest. We are. You kept promising you'd get me out, why so surprised now? Asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. Because I figured it'd take us ages, but now we're getting out on the back of a dragon. Of a dragon? He said, starting to laugh as well. Well, go ahead, and have a fit of hysteria, I really can't blame you for it, said Angela, shaking her head and smiling too. So, is it a boy or a girl? Sokka asked, looking at the dragon's tail. Can you tell? It's a boy, she said, smiling. And he was stuck underground for his entire life. I have no idea just how old he might be. None at all? Do you think he was around during the massacre of the dragons? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. It doesn't seem like it, said Angela, surprising him. How do you know what things seem like? He asked, confused. The bond between a rider and his dragon, well, it's deeper than I ever thought it would be, said Angela. It's as if I were sharing my entire identity with him, and he shares his with me as well. So I can see his memories, and all there was within his mind was darkness until now. So, not a chance he fled into the cave because he was running from angry firebenders. I don't think so. Else he would have remembered humans, and if he did I doubt we'd be riding him right now, said Angela. I don't think he knows about what happened to the rest of his kind, he probably never considered there could be others like him. Quite a sad fate, huh? Muttered Sokka. But, he might not be the last of the dragons, said Angela, turning to look at Sokka. If he was here, chances are that there are more dragons hiding inside mountains. That would be cool, well, it might be, said Sokka, gulping. Should be good so long as you don't use dragons to melt the poles or so. Not a chance, said Angela, shaking her head. Dragons are strong creatures, but such low temperatures could damage their bodies terribly. So I can rest assured you won't attack my tribe with your new friend? Sokka asked. If I attacked and destroyed your tribe, where would I drop you once you become the top gladiator of the league? Asked Angela, matter-of-factly. I'm quite certain that by the time we accomplish that goal I'll be more than happy to rid myself from you. Oh, sure you will. Keep telling yourself that, said Sokka, smirking. To his surprise, she smiled right back at him before turning towards the dragon again. That mischievous smirk was back, it was back. Sokka couldn't help but beam in joy at the sight of her, marveling in her beauty and her might. She truly was one of a kind, he had always known as much, but now she had proved it once again. She was the first firebender to tame a dragon in decades, and the way she had done it was beyond impressive too. The mere thought of how powerful she looked while wielding those blue whips was enough to send shivers down his spine, pleasant shivers of a kind he didn't recognize until it was too late. Angela frowned upon feeling something strange poking at her from behind. Sokka stared at himself in utter embarrassment and pushed away from her, beyond flustered by his body's sudden reaction. Angela turned around to look at him in shock and mild disgust. What did just? Nothing. Nothing at all. Squealed Sokka, holding tightly onto the dragon and gritting his teeth. In his haste to move away from Angela before she noticed what was happening to him, he had scraped his legs with the scales. His body suddenly became a strange mixture of opposite sensations, and all he could do was withstand it all in hopes Angela would turn back towards the dragon and forget about him. It seemed the princess was beyond appalled by the situation, too much to even make fun of him as it was. She turned back to the front, still somewhat shocked to think Sokka's enthusiasm over the dragon could produce such an effect on him. He grinded his teeth and felt far more ashamed of himself than he had for quite a while. It wasn't just the thought of what she had accomplished in the cave, his reaction seemed to have been the sum of everything that had happened the past few days. And the fact that he had been holding onto her so closely ever since they had left the cave had only made everything worse for him. She had said it before, but now it was his turn to think he was incorrigible. He remained quiet for a moment as they flew over the trees until a question popped up on his mind. He overcame his shame momentarily in hopes Angela would be able to put aside their latest incident to answer him. Where are we going, exactly? He asked. Angela had been shocked by what had happened with Sokka, but after a while she had dedicated to communicate with the dragon silently, speaking to him through her mind. The bliss over having a dragon as her partner and the exhilarating sensation of flying had knocked her priorities off her mind for a moment, and upon Sokka's question she returned to reality brusquely. Sokka was surprised when the dragon changed directions drastically, turning around towards where they had come from without any previous notice. Whoa! What was that? He squealed, almost getting knocked off the dragon due to the sudden movement. We're off to do what we're supposed to do, that's what, said Azula, frowning with determination as the dragon began following the river uphill. Where are we? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow as he watched the landscape pass underneath them in a blur. We're off to find the place we fell off from, said Azula. And from there? Sokka's eyes widened. Wait, you don't possibly mean to chase the rough rhinos right now? Why not? Asked Azula. They saw us fall, they must have carried on through the same road they were on, certain that the worst threats were behind them. Indeed, they were behind them, but they're about to catch up with them once again. But we're in no condition to fight, said Sokka, grimacing. My hand works again, said Azula, you have your weapons with you, and on top of it all we have a dragon with us. They're short one Komodo rhino. The one we ate, huh? Said Sokka. It was strange to think they had eaten someone's steed. And honestly, back when I first faced them I wasn't exactly in my best shape, muttered Azula. Even if I'm underfed and I need rest, I feel a lot steadier this time around. And I'm not going to face them alone this time, am I? Well, so long as you don't set me on fire again, you won't, said Sokka, smiling. Don't give me a reason to do it, then, said Azula, smiling too. Though I'd say you did just a moment ago. That wasn't intentional, I swear. Sokka whimpered, blushing again. The situation, the stress of the whole thing, it happens more often than you think. Oh, I have no doubt it does, said Azula, gulping. That's not what I meant. I mean it happens to other guys too, it's not like I'm. Sokka cried, but he knew he was too far from saving face at this point. Oh, just forget it. How I wish I could, said Azula, smiling slightly before focusing on the dragon again. Azula ushered the dragon to speed up, her eyes set on the mountain that still stood too far from where they were. It was the one they had fallen from, she was certain of it. Nevertheless, she beckoned the dragon to follow the river, and he obeyed her diligently. Azula smiled as she saw the trail of fireplaces Sokka and her had left behind by the river. She was quite amazed to see how far they had gone on foot, never having guessed they had covered such a long distance. It took them over 30 minutes at the dragon's amazing speed to reach the very first pile of charred wood they had put together, and Azula drove the dragon to fly straight towards the mountain now. Sokka gaped in awe at the tall peak as they flew higher and higher, seeking out the road they had fallen from. We fell down through here, we actually fell down through here? Sokka asked, shocked. How the hell did we survive that? Ask yourself, said Azula, struggling to talk to Sokka when they were bolting upwards at such speed. You were the one who took most the blows. What the heck am I built of? Because I honestly have no idea, Sokka asked, prompting Azula to chuckle. The dragon soared through higher and higher until Sokka finally spotted the road by the mountainside. There! He shouted, pointing at the trail. Azula nodded as she directed the dragon to follow it. The dragon flew over the twisting path from several feet above, guided by Azula's directions as she gazed down at the road. Sokka watched from behind, amazed by the extraordinary teamwork of the princess and the dragon. How had everything developed like this? The more he thought about it, the less credit he could give their luck. Everything had seemed bleak and hopeless, and then Azula had tamed a dragon. The way the situation had changed so radically was still unbelievable for him. Azula ordered the dragon to halt in midair when she spotted a village below. Just by watching it from where they were she could see there were no Komodo rhinos around, therefore the rough rhinos couldn't possibly be there, but the burn marks she spotted in several houses couldn't have been there for longer than 5 days. They were here, she said, beckoning the dragon to continue following the road. They were here. We have to keep moving. It's not bad enough for those guys to chuck the Fire Lord's heir down a mountainside, said Sokka. They have to keep sacking towns. Apparently so, grunted Angela, frowning as they resumed their flight. We have to find them someplace. I remind you they're 5 days ahead of us as it is, said Sokka. They're riding Komodo rhinos, though. We're on a dragon, said Angela, smiling. We'll find them faster than you think. Besides, sacking towns also ought to be time-consuming. We might not be as far behind as you think. Well, let's just hope you're right about that, muttered Sokka, gulping and falling silent. They flew for hours, spotting more ravaged villages, to their displeasure. The rough rhinos were truly living up to their name. Roughness was the main quality of their every attack upon the towns. Angela gritted her teeth as they passed over another village, shaking her head in disbelief. How far could they possibly go? She muttered. How much farther can they be? Just how much more can they destroy? We'll find them, said Sokka, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Angela gritted her teeth and nodded, holding on both to the dragon and to the hopes Sokka was providing her with. This last one and we turn back, Colonel, said Kachi, ushering his mount forward to catch up with his leader. We've pillaged too much as it is, we can't put that much weight on the rhinos and you know it. Especially after we lost one of them, muttered Vachir. Colonel Monk wasn't supposed to sport said title anymore, traitor to the Fire Nation as he was, yet he had ordered his men to continue addressing him as a colonel. He meant to be seen as quite a figure of authority in front of the civilians. It would terrify them further if they thought him to still be part of the army. There's one village just ahead, said Monk, ushering his mount through the dirt road of the mountains. We can dig that one up, see what we can find, and then we go back to Ba Sing Se. Don't you think we're betting too much on those green blokes? Asked Agade, riding a mongoose dragon. The two creatures that had brought the princess and her mysterious savior, the rough rhinos, had argued whether he had saved her or caused both their downfall to no avail. They couldn't conclude either thing had been taken by the criminals to replace the loss of Agade's rhino. One of the mongoose dragons carried a great deal of their stolen goods, and the other was serving as Agade's steed for now. Agade was anything but happy about riding a lizard, but he didn't voice his complaints too often in fear of earning himself a fistful of flames courtesy of his commanding officer. They'll betray us to the Fire Nation if they see fit, you know. Ah, they're as bad as us, Agade, said Monk. I thought you knew by now. They're not allied with the Earth Kingdom rebels, or the Fire Nation soldiers, they're their own team, just as we are. But he has a point, said Kachi. What will we do if they turn against us? We just have to avoid giving them a reason to turn against us, that's all, said Monk, as their last target came into view, a small village with only a short fence as a safety measure. The 5 men entered the town atop their mounts, startling the villagers upon the sudden intrusion. Monk smirked as he saw the fear in their eyes, guiding the rough rhinos into formation. Good afternoon, measly folk, he exclaimed, earning everyone's attention. This procedure is very simple, as you must know so well by now. We've done this countless times, so you're advised to comply and allow us to take what we need so that we can go on our merry way. You already have stolen enough, shouted a young man, holding a spear in his shaking hands. You attacked all the previous villages, we were warned you'd be coming this way. Monk simply roared with laughter, basking in the villagers' bravado. Stand down, boy, you'll only hurt yourself with that thing, said Agade, climbing off the mongoose dragon. Huh, thought you were the rough rhinos, are you trying to become the rough reptiles now? Said the man, trying to infuse himself courage by making japs and by holding his ground, although his shaking knees were in plain sight. What a lame joke, boy, what a lame joke, said Monk, shaking his head. Get out of our way if you know what's good for you, if not, get ready to face the consequences. I'll face anything to protect my family, he shouted. Monk seemed unaffected by his claim. Well, that's how he wants it, said the colonel, turning towards Vachir. The ex-Yuan archer lifted his bow swiftly and took a shot at the man without any ado, wounding him in the knee. The villager screamed and fell to the ground. The arrow had pierced through his bone and was protruding through the back of his leg. That ought to get those knees of his to quit shaking, said Agade, smirking. Other villagers ran to the rescue of their fallen hero. The young man cringed as an older one removed the arrow as cleanly as he could. Leave, Please, leave," cried an old woman, tears in her eyes. "There's no need for this violence." "Ah, finally someone reasonable," said Monk. "I agree, lady, hence why I'm telling you to hand over your prized possessions voluntarily and save us the hassle of entering every house to pick up what we came for. We're not handing anything over to you," squealed a little girl, glaring at them boldly. "Oh, blast it," said Monk, rubbing his forehead before turning to the archer. "They just can't listen to reason, can they? Should we light the whole damn village up, then?" "It's a thought," said Vachir, lighting his bow's torch. "They asked for it so nicely after all," said Monk, smirking cruelly as the villagers stared at them in horror, until they started staring at something else unexpectedly. Monk wouldn't have cared much for whatever might have caught the eye of a random villager or two, guessing they would be sending their last prayers to whatever gods they believed in, but for almost every one of them to look up at the exact same moment seemed too suspicious to ignore. "What is that, Granny?" said the little girl, pointing at a black shape above and pulling the robes of the old lady. I don't know, child," replied the woman, relieved to see that the rough rhinos were too busy staring at the black shape on the sky to recall they were about to set the village on fire. She could only hope that the figure would manage to keep them distracted for good. Monk turned his rhino around, stepping backwards into the village's main road as he tried to see the menace from a better angle. His men imitated him, gazing up at the skies with frowns on their faces as they hoped that whatever was approaching would be meaningless. But the expression on Monk's face began twisting as the creature, since it could be nothing but a creature, came closer to where they were. There seemed to be a shape on its back, no, two shapes. And they were headed straight towards them. "Dragon, it's a dragon," said Monk when he finally recognized the creature. "A real dragon." The villagers screamed and ran into their houses, fearing this would be the last day of their lives. It wasn't bad enough that a band of criminals had come by to wreak havoc, a dragon had to show up as well when none had been sighted in the world for about 50 years. But Monk knew better than the villagers. As soon as he realized what the creature was, he knew that the shapes on its back could only be people. And who could tame and ride a dragon if not a firebender of the highest caliber? His fears were confirmed when he saw that the rider was a woman with a curtain of jet black hair and blazing golden eyes to match her dark dragon's glare. The Komodo rhinos and the mongoose lizards grew restless as the larger and more threatening creature approached. Its descent on land wasn't light, and Angela allowed herself to think that they would have to rehearse landing as soon as they had a chance. Both she and Sokka leapt off the dragon's back before he crashed on the ground heavily on his 4 legs. The 3 of them stood on the village entrance, denying any possibility of flight for the 5 criminals. If they wanted to get away, they'd have to go through them. Well, this I didn't expect," said Monk, staring at Angela with wariness. "You look dreadful, princess." "I assure you you'll look much worse when I'm through with you," she said, smiling dangerously at him. "You're not getting away with anything else, Monk. By order of the Fire Lord you're to become my prisoner willingly or face the consequences." Monk thought it was quite a cruel mockery of fate for the princess to use the same threat he had uttered just a moment past. He shook his head and glared at Angela viciously. "Consequences be what they may. I'm not surrendering to you or to your traitor of a father. Equality for Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation? Accepting the Dirt People as Fire Nation now? What a stupid joke. Where's the ruthlessness of the Fire Lords of old? Your father is a coward, and proof of it is that he sends his frail little daughter to deal with the likes of us instead of coming himself." "Frail, little daughter?" Angela repeated, raising an eyebrow. "I wonder what new names you'll call me once I capture you." "Oh, you're not going to capture me," said Monk. "You'll have to kill me if you want to take any part of me to that Fire Lord you claim allegiance to. Long live the Fire Nation. The real Fire Nation. The one that would burn everything to the ground to prove its might." And with that, he tried to usher his Komodo rhino into attacking, but Angela's dragon hissed and sprayed the enemy with blue fire. Monk managed to deflect the fire with difficulty. His rhino was uninjured, but absolutely reluctant to go against a creature as deadly as that dragon. The same could be said for all the other animals. They shook their riders off and raced to the other side of the village, fleeing from the dragon and leaving behind the 5 brigands to fend for themselves. Monk attacked Agila, throwing fire at her repeatedly to no avail, since her defense was impeccable this time around. Vachir lifted his bow with the intention to shoot an arrow at her, hoping to injure her as he had once before, but Agila lifted a hand towards his bow and manipulated the torch's flame. The entire bow caught on fire and forced Vachir to drop it, nullifying his threat efficiently for now and allowing Agila to focus completely on the ex-colonel. Sokka released Space Sword from its sheath and jumped straight towards Kachi before the man could join Yelu and Agade in attacking the dragon. Kachi tried to defend himself with his halberd, but to his surprise Sokka swung his sword fast enough to slice his weapon in two. Sokka struck the man's temple with the hilt of his blade, knocking him out effective and easily. He knew Agila needed the rough rhinos alive, and he wouldn't have killed them anyways even if she had asked him to. Agade shouted at the dragon, trying to distract him by swinging his ball and chain as Yelu prepared a bomb, which he lit before tossing it at the dragon. The dragon caught the small ball in midair and seemed to be quite puzzled, not understanding what its purpose might be. He still didn't make any sense out of it after the bomb went off inside his mouth. He didn't react as the smoke slid out of his nostrils, he was completely unaffected by the attack. Sokka smirked, pleased to count with such an ally. The dragon decided to show Yelu what fire truly was like, and after charging an attack he unleashed blue flames upon the rough rhino. Yelu collapsed on himself when the flames hit him, and Sokka was certain he would die engulfed in that hellfire until Agade threw his chains at the dragon and caught his neck with it. The dragon stopped his attack immediately, choking due to Agade's firm grip on the other end of the chain. The rough rhino seemed quite proud of his achievement, but he wouldn't have the upper hand for too long. Sokka jumped towards the chain and sliced one of the links with his sword. He turned towards Agade to find the man holding the remnants of his chains now. Sokka released his club swiftly and struck the man on the brow, knocking him out as well. He leapt towards the dragon and used Space Sword to cut the links of the chain that were still dangling off the creature's neck. There, said Sokka, once the dragon was free to breathe again. The creature snarled, surprising him. Hey. I was trying to help. It took him the fragment of an instant to realize the dragon was growling because of Yelu. The man had brought forth a new explosive, and the dragon decided to give him a taste of his own medicine. Sokka jumped out of the way, allowing the dragon to unleash his fire on the enemy once more, and the explosives blew up in Yelu's hands. The man flew away due to the impact of the explosion, and he collapsed on the ground, his armor broken and damaged. Sokka approached him and verified he was still alive before turning to the dragon and smiling. We did pretty well, huh? Good job, pal. He said, before turning to watch Agila's fight. It was interesting to watch Monk in such a state of despair, whereas Agila was so calm she was even smirking mockingly at him. Not only was she deflecting his attacks, she was turning them against Monk, using his own flames to set his facial hair on fire. Sokka was slightly amused by the sight until he realized Vachir, ducking next to a small hut, had brought forth another bow and was aiming straight at Agila. Sokka snarled before bringing forth his boomerang, and he directed it straight at Vachir. The boomerang hit him on the back of the head, causing him to fail on his attempt to shoot his arrow, which landed a few feet from Agila. The princess saw the arrow and it took her only a second to guess who had thrown it, but why had he missed? When she caught sight of the blue boomerang next to Vachir's hunched figure she smiled approvingly. She'd thank him for that later. Sokka ran towards Vachir, who was still conscious, and he found himself threatened by the archer when the man wielded one of his arrows as if it were a knife. A step closer and I'll ram it into your neck. He shouted. Sokka raised an eyebrow before stomping on his boomerang, which was right before him. The weapon spun in the air and Sokka caught it when it was within his reach, using it to tear Vachir's arrow to shreds, avoiding more complications. Gotta say I get why you guys called yourselves the rough rhinos now, said Sokka, smirking. Without those animals, you're nothing. He struck Vachir on the temple with his boomerang, and the archer dropped unconscious just as his other companions had. Sokka turned towards the last battle, witnessing the struggle of fire with admiration. Agila seemed to dance as she avoided Monk's blows. She leapt and threw a fire kick at him, and her blue fire defeated his with ease. Monk bellowed with rage and threw an array of fire at Agila, which she took in her hands and sent straight back at Monk. The stronger firebender never has a problem with the fire of the weaker one. She shouted, smirking proudly. Monk grimaced as he panted, watching her with disbelief. This couldn't be, it simply couldn't be. How could a girl he had defeated less than a week ago tear him to shreds right now? Is that all you've got, then? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Monk roared and shot fire at her from his mouth. Angela rolled her eyes and put the flame aside as if it were nothing but a shred of smoke to her. She planted her feet deep on the ground and began moving her arms and body slowly and methodically, focusing carefully on every movement she was making. Monk saw her charging an electric attack and he knew this was his opening, his last chance for survival. He shot out 2 fistfuls of flames at Angela, certain he would catch her with them at last now that she couldn't defend herself. But the dragon roared and unleashed his own fire, engulfing Monk's flames in his and deflecting the attack headed towards Angela. The princess would have smirked with pride if she hadn't been focusing on the lightning she was producing. The curtain of flames provided by the dragon faded away as the creature closed its jaws, and Angela stretched out 2 fingers of her left hand, releasing the lightning towards Monk. The discharge struck the ground right before him, and the charged air around the attack caused him to fly off, stunned, collapsing headfirst on the ground. Angela approached him, picking the man up by the neck of his shirt. "This battle is over, Monk." "With my victory," she said, glaring at him. "Your days of staining the honor of the Fire Nation are over. For all the people you've murdered, for those you tortured and robbed. You'll spend what remains of your life making amends for it all, and it still won't be enough. But no matter, we'll make sure that the rest of it is so miserable you'll truly come to regret everything you've done." Monk grimaced and seemed to be about to retort, but she was too quick to let him. She struck his face with a powerful fist and knocked him out cold. Sokka approached her from behind as she dropped Monk on the ground. After that display of greatness, the princess was notoriously exhausted. "It's done, Angela," said Sokka, smiling as she turned around to face him. "It's over. You did it." The princess seemed to lack the energies to respond as enthusiastically as she should have upon finally having completed her mission, but she still managed to muster the kindest smile she had ever directed towards her gladiator, a smile composed by gratefulness and relief, because he had been by her side this time around, because there was no chance she could have survived that forest or found that dragon without him. She hadn't even wanted to bring him along on her mission at first, and now she realized that, out of all the decisions she had taken to chase down the rough rhinos, bringing Sokka along had been the best one. "Yes, Sokka," she said, breathing deeply and beaming at him. "We did it." Chapter 43, Rough Rhinos 13. Sokka entered the stable and eyed the princess carefully before approaching her. He didn't know if she had fallen asleep, giving in to the exhaustion of such a hectic day, but he dropped his guard when he saw her eyes were still open. "Has everything been dealt with?" Angela asked, lifting her head towards Sokka. "Yeah, the rhinos are all locked up and tied down," said Sokka, dropping on the ground right next to her. He had been imprisoning the criminals with the help of the villagers while Angela stayed with her dragon. The 4 non-benders were tied up with ropes, and the villagers had a strong chain we could use for Monk. "Good," said Angela, nodding in approval. The villagers had been quite kind to them so far, to Angela's surprise. They had thanked her and Sokka for saving them, although they kept some distance from the dragon, fearing its large jaws and deadly fire. There hadn't been much to offer a princess in such a small, poor village, but the old lady who had been present during the rough rhinos assault had told Angela that she had a small stable in which her dragon could rest. The princess had been impressed by the offer of kindness and she had accepted it gladly. Her dark dragon was worn out by the longest flight he had undertaken in his life, and he needed to replenish his energies. Thus, the old woman had opened up her empty stables for the dragon to rest. The creature hadn't been too enthusiastic about entering what seemed to be another cave, eager as he was now to see the wonders of the world, but he complied when Angela promised he would be out as soon as he had rested. She was sitting on the ground right before the dragon, staring at him as he slept with his tail curled around himself. "So?" Sokka asked, looking at the princess. "What are we going to call our new friend?" Angela frowned upon that question. Indeed, she hadn't thought about names just yet. How careless of her. I'm not sure," she muttered, eyeing the dragon carefully. "I suppose there are several names that would suit him. How about Nightmare? He asked, smiling. It could be a play on night and nightmare. What do you think? I think I'm not going to ask you for advice on naming anything, that's what I think, said Angela, rolling her eyes. Hey! Sokka squealed, apparently hurt by her response. Angela ignored him as she folded her arms over her chest, thinking carefully about what she would choose. Her election couldn't be something fleeting, she was looking at what could easily be the last dragon alive. But, no, she couldn't let that happen. She wouldn't let that happen. Her forefathers had been stupid to let dragons die, they had been stupid to kill them, actually. She would do everything in her power to make up for her ancestors' mistakes. She had to bring the dragons back somehow, and she would. This dragon was just the first out of many that were yet to come, she knew it. And thus. I think I'll call him Xin Long, Angela declared, smiling. New dragon. The first of the new generation of dragons. Sokka was surprised by her choice, but he smiled as well and nodded in approval. Sounds good, he said. Though I still might call him Knight. Don't even think about it. But dash. He's Xin Long, I said, Angela growled, glaring at him. Sokka pouted and folded his arms over his chest. Fine, then, he huffed in resignation, looking at the sleeping dragon. Say, how did you know where to go and how to find him? I mean, you did say you felt the fire, but how did you do that? Why could you feel him? If you think Xin Long might have been trying to reach out to me intentionally. I doubt it, said Angela. I'm not sure, truth to be told. Either of the two fire-bending techniques I used while in the cave must have resounded with his own fire, I believe. Then, if they resounded, does that mean you two were meant to find each other? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Was he always meant to be your dragon? No, he wasn't, said Angela. He always had a choice. He could have chosen to eat me instead of riding off through the tunnels with us. He wasn't meant to be mine, it wasn't his destiny or anything of the sort, ultimately, allowing me to become his rider was something he chose for himself. Huh? Said Sokka, impressed. And now you mention it, for a moment back there I actually thought he had eaten you. Oh, I know, said Angela, smirking. Your desperate screams were loud enough to be heard all the way to the forest, I'm sure. Not funny, grumbled Sokka. I was really worried back there. You feared you'd be next, I'm sure, said Angela, still smiling cruelly. Well, yeah, but that's not why I yelled anyways. Grunted Sokka. You're really mean, you know? You heard me scream like that and for once you didn't bother telling me to quiet down. I had every reason to fear you were gone because I couldn't see or hear anything. And yet I wasn't gone. You had nothing to worry about, said Angela, shrugging. Well, not anymore, I know now you weren't eaten. Grunted Sokka before turning towards Angela again. But, what exactly happened, then? I saw him open his jaws and then it was all dark until he started spewing blue fire. He accepted my offering, that's what happened, said Angela. I thought it was clear enough. But why did he open his jaws? How did you expect him to accept the offering? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. He ate my fire, that's what happened. Sokka stared at Angela in total surprise until he seemed to grasp the concept. Huh. So then he ate your fire, and turned it into his own, he said. Interesting. It's the dragon and rider's bonding ritual, said Angela. Naturally, it's interesting. Sokka smiled at her typically proud responses and he focused on the sleeping dragon again. Angela's gaze drifted towards her gladiator, and she looked at Sokka kindly for a moment before turning towards the dragon again. Her chest began aching as she tried to find the words she had to say, words she never thought she'd have to utter, let alone to him. Sokka, about the things you did in the forest. Which ones? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Which ones could I possibly be talking about? Angela asked, slightly flustered. Well, I did lots of things in that forest and I'm not proud of every single one of them, he declared. I'm not talking about your random reaction about riding a dragon, if that's what you're worried about. What? Wait, what? Hey, I didn't react that way because of the dragon. No need to try and save face, Sokka, I already thought quite lowly of you even before you got a dash, well, what you got over Xin Long. But it wasn't over the dragon. Sokka insisted, desperate. You know, never mind that. What were you going to say? Angela's focus had drifted towards Sokka's blunder, and in the process she had forgotten all about her previous attempt to express something to her gladiator. Returning to what she had been about to say seemed twice as uncomfortable as before. I was just going to dash. A soft knock in the barn's door interrupted Angela and startled them both. They turned towards the sound to find the old woman smiling kindly at them. Is the dragon comfortable? She asked, entering the hut. It seems he's having some unusual dreams, said Angela, smiling and making Sokka raise an eyebrow at her. How did she know what the dragon's dreams were like? But he's resting well enough as it is. I'm glad, said the woman, relieved. I came by to let you know I just finished making a stew, in case you're hungry. The eyes of both Sokka and Angela opened wide at those words. Stew? Food? They had almost forgotten that they needed to eat at this point in time, although their stomachs hadn't, apparently. A low grumble shook Angela's belly and she stood up. Sokka bolted to his feet groggily, staring at the woman with grateful tears in his eyes. Stew. I'd really like that, yes, he said, the idea of having something to fill his stomach making him feel hungrier than ever. It might not be what you're used to, said the woman, shyly. There's only so much food we can work with in such a small village. Believe me, said Angela, as they both walked towards the old woman. Anything you might have made will be much better than what we're used to at the moment. The woman didn't quite understand what they meant, but she decided not to question the princess. She smiled kindly and led them towards her house. She had already set down the table for them to eat, and she gestured them to sit down as she brought the stew out of the fire. Angela took her seat and watched her worriedly as the woman struggled with the large pot's weight. Sokka walked towards her and took the pot from her, smiling at the woman reassuringly and bringing the stew to the table. "Why, thank you," she said. "Such a gentleman. Only when he feels like being one, don't get your hopes too high with him," said Angela, smirking. "Now that's really unfair, you know," grumbled Sokka, placing the pot in the center of the table. Angela didn't say anything else, her smile still present on her features. Sokka took her plate and filled it with the stew before doing the same with his own. And when they both started eating they simply couldn't stop anymore. Angela didn't care for once about the Earth Kingdom qualities of the meal, about the lack of seasoning or the simplicity of the food, she just ate rapidly, even putting aside some of her table manners as she dug into the stew. Naturally, Sokka was beyond any table manners at this point. He had started eating with chopsticks, but he had set them aside soon enough. He picked up the plate and flung most its content into his mouth, swallowing everything he could in large gulps. As soon as he was done with the first serving he helped himself with more. "My," said the woman, watching their despair as they ate for what felt like the first time in years. "You two must have been really hungry." "You have no idea," said Angela, panting after finishing her plate and reaching out for more stew. "How long have you been without food, princess?" she asked, aghast. How long was it?" Angela asked, frowning. I think this is our first meal today, isn't it?" "Yep," said Sokka, already reaching out for a third serving. "Thanks for your kindness, old lady." Angela kicked him under the table at his remark on the woman's age. Sokka grimaced at the pain and glared at Angela. "You can't just call someone old, idiot. Especially if they're giving you free food." She grunted. "Oh, it's fine," said the woman, chuckling. "Old age is only a fact, it's not as unflattering as it might seem. In any case, my name is Zhen. Well, then, I'll have you know, Mrs. Zhen, that this is the best stew I've ever had," said Sokka, smiling broadly and digging into his plate again, the memory of Angela's kick long gone already. "Considering you've been almost a day without eating, I'm not surprised," said Zhen, grimacing. "Why would a princess subject herself to such starvation?" "Oh, I really didn't bring it upon myself if that's what you're thinking," said Angela, after gulping down some of the stew. "Well, not intentionally, that is. It's a very long story, said Sokka, smiling at the woman as she eyed them with confusion. And there's no point in worrying about it now that everything's better. Right. Right, said Azula, nodding as she returned to her meal hastily. The woman was still impressed by their behaviors, but she smiled as she watched them eat with such enthusiasm. Not often are pots cleared after a single meal in this house, she said, chuckling. Do you live alone? Sokka managed to say between chews. Oh, no, I have a little girl who lives with me. She's already asleep, she said, smiling. She was amongst the crowd when the rough rhinos appeared. Her parents are gone, and I raised as if she were my own grandchild. But as you can imagine, a child and an old woman can only eat so much. So are we eating your supplies for the week or something? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, no, said Jen, smiling. Don't worry about a thing, princess. But it's... Excuse me, whispered another female voice, interrupting the conversation. A young woman, around Azula's age, was standing on the open doorway, holding what seemed like a freshly baked pie in her hands. My family wished to express our gratitude to our saviors, so I made this for them, she said, after Jen beckoned her to enter the house with a gentle smile. Sokka grinned happily at the thought of more food. Azula glared at him in disapproval before turning to look at the new arrival. You can place it on the table, dear, said the old woman, taking the already empty stew pot away as Sokka devoured the last scraps on his plate. My husband would have brought it himself, but he was injured, said the girl, smiling uncomfortably as she followed Zhen's instructions. Heh, is he the one who got wounded on the knee? Sokka asked. Yes, did you meet him? Oh, just saw him in passing while I was helping take care of the rough rhinos, said Sokka. He was the only injured person I saw, so I figured as much. Azula frowned at the conversation and continued frowning as Sokka took a slice from the pie and gulped it down right away. Those are good berries in that pie, he said before taking another bit off the food. Is there something wrong? The woman asked, staring at Azula with concern. Why, no, not at all. We're grateful for your kindness, said Azula, nodding at the woman before taking a slice of the pie for herself. We're the ones who are grateful, said the woman, beaming. If it weren't for you, well, I wouldn't even want to know what our village would be like right now. I suspect there wouldn't even be a village anymore. Maybe not, but there's no need to think about that right now, said Jen, smiling. We're safe thanks to the princess and her guard. G-guard. Sokka repeated, choking up slightly on his food. He's not, said Azula before freezing in the middle of the explanation. No, these people didn't need to know what Sokka truly was. She had put aside her usual reservations regarding peasants for a while now, but she only could ignore them for so long. Well, he's the kind of guard that gets me into trouble instead of keeping me from it, if you get what I mean. It took Sokka a moment to realize why Azula hadn't clarified he was her gladiator. If these people to realize that he was her slave and not her ally, their kind treatment would surely stop being as kind as it had been so far. These people had no idea the princess sponsored a fighter in the arenas, and he was certain they would all be better off if the villagers remained in that blissful ignorance. Oh, I figured as much, said the young woman, amused. No chance the Fire Nation princess would wind up here if that weren't the case. Well, I wouldn't put the blame of the whole situation on me, truth to be told, Sokka grunted, earning himself a glare which he matched without a problem. The two villagers seemed slightly uncomfortable by the glare contest between the princess and her protector. The young woman chuckled a little before bowing down to the two of them. In any case, I'm glad fortune brought you two towards us. Speaking in behalf of the whole village, thank you for saving us. The glaring stopped as both Sokka and Azula gazed at the girl in surprise. You're welcome, the princess muttered, turning to her meal again as she wondered when had been the last time a commoner had felt grateful towards a member of the Fire Nation royalty. Glad to be of help, said Sokka, smiling broadly. The woman smiled back before turning towards Jen. I think I'll go back to Kong now, he must be hungry too, she said. Keep taking good care of our saviors, Jen. I will do my best, said Jen. I shall pray for a quick recovery for Kong. Thanks for the good wishes, said the girl, smiling. I hope you keep enjoying your stay in the village, princess, guard, and thus, the girl had bowed quickly at them and she left the house. Angela didn't take another piece of the pie, wary as she was all of a sudden. Her ravenous hunger had kept her from being cautious of Jeanne, but for some reason the pie had put her on her guard once again. Perhaps they had saved the village, but that didn't mean these people's intentions were as pure as they seemed. She was the Fire Lord's daughter, after all, and this was an Earth Kingdom village. Angela couldn't even fathom thinking of this place as a Fire Nation colony, because it was obvious it wasn't one. Angela rather doubted that any of the villagers were honorary Fire Nation citizens. There wasn't a single Fire Nation soldier keeping tabs on the village. She didn't ignore the hatred the Earth Kingdom folk held towards the Fire Nation, and she doubted their hatred would subside only because the princess had saved them from a band of criminals. The food they had been given could have been poisoned. These people could try to take her as hostage in an attempt to regain their rights, much like Sokka had wanted to do when they had first met. Sokka didn't miss the sudden darkening in Angela's semblance. He was quite confused by it as he ate, wondering if perhaps she didn't enjoy the berries as he did. I hope the food was to your liking, said Jeanne, smiling gently. If you wish to replenish your energies further, I have a room available I can offer you. That sounds great, said Sokka, beaming. There's only one bed, though, said the woman, looking slightly troubled by the matter, and even if you were willing to share I'm afraid it's too small. I'm certain he's willing, but I assure you I'm not, grunted Angela, making Sokka blush slightly. I never said I was. He grumbled, although the red on his cheeks was enough to ascertain Angela's words as true. I guess we could take turns, maybe, said Angela, shrugging. Then you'll stay? Asked the woman happily. Very well. I'll get the room ready for you. Sokka smiled as he watched the woman head into another room. He turned again towards Angela to find that she was still looking distrustful. Something the matter? He asked. Well, for one, we've dropped our guard too much, said Angela, sighing. If there was something bad in this food, we're done for. Huh? Something bad? You really think? Angela, they wouldn't poison us, said Sokka, shaking his head. You seem so sure of it, muttered the princess, folding her arms over her chest. How do you know? Angela. I get that you are a high-born girl and you have no idea how the minds of the meaningless peasants work, said Sokka, rubbing his temples with his fingers. But we saved these people's lives. They're showing us genuine gratitude, and we should welcome it with open arms rather than question it. Indeed, we saved them just now, but we also brought forth the disgrace of their nation, said Angela, frowning. Well, you didn't, but I did. You? You weren't the one who took over the Earth Kingdom, Angela. I might as well have been, muttered Angela. My father did, and from what most people see, I'm just the same as he is. Why would they want to thank me when the nation I will lead one day was the one that took away the Earth Kingdom's pride and tore down their glory until they were nothing but a long-gone memory? Well, said Sokka, frowning as he tried to find a way to counter her arguments. We're welcome here for now, but I think we'd do best to move on as quickly as possible, Angela muttered. We don't know how long their kindness will last. You know, maybe that's not really the way they look at it, said Sokka, looking at her earnestly. Maybe you're judging them too harshly. What part of what I just told you could be off base, Sokka? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Pray tell, if you were in their situation, would being saved from one Fire Nation threat by another Fire Nation threat make you change your mind about the Fire Nation altogether? Well, there's a chance that. Maybe they just. Sokka mumbled before Jeanne returned to where they were. The room is ready for you now, she said, smiling. I'm certain it's very rustic in comparison to what you're used to. Well, I believe any bed is better than no bed, said Sokka, smiling and standing up from the table. He looked at Angela, jerked his head towards the room, ushering her to follow him. Angela seemed slightly unwilling at first, but she followed Sokka regardless. Your kindness is well appreciated, she said to Jeanne, tilting her head towards the woman. Jeanne grew quite flustered at being thanked by the princess, but she merely smiled and gestured towards the room. I hope you rest well, princess. I'll make sure to have a good breakfast ready for you. Why, that would be nice, said Angela, smiling a little awkwardly before entering the room after Sokka. Zhen walked off to the kitchen once more and Angela moved to close the door before deciding to leave it ajar just as a precaution. Well, who naps first? Sokka asked, standing before the bed. The sheets had been white once, albeit now they had a yellowish tinge to them, no doubt due to excessive use. Angela frowned as she looked at the mattress, figuring it was filled by straw, but at this point in time, she couldn't care less if it was filled with feathers or rocks so long as it was a bed. Just by staring at the mattress she felt urged to drop on it and sleep the past days away. Sokka stepped out of the way when he saw the look on Angela's face. The princess dropped on the bed, falling face first on the old pillow that crowned the bed. It's a bed, Sokka, she muttered against the pillow. I thought I'd never see a bed again in my life. I could pass out of relief instead of exhaustion because of this. Sokka chuckled and dropped next to the bed, his back against the mattress. Say, about what you were saying out there, he muttered. I think you might be wrong, after all. Angela raised her head and looked at him doubtfully. What's so wrong about what I said? Well, you saved the village, started Sokka before she interrupted him. We did, retorted Angela. I didn't do much damage to the rhinos on my own. If it weren't for you and Xin Long. Okay, the three of us did it, said Sokka, smiling at having his efforts recognized. That's not really my point, though. The thing is, they hated the Fire Nation, and they probably still do. The Fire Nation wrecked their kingdom, and they might have lost family members to the war as well. The rough rhinos are a bitter reminder of that cruel, heartless Fire Nation that would kill them all to get their way. You, on the other hand, are the heir to the throne and you saved them from those thugs. You defended them and their homes. You're relatively a new face for these people, and to them, you are a hero. You saved them, Angela. Perhaps you are a part of the same nation that tore everything down, but you could change things for the better. You protected them, and they finally have something to thank the Fire Nation for. Don't you think there's a chance that they might be honest when they say they're grateful for what you did? There is that chance, but things aren't always as they look in plain sight, Sokka, muttered Angela, rolling on the bed and curling up into a ball, her back towards him. Saving these people hardly means anything, especially considering that we weren't actually aiming at saving them. I was just trying to get the rhinos, that's all I ever wanted to do. And yet you accomplished much more than that, said Sokka. Why is it so hard for you to accept you've done a good deed, Angela? Perhaps, then, it was a good deed, but they probably don't see me as a paragon of a better future anyways. If they have any wit in them, they won't think of me that way. Why shouldn't they, though? Sokka asked. I mean, the rough rhinos said something that made sense. Your father is a bad man, I don't question that even when I hardly know him, but he didn't do what the rhinos wanted him to do. He spared the Earth Kingdom people and gave them a chance to become Fire Nation citizens. True, if they have a shred of self-respect they'd decline said opportunity, but nevertheless, he didn't slaughter them. The previous Fire Lord, Ajalon, was it? He was proud of killing dragons, he wouldn't have had any doubts about murdering every single Earth Kingdom civilian in cold blood, would he? I can't speak for my grandfather, you're probably right about what you said, though, muttered Angela. But I have to say my father's resolution to create the honorary Fire Nation citizen system wasn't exactly based on noble intentions, regardless of what it might look like. What do you mean? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, he believed it to be a worse fate than dying, muttered Angela, sighing. He proposed the honorary Fire Nation citizen system during a war meeting. He said that, as Fire Nation people, the one thing we would loathe the most would be to have our nation stripped away from us, to lose contact with our roots. A nationality is a key part to someone's identity, he said. If we could take that from the Earth Kingdom people, they would be completely lost. They'd never be Fire Nation citizens, not for real, and they would be betraying their former nation just by accepting to become honorary citizens. If they refused to become honorary citizens, then they would still have nothing to claim allegiance to, because the Earth Kingdom would be renamed after the Fire Nation, and nothing would be left of what once was the largest nation in the world. So, perhaps you're right. Perhaps these people will see me as the new face of the Fire Nation, and they'll be glad that I saved them, but they'd be fools to believe it means that my father's Fire Nation is so much better than the one the rough rhinos claimed allegiance to. From the point of view of a peasant, it should be worse. Sokka dropped his head, his fists clenched tightly. From the beginning he had known the Fire Nation honorary citizen system wasn't but a pile of lies. But for the Fire Lord himself to have admitted that his intentions were as vile as they sounded. "I'm not proud of this, despite what you might think," muttered Azula. "If I've learned anything from this trip, it's that these territories have never belonged to the Fire Nation, and they never will. There's nothing Fire Nation about these colonies other than the name, and I honestly don't find it appealing to consider Earth Kingdom people my fellow countrymen. They're not, and they never will be. Our fire will never burn in their eyes, just as their traits would have never been a part of us if it had been the Earth Kingdom conquering the Fire Nation. My father's decision was wrong. It won us the war, but it was wrong, and even though it saved these people's lives, it was a decision based on the wrong ideas. But I guess I learned this too late, didn't I? I'm in no position to do anything about what has already been done." "Wrong," said Sokka, dropping his head back on the mattress. "You're in the best position to change it. You are the Fire Lord's heir after all, aren't you? Maybe you can't do anything right now, but you can do something later. I don't even know what, but I'm sure when the time comes you'll know what to do." "Sounds like you give me too much credit," said Azula, huffing. "I give you all the credit you deserve," said Sokka, smiling. "I really felt angry just a second ago when you said what your father's intentions had been. But after what you said, I'm relieved." "You're just pleased because you think your peasant wisdom has gotten to me," grunted Azula, bitterly. "Well, can't help it if it has," said Sokka, beaming. "I'm glad, though, that it seems you don't agree with your father in everything just because he's the Fire Lord. You can be as loyal to him as you want to be, that doesn't mean you can't acknowledge he's done some pretty bad things." "Right," muttered Azula, frowning. Sokka could say all he wanted to say, it didn't change that she felt as if she were betraying Fire Lord Oze by speaking as she just had. "You can change your father's wrongdoings for the better, Azula," said Sokka. "I know you can. You can make amends for the damage he did to these people. You've seen just how kind they are. After days of struggling to survive, they've taken us in, fed us and given us a bed. You're looking for reasons to distrust them because you think you have to, for the sake of the Fire Nation or something, but I know that deep down, you're just as grateful to them as they are towards you. And I know that after seeing their true nature, you're not as pleased by your father's decision as you used to be." "You seem so certain I'm that good a person, Sokka," muttered Azula. "Considering you used to believe I was the epitome of cruelty, this is quite surprising coming from you. I've learned to leave behind my past reservations towards you, and you've given me absolutely no reason to regret having done that," said Sokka. "You're really not half as cruel as you pretend to be, you know. You want to see just how cruel I can be?" Azula asked, blushing slightly as she grew annoyed by Sokka. He merely chuckled. "Fine, you're as cruel as you want to be, but Azula, you're not your father. Keep that in mind." Azula frowned and stared at the wall in front of her with disbelief. Well, of course she wasn't her father, that much she had always known. But she was following in his footsteps, to become a leader just like Fire Lord Oze was, or wasn't she? Was she supposed to find her own path somehow, someday? She cursed Sokka mentally for giving her such a headache when she had been so close to falling asleep just a moment ago. The bed wasn't all that comfortable anymore as her head became filled with 1,000 thoughts, all of them claiming her attention when she wanted to give it to none of them. Damn Sokka and his skill for making a mess out of her. "By the way, back in the barn, you were trying to say something. What was it?" Sokka asked, turning his head slightly to look at her. The question was enough for all her conflicting thoughts to quiet down shortly. She blinked and forced herself to recall what he was talking about. I don't remember anymore," she lied, gulping. After what Sokka had just done to her already disorderly mind, she really didn't feel like expressing gratitude of any sort to him right now. "The woman's interruption knocked my thoughts out of my head." Sokka chuckled and nodded. "Well, that's okay," he said. "Get some sleep, then. I'll keep an eye open in case the villagers decide to prove your fears were right on track, okay? Good idea, muttered Angela, sighing and closing her eyes. Her exhaustion was such that her thoughts started dying out one by one until there was nothing left for her to do but sleep the night away, knowing her gladiator would keep watch for her yet again. Maybe he had a knack for messing her head up, but he had proved he could be entrusted with the task of vigilance, at the very least. She could cut him some slack on that regard. Sokka sat beside her on the bed, fighting his own drowsiness as he finally realized that everything was over at last. Catching the rough rhinos, getting out of that horrid forest, clearing the misunderstandings from that night with Angela, it was all said and done at last. Their countless problems were finally starting to fade away. He let out a sigh of relief and smiled to himself. He had been so hopeless, so desperate, but everything was different now. Finally, they could hold their heads high again and move past what had been troubling them. At the very least, he hoped they could. Angela rose feeling a little stiff, but no more than she had after all those nights of sleeping on the hard ground. She rolled on the bed, rubbing her eyes as she stared at the wooden ceiling. She had a hard time recalling what had brought her to where she was now. Her mind was cleared when she grew aware of the duality that connected her to Xin Long. The dragon was currently pacing inside the stable, growing bored and tired of being stuck in that small space when he knew there was so much more room outside. She smiled as she sensed the dragon and sat up on bed. She hadn't rested too much, there was still some exhaustion weighing on her, but she didn't feel like sleeping anymore. She raised an eyebrow upon seeing Sokka had dropped his head on the mattress and fallen asleep while sitting down, but she couldn't blame him for it. She climbed off the bed and knelt down beside him. "Hey. You can take the bed now, savage," she said, trying to garner a response by being harsh to him. Sokka shook his head momentarily, not even knowing what Angela had said. I'm awake," he said, rubbing his eyes. "Oh, sure you are," Angela said sarcastically. "Come on. Get on the bed now." "But Angela is there," said Sokka dizzily. "She's not anymore, in case you didn't notice," said Angela, struggling to hoist him and drop him on the mattress. "She'll kill me, when she comes back," he muttered. "Then I suggest you to be well rested when you welcome death," said Angela, smirking at him. "Good night, Sokka." "Night," replied the slave, no longer trying to reason with what he thought was the voice of a dream. Angela left the room after placing Sokka on the mattress, feeling quite relieved to discover that the old woman hadn't been plotting anything vicious against her. She felt a little foolish to suspect such a frail-looking person, but she could hardly be blamed for being wary of her surroundings in a place as foreign to her as this village. Angela would have been the main target for any attacks in case these villagers were as cruel as she feared they might be, but seeing how she had been safe for the night, she figured leaving Sokka to himself wouldn't end badly. The night was quite dark, only illuminated by a sliver of moonlight. It was probably long past midnight by now, but she could still hear the voices of some villagers. Angela left the house quietly, gazing at the dark night sky while filling her lungs with the clean, fresh air of the town. Sokka had told her to enjoy the air, but she hadn't quite felt like doing so until now. It was truly wonderful to inhale such pristine air. She walked towards the barn, where the dragon awaited. Through their bond she sensed he was quite eager to set off into the skies again, but the same couldn't be said for Angela. Riding bareback might be fun from time to time, but not on the back of a dragon. Luckily her legs hadn't been injured during their flight, but Angela wouldn't feel too keen to set off to the sky again unless she could find a saddle of some sorts. She communicated her need to Xin Long, who seemed somewhat confused at the image of a saddle, but he agreed to wait for her for as long as it was necessary. Angela frowned as she looked around the village, wondering where she might find what she required. The voices she had heard earlier seemed to grow restless. Angela considered her options and figured it would be best to ask those villagers about the possibility of finding a saddle. She was certain the old woman would be asleep by now, and she had provided them with too much kindness as it was for Angela to ask for more. She had saved these men too, though, so perhaps they would want to be of service to her, just as Zhen had. As she approached and began grasping fragments of their discussion, she realized she had been wrong to make that assumption. Honestly, though, I'd rather they leave this village as quickly as possible. If she really is the Fire Lord's daughter, she has no business here. This won't end well, I tell you, whispered a first man. You're such a fool. She saved our lives. And you plan on thanking her by kicking her man and her dragon out of the village. Retorted another. Angela frowned at the words, and a mild indignation was born in her upon hearing them refer to Sokka as her man. That sounded plain wrong. What did they think the relationship between them was? It would be safest for us if they left quickly, said a third man. It wouldn't be kicking her out anyways, we can do it so that it looks like we're thanking her. Said the first one again. You're so stupid, both of you, grunted the second one. They saved our lives from the rough rhinos. And they could have saved more lives if they had been quicker. We're the last village in over 20 miles, why did they happen to find the rhinos here if they're as kind-hearted as you think they are? It's too much of a coincidence. You have no idea what their circumstances were, grunted the same man. Didn't you see them? Do you think a princess would be as worn out and filthy looking if she had a choice? Angela's discomfort only seemed to grow upon every word they said. Well, now it turns out she was filthy looking? Wonderful, wonderful, it seemed her suspicions were true after all. These people were desperate to get her out of their village, and she wasn't exactly eager to stay in it anyways. She had better things to do than to hear them badmouth her. But she really needed that saddle. Almost unwillingly, she approached the place from where the voices were coming from, behind a house by the edge of the village. Maybe she just looks like that because she's trying to lure you into that stupid sense of security you're in, said the third man. You're dealing with the Fire Nation, they always pull dirty tricks and schemes to get away with what they want. So you think she was allied with the rough rhinos all along? Asked the second man, skeptical. You think this was just a ploy to make us see the Fire Nation as heroes just because she saved us from those guys? What else could it be? Asked the first one. I have to say, I fail to see the purpose of doing such a thing, Angela interrupted, startling the three men. They gazed at her in shock, some in horror, even. She was certain the two who looked guiltiest were the ones who had been claiming she was just tricking them. It was always nice to make men like these feel like the fools they were. I really couldn't care less whether you see me as a heroine or not, she said. I did what I had to do and that's all there was to it. I don't require anyone's approval, and I definitely don't need to trick you into giving it to me. I had a mission to accomplish, and accomplishing it is what I did. Now, you can carry on gossiping like the wives of noblemen if you feel like it, but I would appreciate it if you could tell me if there's anything in this village I could use as a saddle for my dragon. The man who looked the least guilty took up a pair of wooden crutches and stood up, smiling weakly at her. Angela's gaze darted down towards his leg and she realized this was the man who had been shot in the knee, the husband of the girl who had offered her and Sokka the pie. There will be something, I'm sure, follow me, he said, limping away from the darkness of the house. Angela walked after the man, pleased to see that the other two villagers had enough sense not to carry on their conversation while she was within earshot. She welcomed that little display of decency from them. I'm so sorry, princess, how much did you hear? Kong asked her, biting his lip. Enough to realize just how welcome I am here, said Angela, looking around herself. Where did the rough rhinos wind up at? They're tied up and locked in a spare room in Goro's house, replied the man. I really meant to defend you, but they're just radically against the Fire Nation, said Angela. It doesn't come off as a surprise to me. As a matter of fact, I expected it. I also expected to wake up chained along with Monk, truth to be told. I'm relieved those friends of yours didn't think of doing that. They're just wary, that's all there is to it, said Kong. It's been too many years of watching the Fire Nation wreck our country, our beliefs, our families. They have a hard time believing good can come from the Fire Nation after all this time. Yet you don't seem to have such a hard time believing it, Angela muttered. Why is that? I guess it was mostly because of your companions at first, said Kong, struggling with his crutches. For a moment I feared we'd just gotten out of one problem to jump into a worse one, but then you just ordered for the rhinos to get tied down and you didn't ask for more than for a place where your dragon could rest. That much told me your true intent was to catch the rough rhinos and to ensure the safety of your team. I stopped judging you rashly as soon as I saw that. Your interests were obviously to capture them, and in doing so you saved our lives. True, I wish you had been able to save the other villages too. But I'm not going to blame you for not doing it. I'm certain that you would have caught those brigands sooner if circumstances had allowed you to do so. Indeed, it's what I intended to do. If only your fellow villagers were as understanding. Muttered Angela. I'm very grateful for what you did, said Kong, beaming. If you hadn't showed up when you did, who knows how many other people would have sustained arrows to the knee, or the shoulder, or the head. You truly saved us. You saved them, but these guys are too blind by their hatred to see it. They must be certain the one who isn't seeing things clearly is you, said Angela. Regardless, I appreciate your attempts to get them to see this matter from your point of view. It's the least I can do, said the man, smiling. I think my wife gifted you one of her berry pies, didn't she? Indeed, it was quite delicious, muttered Angela, unable to remember just how good it was due to the wariness that had taken over her while eating said pie. She had just been baking it when the rhinos attacked. She said that without your intervention, she wouldn't have made more pies for a long time, so she thought she should give it to you as a form of gratitude, said Kong, smiling. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Angela nodded as Kong turned towards a rugged house to their left. He led the way to the back of the building, where an ostrich horse was kept. Angela frowned as Kong gestured at the ostrich horse's saddle, which was hanging on the wall next to the house's back door. Here, he said, smiling. I suppose it won't be a perfect fit, but you can try it out to see if it works. Are you certain of this? It looks like your only saddle. Can you spare it? True, I don't have another saddle, but I'd like to give it to you if you need it, said Kong. From the looks of it, I won't be able to ride for a while, and I could make myself a new saddle by time my leg gets better. You need a saddle now, and I'm more than honored to provide you with mine. Angela nodded, taken aback by the man's selflessness. He was a mere peasant, an Earth Kingdom one, and yet he was far more respectful towards her than most noblemen back home. She thanked him softly before picking up the saddle, struggling a little with its weight. It might not be the best saddle for a creature like yours. I suspect you would be more comfortable with a saddle for one of those mongoose dragons or even the Komodo rhinos. But there's really not much to choose from, is there? Said Angela, flinging the saddle over her shoulder and starting off the journey back to Zhen's barn. Well, I could ask some of my friends to go look for the rough rhino's steeds when dawn breaks. They ran off, but I doubt they went too far. We might be able to find them if we look through the forest. Don't bother, said Angela, shaking her head. If there's no need to go into that forest, it's best not to go altogether. This saddle ought to fit well enough. Kong smiled and nodded as he followed Angela diligently through the village. The princess could have walked faster, but she decided to fall back into King's pace. She eyed the man cautiously, unsure whether to ask him a few questions she had been pondering. Kong looked back at her, noticing she seemed uneasy. Is something the matter, princess? I was just wondering about something you said earlier. Muttered Angela. You mentioned my companions had been the first reason why you hadn't regarded me with such distrust. Why? Ah, well. I don't know much about dragons, but word was that firebenders were no longer trusted by dragons, and thus they wouldn't fight beside them anymore. Quite a fancy way to put it, said Angela, grimacing as she heard the man's tale. The dragons didn't agree with the war, and so they left the side of the royal family. But then you came riding a dragon. The Fire Lord's daughter, on the back of a dragon. If the dragon saw it in him to trust you, then I guessed you must be a far better person than the rest of your family. Seeing how you saved us from the rough rhinos without hardly asking for anything in return, I'm certain the dragon's judgment can be trusted, and so can you. I see. Angela couldn't help but feel mildly flustered at those words. She was no newcomer to compliments and praise, but she had never heard them in this way before. Was it true? Did Xian Long's judgment of her imply the beginning of a new era for the Fire Nation's royal family? Considering the dragon had been convinced to allow her to ride him because of her voice tone and the appeal of her fire, she rather doubted it. But there was also your other companion. You two look quite worn out, your clothes are a mess, but it wasn't hard to tell he's water tribe anyways. For a man like him to work for you. Is that really much surprise? Asked Angela. My authority is to be reckoned with, regardless of how dreadful I may look. I have no doubts it is, said Kong, smiling. Yet he's Water Tribe, the only nation that still stands its ground against the Fire Nation. I don't know why he's working with you and I won't delve into it, but the way you both fought against the rough rhinos together, and the admiration he gazed at you with when you were beating Monk down. Angela's eyes opened wider and wider at the man's words. Sokka had gazed at her with admiration? Now that was a new one. As I watched you two I realized just how wretched this war has been. You're from opposite nations, yet together you're so strong that you brought down a band of criminals as you did. Yeah, the dragon helped a lot, but you two took out most the humans, right? I wouldn't belittle Xin Long's feats in the battlefield. Muttered Angela, growing uneasy at the mention of how good a team she made with Sokka. Oh, never, said Kong, chuckling. I'm merely pointing out that you took out the band's leader, but he brought down 3 members of the group almost single-handedly. I ignore most of what happened with Sokka and Xin Long, truth to be told, admitted the princess. To bring down Monk I had to focus solely on him during our fight. Well, at the very least you must have been relieved when you saw all the other criminals had been taken care of. I was, said Angela, nodding as they entered the old woman's barn. Perhaps she made a better team with Sokka than she ever thought. It was hard to believe, considering the conditions of their relationship during the past few months. She wouldn't have wanted to work with Sokka at all a week ago, but she had been forced to. They had faced their differences and confronted each other until everything was out in the open at last, and perhaps that had helped turn them into allies again, and not just for the sake of survival. They hadn't been working together to accomplish their personal goals, as they used to when their strange relationship began. No, this time they had been working together to reach the same ends. This time they had actually been a team. I don't think we'll ever thank you and your group enough, Princess, said Kong, staring at the dark dragon in amazement. We owe you too much, even though not everyone can see it. But I assure you over half the village is on your side. Why, that's a relief, said Angela, smiling as she walked towards Xin Long. The dragon seemed quite excited to see her again, although the bond between them prevented them from feeling as if they were apart at all. Angela patted the dragon's snout, and his whiskers shook as he sniffed the saddle on her shoulder. We're going to try this on you, if you don't mind, she said. It's not going to hurt you, it's just for the sake of allowing me to ride you more comfortably, is that okay with you? Xin Long seemed doubtful about the matter at first, but he ushered Angela to try the saddle out anyways. He knew Angela well enough, even though they had only met a few hours ago, to be aware of how unwilling she was to hurt him. The princess went to his side and flung the saddle over the dragon's body. It was slightly loose, too large to fit the dragon appropriately, but it seemed it would serve its purpose. She fastened the saddle's buckles and secured the saddle onto the dragon's back, all the while sensing that the saddle brought forth mostly curiosity and confusion for Xin Long. Well, it seems to work, Xin Long, said Angela, smiling. Yes, that shall be your name. I hope it's to your liking. The dragon stared at her with his head crooked slightly to the right, as if questioning her purpose on giving him a name. He had never felt the need to name something, it was curious that humans were so keen to do such a thing. I'll find a way to repay you for this saddle, said Angela, turning towards Kong. I'll see if I can have one sent to you as soon as I reach the rest of my group. No need, Princess, said Kong. As I said, we already owe you enough as it is. You don't have to repay us for anything. We actually should be doing even more for your sake. Angela was about to laugh his suggestion off before her mind lit up with an idea. She caressed Xin Long's mane as she eyed Kong cautiously. Her common sense beckoned her to think more about what she was going to do now, what her next stops and goals would be and how she would accomplish them. You honestly think you could do more? You're truly willing to do more? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, although there's not much I can do with an injured leg, said Kong, slightly surprised by Angela's change of demeanor. What's on your mind? Well, indeed, I can't work with you if you're in that state. Given the situation, I'll need some of your fellow villagers to do a job for me, said Angela, smiling. I'll be borrowing them for a little while, so long as they're up to the task. I'll gather them at dawn, then, said Kong. What is the task you have in mind for them? Guarding my prisoners on the road, said Angela. But I won't be tagging along with them. My GLA dash. Sokka will lead them while I take care of another matter. Huh. Indeed, I can't help you with that, but I'll find people who can, said Kong. What will you be doing, princess? Angela smirked as she thought of the answer to King's question. She truly looked forward to flying through the mountains again on the back of her dragon, seeking her royal barge from the skies. It had been quite a while since she last had seen the captain of her royal guards. Chapter 44, Rough Rhinos 14. The blue sky above held no hopes or answers for the captain. He sat on the royal barge's main deck, his gaze lost in the horizon as he waited patiently for his men to return, knowing they'd come back bringing no good tidings. He had already sent 5 expeditions into the mountains, and none of them had been useful. The latest one had been unsettling, even, because the soldiers had told him there seemed to have been a struggle on the mountain's high road, and that someone had fallen down the mountainside, given the way the trees had been shattered and burned in that direction. If that had been the princess, he could kiss his life goodbye. It was his job to protect Angela, and he had always done so in the best way he could. Angela herself had given him the honor of becoming the captain of her guards, and he had always held that privileged position with pride and joy. But with every second that went by he felt more undeserving of said title. He had failed Angela on their mission, he had been too late to reach her and help her defeat the Rough Rhinos, and now he had even lost her. He was the most inadequate guard ever. Other guards were lounging on the deck as well, thirsty and tired but too upset over the disappearance of their princess to care for their own health. The group of scouts returned to the ship once again, bearing no important news judging by their bowed heads. One of them approached the captain. Nothing at all. If she wasn't the one who fell off the slope, then she must have been abducted by spirits or something. There's no trace of her. Let's hope we get abducted by them too, muttered the captain, disheartened. It would be for the best for us. I can't face the Fire Lord and tell him we lost his daughter. But we'll have to, said the soldier. How? We failed our mission, failed the princess, failed our nation. So you're saying we're going to cast ourselves out of the Fire Nation? We're going to become exiles? Asked the soldier, surprised. No, of course not, replied the captain, sighing. We'll have to go back, and tell the Fire Lord what happened. He'll kill us, that's for sure, but that's all we deserve for failing to protect the princess. The soldier gulped and nodded, obviously not comfortable with the thought of being slain by their nation's leader. But on the other hand, the captain seemed pleased with his realization. Facing the consequences of his actions would be terribly painful, but the Fire Lord would have every right to punish them for losing his daughter. His death, at the very least, would be just what he deserved. He wished his life had turned out differently, of course, that he hadn't failed his princess, but everything was over now. He couldn't change the past anymore. He stood up from where he had been sitting and looked around the river bank. They had been at the Quasia River for days now, waiting for Angela's return just as she had ordered in the letter she had left behind for the captain. But it had been to no avail. He could wait and wait for ages and she still wouldn't turn up. Angela was gone now, she was gone. The time for waiting was over, and the time for mourning had begun anew. What's that? Asked the soldier the captain had just been talking to. The captain eyed the soldier with confusion for a moment before turning towards whatever had caught his eye. The captain removed his hood and mask as he stared into the sky, his confused look growing more pronounced with each passing moment. Something was soaring in the air, something he couldn't quite recognize. It was long, as if it were a snake of some sort. Was it a snake? But a flying snake could only be a dragon. As if they didn't have enough problems as it was. It's a dragon, muttered the captain. It's a dragon. Get ready to fight if it's hostile. If not, allow him free passage. A dragon? Asked another guard, staring at the creature. A dragon? How do we even fight a dragon? If we're lucky, we won't have to. Gulped the captain, aghast. Dragons were fearsome fighters and firebenders, even the princess would have struggled to defeat one. Perhaps they were amongst the best trained soldiers of the Fire Nation, but they hadn't been trained on how to beat a dragon, and let alone one without wings. How was it even flying? The captain shook his head in disbelief at that pointless question. The dragon could be doing anything it wanted to do, that wasn't the issue at hand. The problem came with the part where he was supposed to defeat that magnificent creature. And given the direction the dragon was flying in, he would have to fight against it, no question. The captain struck a stance, waiting for the dragon to unleash fire upon them as it came closer and closer. Wait, was there someone on that dragon's back? The captain's stance grew unsteady as he stared at the creature with disbelief, and he stared at its rider with even more incredulity. This had to be a dream, a really stupid dream. It could not be happening. The dragon was flying too fast, and his rider struggled to slow his descent to no avail. In the end, she had to jump off the saddle. She collapsed on the ship's deck as the dragon crashed and twirled just a few feet away from where she had fallen. Still have to work on that landing, said Angela, breathing heavily as she stood up. Xian Long also got on his feet, trying to shake off the impact of the crash. He stumbled, feeling a little dizzy, yet he sent reassuring feelings towards Angela, letting her know he was fine. It was only then that the princess decided to look around herself. She was slightly amused by the shocked expressions on the faces of the guards who weren't wearing their masks at the moment. She sought out a particular face amongst the crowd and she found him to her right, a few steps away from where she was. "Long time no see, Captain," she said, with a dangerous smirk that promised the reprimand of the century. Princess. Princess, a dragon? A dragon?" he asked, staring at the creature in utter awe. "Well, at the very least you react appropriately at the revelation," said Angela, as Xian Long approached her and nuzzled her shoulder. "Yet I have a great amount of things I need to convey to you now, and none of them revolve around Xian Long." Princess," said the captain, finally turning towards Angela. He fell to his knees, apparently about to faint of relief. "You're safe, why you're alive." "No thanks to you, though," grunted Angela, glaring at him. The captain would have felt guiltier at her words, but he was still having a hard time giving credit to his own eyes. It was her, it was Angela. He had taken her to be missing in action, nearly certain she'd be dead, and here she was. She didn't look so good, her usual perfect hairstyle was quite messy, her clothes and armor looked rugged and not as majestic as before, and he couldn't ignore there was an odd scent coming from Angela. When had she last cleaned up? The captain could hardly care for that at this point. It was her. She was alive, and she had a dragon with her. His princess lived. "I am very sorry, princess. I never," he whispered, smiling as he gazed at her. "I never thought it would be so hard to capture the rough rhinos, and I never intended to take such a long time to reach you. I can't blame you for either thing, though," muttered Angela, having become too familiar with the unpleasant sensation of failure to make the man feel even more miserable than he already did. Catching the rhinos was no easy feat after all. "No, what? Wait, you caught them?" asked the captain, bolting up to his feet. "What was the whole purpose of this journey, Captain?" asked Angela, raising an eyebrow. "I didn't come to the Fire Nation colonies looking for a dragon, even though I found one." But, how? Where are they?" "Sokka is leading them here right now," said Angela, patting Xian Long's snout. "We defeated them in a village. The villagers helped us tie them down and some of them are escorting them, along with Sokka, through the mountains. Nevertheless, it's a very long journey on foot and as much as I believe those villagers have good intentions, they're no soldiers. Therefore, I need you to send a group to find them on the road and bring them back safely to the barge. Am I clear?" "You need me to send a group into the mountains?" asked the captain, surprised. "Yes, that's what I just said. How many times will you make me repeat myself?" grunted Angela, glaring at the man. "Take the train tank, will you? It'll be faster to find them if you do. Of course, Taiwei have to be extra careful while driving. The roads in those mountains are unexpectedly dangerous." "It will be done, princess." said the captain hastily, bowing down to her and gazing up at her figure in awe. What are you looking at? Angela asked, growing irritated. I'm so relieved you're fine, princess, said the captain, smiling. Well, you should be, grunted Angela, walking through the ship. Get going. Any explanations you want can wait until the rough rhinos are secured. Yes, princess, said the captain, nodding. And, what about you? Where are you going? Angela stopped before reaching the door that would lead her inside the ship. She turned towards the captain and flashed him a smile that was quite an unusual sight on her face. A hopeful, joyous smile. I'm going to take a bath. Angela sighed in relief as she sank into the tub's warm water, her hair floating in the water after she had brushed and cleaned it. She had scrubbed the filth of 6 days off her body as hastily as possible, and now she floated in the water amongst bubbles and the scent of soap. Finally she could start feeling like herself again. Xian Long had stayed on the deck, eyeing the soldiers warily given that most of them seemed terrified of him. Angela had let him know that her men meant no harm, and that he could trust them, but the dragon seemed to have been infected by some of her more mischievous traits. He would lie down on the floor and pretend to be safe to approach, but as soon as a soldier took one step too close to him, he'd grunt and the guards would flee, terrified. Xian Long chuckled in a curious manner whenever that happened, having learned from Angela and her memories to express his amusement through laughter. Right now he was toying with the food the soldiers had offered him, considering whether to eat it or to get picky just to tick them off. Angela had tasked her men to take good care of the dragon, and the creature seemed to be quite intent on making fun of them while they performed their duty. Yet he was also confused by whatever Angela was doing, dipped in water as she was. The princess reassured him through her thoughts, letting him know she was just cleaning up. Xian Long seemed to fail to understand the purpose of what she was doing, but he didn't question her. He picked one of the chicken legs they had brought him, sniffed it, and gulped it down in one go, spitting out a bare, scorched bone only seconds afterwards. The bone flew straight at one of the nearby soldiers, poking him in the back. The man jumped and looked at the dragon in shock, knowing he had done that intentionally. Xian Long merely rolled on the deck and gave the man a reptilian smirk. Angela smiled at Xian Long's impish deeds, knowing she had been quite a bad influence on the creature without meaning to. That knack of being amused at the expenses of others was something he had definitely picked up from her. She looked up at the ceiling, still having a hard time believing everything had been sorted out. What day was it? She frowned as she tried to decipher it, and she sat up when she finished her calculations. If everything was as it seemed, then maybe. Just maybe. She got out of the tub despite having longed to spend most the day in the water. She couldn't stop smiling as she dressed herself in clean clothes, placing another set of armor on her shoulders. She fixed her hair quickly, tying it up with a half knot and placing her golden headpiece before it. She gazed at herself in a mirror and smiled confidently at her reflection. Finally, Princess Angela was back. She walked out of her cabin and headed to the main deck, where she found a couple of soldiers still gazing at Xian Long warily. They stood up firmly and bowed down to her upon seeing her. What day is it? She asked to the nearest one, who jumped at being addressed directly by the Fire Lord's daughter. It's the 13th day of the month, princess, muttered the man nervously. Angela nodded, her eyes lit with determination and certainty. She had 2 days. In normal circumstances she wouldn't have bothered trying to reach Garsai at this point in time. It would be virtually impossible for her barge to cross the entire continent in such a short time span. But on a dragon. Did the captain set out already? She asked. Yes, princess. He took a group of guards and left to the woods on the train tank an hour ago or so, said another soldier. How long should it take for him to reach the rhinos? Muttered Angela, frowning. Well, no matter. The soldiers were slightly confused upon hearing her talk to herself like this, and they grew even more uneasy when she approached the dragon. Angela patted Xian Long on the snout, and the dragon suddenly nodded in her direction, as if agreeing with something she hadn't even said, and before they knew it, Angela was sitting on the saddle on the dragon's back. What are you doing, princess? Asked the men, compelled to approach her but too scared of the dragon to make a move. Where are you going? I'm off to keep an eye on my gladiator, she said. He's leading the rough rhinos down the road, see? Why yes, but you needn't leave. The captain will find him soon enough. And once the captain finds him, I'll take the slave to Garsai, grunted Angela. As soon as the captain brings the rough rhinos into the ship, set your course towards the Fire Nation. I'll catch up with you as soon as I have a chance. But princess, we just found you again. Started one of the men, walking towards her. But it was too late, Angela had already made up her mind. Xian Long took off right away, and Angela held onto his saddle as the dragon flew into the skies. She didn't bother saying farewells to the soldiers, invested as she was in this battle against time. They could make it to Garsai. They would make it. They caught sight of the train tank progressing through the mountain after flying for over 20 minutes. The machine's progress was far more efficient than Angela had thought it would be. It had already passed by the site where she had confronted the rough rhinos and it was close to reaching the first village by now. Angela carried on flying, ushering Xian Long to speed up in hopes of finding Sokka and his procession now. Xian Long gazed around himself in awe, enjoying the way the air buffeted him. The open space was truly pleasant for him, the world around him held so many wonders he didn't quite understand. Trees extended below him, mountains rose before him, the sky was covered with white clouds and other creatures flew far in the horizon. Angela was surprised when Xian Long sped off out of his own accord towards a hawk. The bird flew off, intimidated by the dragon's size. Xian Long slowed down again, seeming slightly disappointed by the hawk's response. They were both creatures of the sky, so why was he so afraid of him? Perhaps it was because he could spew fire. In that case, he should find others like him, others that would enjoy flying alongside him. Angela gritted her teeth when she sensed the dragon's thoughts. Xian Long was startled by the unexpected grief he felt emanating from his rider. Angela sighed and patted his neck, biting her lip before muttering. I'm sorry, Xian Long, but there aren't others like you. The dragon seemed to understand what she meant, although he didn't grasp why she was so upset about the matter. Angela closed her eyes and brought forth her knowledge about dragons and their fate, letting Xian Long understand the truth about her forefathers and about the demise of the race of dragons. Xian Long saw everything she showed him, realizing that Angela's family had destroyed his kin, and even though he felt a pang of pain in his soul, the dragon asked Angela not to feel responsible for the matter. It had been her grandfather, and not her, who had ordered and enjoyed the dragon slaughter. Xian Long wished he could know others of his kind, but there was nothing to be done about it as it was. The way he saw it, he had spent his entire life alone, and even though those dragons might have been related to him, he had never really known them or thought of them as his family. Angela, on the other hand, had bonded with him and given him a new world. He knew what was in her heart, and he knew she would never hurt him in the way Angela had hurt the other dragons. She was his family now, and he was glad they had found each other. Angela nodded and placed her head on the dragon's scaly neck, relieved by the dragon's response. She had dreaded the moment when Xian Long would understand the truth behind her family's wrongdoings against the dragons. She had feared Xian Long would abandon her, horrified, and seek revenge against the Fire Nation for that treason. But instead, he was the one telling her to calm down. Instead, he was relieved that she hadn't kept the truth from him. He saw her for who she truly was, and he knew that if she'd had a choice, she wouldn't have allowed the dragons to die out as they had. Xian Long genuinely believed in her. But, there's no need to despair, she said, smiling. We can find others, we'll find others like you, Xian Long. If you were hidden in the mountains, then there's a chance there will be more dragons in the world. We just have to know where to look. Xian Long seemed to grow hopeful at Angela's words. It would be very nice to find others of his kind, although he wasn't going to put himself to the task right now. He had Angela with him, he wasn't alone anymore, and that filled him with happiness. He would stay beside Angela for as long as she needed him. As soon as he had a chance, he would fly into the mountains and seek other dragons. Angela smiled and nodded at his resolution, truly thankful by the dragon's partnership. It was astounding that he was as understanding as he was. She embraced his neck and Xian Long continued flying, as they both enjoyed the one-of-a-kind closeness between a rider and dragon. Sokka had been quite surprised to wake up in the bed, with no memories of how he had gotten there, and his surprise had only grown after Angela had asked him to escort the rough rhinos through the mountain road. Sokka had secretly wished Azula would allow him to rest for a little longer, since they were only starting to regain their energies, but the princess had given him his orders and flown off on her dragon, to seek the captain and get him to meet with Sokka halfway through the mountains. Sokka had been slightly unwilling to go with her plans, not wanting to take care of the rough rhinos virtually by himself, but he had complied when Azula told him she would fly back to him to keep tabs on the rhinos as soon as possible. The villagers who had tagged along with him were strong, though innocent in their own way. They were 10, and they had brought 5 carts on which they had strapped down the rhinos. The villagers pulled the carts in pairs while Sokka led the way through the wilderness. The men chattered, asking Sokka questions about the dragon and about working for the Fire Lord's daughter. One even asked if he was truly working for her, or if he was involved romantically with her somehow. Sokka kept most responses as short and unrevealing as possible, unwilling to let the villagers know more about the true nature of the relationship between him and Azula. As much as he believed these men were kind-hearted, he was certain that kindness would fade away if they knew he was actually her slave. Sokka frowned as he walked through the mountain, wondering when had things taken such a turn. A few months ago he would have jumped at the opportunity of being set free from the chains that bound him to Azula. If they knew his status as a gladiator, the villagers with him would likely encourage him to go against her, to stand up for himself and refuse to be her slave, but he didn't want them to. Why didn't he? Why would he choose the life of a gladiator over a life of freedom? Unknowingly, now he was a gladiator out of his own free will. He had the choice to leave. He could find a new life for himself. He recalled the huge conflict he had with Azula back in the Fire Nation, and he remembered well enough that she didn't want anything else to do with him. He could have been free from her influence back then, and yet he had crawled back to her and followed her through the entire Earth Kingdom. Back then he had been convinced it was out of a sense for doing things the right way, but now he realized what it really was. He had genuinely wanted to be with Azula. And he didn't want someone to tell him to leave her once he had a chance. No, he didn't care for having that chance. He was bound by honor, and by his own wishes, to stay by Azula's side, to support her and help her out whenever she needed him. And he was doing so right now, by dragging the rough rhinos through the forest. He couldn't help but feel somewhat proud of himself at those thoughts. Perhaps he didn't agree wholeheartedly with Azula on many things, well, on most things, but the thought of working alongside her filled him with a joy he didn't recall having experienced before. Something had changed inside him during their time in that forest. Sokka was surprised to spot a long, snake-like creature hovering several feet above them during noon. He figured Azula would reappear eventually, but he thought it would take her much longer to do so. He wondered if she would come down to the ground. Given that she hadn't descended yet, he doubted she would. It seemed she was just watching from afar, probably waiting for the moment when they would run into the captain, although Sokka figured it would happen on the next day, at the very least. There was too much distance between them, and the captain couldn't be going that fast, could he? 3 hours later, after passing by the second village on their way through the mountains, Sokka discovered he had guessed wrongly. Azula had vanished for a while. She probably had landed because the dragon had needed some rest, and she reappeared at just a few seconds after the train tank came into view on the road ahead of them. Sokka felt somewhat foolish when he saw the machine. Of course the captain would be able to get here quickly if he used the tank. Whoa! What's that thing? Asked one of the villagers, shocked as the train tank stopped a few ways away from where they were. It's a train tank, said Sokka, beaming. But what matters most is what's inside it. A hatch was opened on one of the wagons, and a group of royal guards climbed off the machine. Sokka had never been so pleased to see the men in the red outfits. "Captain! It's been so long!" he exclaimed, tears in his eyes as he waved at the man with golden trims on his clothing. The captain couldn't believe he was actually relieved to see Sokka again, still in one piece. He needed a great amount of explanations regarding whatever adventures Sokka had lived with the princess in the forest, but as for now he had more important matters to tend to. "Secure the rhinos and place them inside the train tank," Azula ordered from the back of Xin Long. The villagers jumped at the sight of the dragon, not sure of what was more terrifying, whether the soldiers, the machine, the creature, or the princess in all her splendor. "Well, looks like someone got revitalized," said Sokka, raising an eyebrow at Azula's get-up. "Changed clothes and all? I had the chance to clean off 6 days of filth, said Angela, looking down at him. No way, I wouldn't take it. Sokka chuckled as the royal guards passed by him and headed towards the prisoners, taking them from the carts and carrying them back to the train tank. The villagers seemed intimidated by the guards, their minds obviously scarred by the years of fearing Fire Nation soldiers. They really had a hard time believing these men weren't here to harm them. Once every rough rhino had been placed inside the train tank, Angela turned towards the villagers and nodded in their direction. I will make sure to send my thanks for your cooperation as soon as I have an opportunity to do so, said the princess, bowing her head towards them curtly. And I'll seek to make amends for the rhinos' pillaging of the villages, if it's possible. Sure, said one of the villagers, gazing at her in awe along with the rest of his fellow folk. Sokka could help but smile at their reaction. You look terrible, said the captain, approaching the gladiator. If you had any clue of what I've been through, you'd think I look way better than I should, said Sokka, grinning. The captain smiled too and he patted Sokka on the shoulder. I have no idea what you went through, but I'm relieved you did as I asked. Thanks for watching over her, Gladiator. You can just call me Sokka, you know, said Sokka, chuckling. And in turn, I ought to call you by your name. What is it, by the way? I realized I didn't know just a while after you took off. Why, such blissful reunion, Angela interrupted their conversation, glaring at them. Could you keep your pleasantries for later, Sokka? We really don't have much time to spare. Huh? Why don't we? Asked Sokka, confused. We're finally about to go back. If anything, we should finally catch a break from everything now. Not at all, said Angela, smirking at him. You and I have somewhere we need to go, and we can still make it there if we take off now. What are you? Sokka asked, confused, before the realization seemed to hit him on the head with the force of a hurricane. Wait. Garsai. Why you mean to get me to my fight? I know we had both given up on the opportunity to reach your fight on time, but we can make it on Xin Long, said Angela, smiling confidently. So long as we leave now, that is. But. I'm going to get killed. Sokka squealed. I used to be in great conditions before and I still lost against earthbenders. Imagine how badly I'm going to fare now. If you think you're going to get killed, then you probably will be, grunted Angela. Quit with the negative attitude, will you? If we survived a forest for 5 days, you can face off against an earthbender and survive him also. You seem so sure. Gulped Sokka, approaching the dragon. Wait, what about us? Asked the captain. What are your orders, princess? Take off to the Fire Nation, said Angela, extending a hand towards Sokka and helping him onto the saddle. The captain watched them with incredulity. We'll meet you halfway there, just as we did here. But, muttered the guard, worried before shaking his head and bowing down towards Angela. As you command. That's more like it, grunted Angela, glaring at the captain. She patted Xin Long on the neck and the creature blasted off towards the sky immediately. Sokka was about to hold on to Angela to keep his balance on the saddle, but he decided not to on a second thought. His hands grasped the saddle's back, hoping it would help him find enough support to fight off the momentum. Angela leaned down on Xin Long's neck as they gained even more speed, dashing rapidly into the west. Garsai's Jade Range was one of the most unique gladiator arenas. Instead of sporting the traditional sand or earth pit, the Jade Range's fighting grounds were covered by a film of emerald grass. Fighters were less prone to being knocked off their feet on these stable terrains, and the sunlight that gleamed through the open ceiling of the dome wouldn't blind them as it did when it reflected against the sand. Due to these conditions, the Jade Range was thought to be the one arena where the best fighter was certain to prevail. But that might not be the case today. The Twin Hammers sponsor was slightly relieved to see that he might be about to take an easy win through a forfeit, although he hadn't been too worried about the fight's outcome for a while. Accepting the princess's challenge had seemed too bold a move at first, but when he heard the Blue Wolf had lost most his fights abroad he had felt quite hopeful. And for the seat beside him to be empty only fueled those hopes further. The Twin Hammer wasn't in his best shape lately, another earthbender had broken his leg in a fight and it hadn't mended properly. Thus the Twin Hammer had lost several fights, and his sponsor was more than pleased to see that streak end even if it only through a forfeit. 10 minutes have passed now, said a staff member, approaching him on the balcony. Are you willing to wait 5 more minutes, or shall we call the forfeit now? The Twin Hammers sponsor snorted with derision. There was no chance the princess would make it into the city and all the way into the arena in 5 minutes, considering her royal procession hadn't even been seen leaving Ba Sing Se. He nodded with condescendence, finding some delight in delaying the unavoidable result. The staff member left him, and the sponsor just smiled to himself for 5 minutes. It seemed the princess could only pretend to play this game for so long. The judges have an announcement to make, called the man at the Jade Range's bullhorn. The public seemed restless, knowing that an announcement at this point in time could only mean a forfeit. Many had come expecting to see the princess's fighter eagerly, and it was the biggest letdown for this fight to result in a forfeit. Due to the absence of one of our fighters, started one of the judges, taking over the megaphone. We have decided that this fight shall be awarded to. He was interrupted when the megaphone man shrieked unexpectedly. The Twin Hammers sponsor frowned and looked at the judge's balcony to find the megaphone man pointing at the sky in utter shock. The judges' faces showed that very same distress quickly, the expression on their faces mirrored that of the megaphone man. The Twin Hammers sponsor frowned and looked towards whatever might be so surprising. His skepticism froze on his face when a massive black dragon landed heavily in the middle of the Jade Range's grass pit. Everyone jumped at the sight of such terrifying creature, the judges shrieked, the sponsor jumped and toppled over his chair, and a great portion of the audience fled the arena altogether. Yet the dragon kept calm, not minding the chaos nearby so long as his rider patted him on the neck reassuringly. And to the Twin Hammers sponsor's utter shock, said rider was none other than P-Princess. P-Princess Angela, said one of the judges, staring at her in utter shock. Pardon my delay, she said, lifting her head towards the judge's balcony. I'm usually one to be punctual, but circumstances were against me on this occasion. Nevertheless, here I am, and here's my gladiator. Shall we? That's a, the dragon can't he be in the fighting ground, princess? Said another judge, shaking as he pointed at the creature. Ah, naturally, said Angela, smiling and turning towards Sokka. You're up now, Sokka. Do your best. Don't I always? Sokka asked, smiling back at her and jumping off the saddle. Let's hope this wasn't a big mistake, Angela. Angela would have told him off for being so pessimistic, but she knew well enough that the odds weren't in their favor this time around. She nodded at Sokka and ushered Xin Long to leap out of the sand pit. The dragon used his mysterious flight abilities to climb up to the roof of the dome, from where both he and Angela would be able to watch the fight. I hope this isn't a bother, Angela said to the judges, who were right below her. It's fine, so long as the creature behaves, said the leader of the judges, notoriously terrified but somewhat reassured to see Angela seemed to control the creature perfectly. His common sense told him to stay as far from the creature as possible, but it also told him not to upset the princess or her steed in any way. He had expected this to be a common, typical day until the risk of getting scorched alive by a dragon had appeared. He truly hoped to live past this unexpected turn of events. I won't bring him into the arena on future occasions, you can rest assured, Angela called back to them. But given how late I was, I really didn't have a choice. The judges were restless in their balcony, and only the most curious members of the audience had suppressed the urge to flee in hopes to understand what surreal event was happening in the arena. This was certain to be a great tale to pass on to their acquaintances later. The Twin Hammers sponsor stared at the dark creature on the dome's roof in utter disbelief, unable to believe he was actually witnessing what he was witnessing. He gazed down at the fighting area, discovering the creature had left a few gaps where it had landed, and by those holes stood the blue wolf. He didn't look too intimidating, but the sponsor figured nothing would seem intimidating after a dragon. But the gladiator seemed ready to fight, and he was waiting patiently for the gates of his opponent's standby room to be swung open. Suddenly the Twin Hammers sponsor began regretting having accepted extending the waiting time for 5 more minutes. The gladiator will be allowed to fight, said a judge on a megaphone. What time limit shall we give the battle? I believe my fellow sponsor should choose, said Angela, sighing. We are late after all. It's a small price to pay for it. The Twin Hammer's sponsor gulped and gestured at the judges for 10 minutes, hoping to get out of the jade range as quickly as possible. Chances were he would have a kick out of telling other people about the dragon later, but right now all he wanted to do was run away. Nevertheless, he knew he would have to wait for the battle to conclude before taking off. The judges reminded Sokka to use only 5 weapons, and he nodded promptly before dropping a handful of his bombs and keeping only one for the battle. Once he was done with that, the wooden grid was drawn back and the Twin Hammer entered the field. The man was tall, broad, and dark-skinned. His face was bearded although the top of his head was cleanly shaved. Sokka picked up on the man's limp even though he was doing his best to mask it. His right leg had been wounded, and it probably had healed badly. "The time limit shall be of 10 minutes, declared the megaphone man, his voice shaky instead of enthusiastic. Get ready, fighters, and start." Sokka didn't move as the Twin Hammer roared and stuck his hands into the ground, only to bring them back up holding a pair of makeshift earth hammers. "Huh, neat trick, that one," said Sokka. "Twin Hammer indeed, aren't you? I used to work with metal hammers, boy, stupid rules won't allow me to use them, so I make do with what I can," said the Twin Hammer, grinning. "So? Ready to perish?" "Not really, no," said Sokka, shrugging carelessly. The Twin Hammer seemed shocked by Sokka's response, mostly due to how genuine it was. Most gladiators would just counter his bravado with more bravado, but this youngling would merely shrug him off as if he weren't even interested in the fight. "You should be," said the Twin Hammer before planting a foot on the ground, rising a tower of boulders from the ground and striking at them with his hammers, sending them all Sokka's way. Sokka brought forth Space Sword and cut through each rock as if it were child's play, without putting much effort into his motions. "Sorry, I'm a little tired," said Sokka, yawning. "I would be a little more into it, but it's been an exhausting week, you see." The Twin Hammer bared his teeth and continued flinging rocks at Sokka to no avail. The Blue Wolf evaded some of them and sliced others in half, now growing a little more taxed by his efforts. "You see, I was back at Ba Sing Se and I just had the brilliant idea to go chasing a band of criminals," started Sokka, talking as if the Twin Hammer were an old friend to share his stories with. "What the hell are you talking about?" the Twin Hammer shouted, jumping forward towards Sokka and attempting to strike him with the makeshift weapons. Sokka leapt back and smirked slightly when the Twin Hammer found himself landing on one of the gaps on the ground left behind by the dragon's talons. The ground wasn't as close as he had expected it to be, and pain had shot through his right leg after his misstep. He shouted out as he struggled to stay on his feet, lifting his earth hammers and throwing one of them at Sokka. The swordsman evaded the blow again. "And well, you see, we fell down this nasty slope and we were stuck in a forest living off Komodo rhino meat for 5 days, you hear me? 5 days. Can you believe it?" said Sokka, walking off carelessly as the Twin Hammer tried to regain his stance. Shut up," grunted the Twin Hammer, glaring at his opponent. "Shut up. And then we went into this cave and we found the dragon," said Sokka, spreading his arms cheerfully before looking at his rival in surprise. "Wait, you don't want to hear it?" "When did I say I did, you blockhead?" shouted the Twin Hammer, throwing earth at Sokka rashly. Sokka pouted as a batch of grass flew overhead, dropping some soil on his already filthy appearance. "Well, then, what's the point of this if you don't want to talk?" he asked, shaking his head in disbelief. "This is a gladiator fight. If you want to talk nonsense, go find a politician," shouted the Twin Hammer, trying to throw more earth at Sokka but failing in his attempt. His leg was killing him, such a simple impact, just one slip of his foot, and it would cost him the fight. "Well, given that you're not much good a fighter, I figured you'd rather talk," said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "But if that's the way you want it." Sokka withdrew the bomb from his belt and threw it to the ground. Dark smoke covered the whole fighting ground, hiding the two fighters from the public's sight and each other's. Sokka smirked when he heard the Twin Hammer trip and fall again due to his compromised vision. He owed the fight to Xin Long for leaving those gashes on the ground. It seemed everything was going according to plan. Until the Twin Hammer, in a fit of frustration, anger, and madness, began pounding at the ground with his massive fists. The entire building shook with the strength of the earthquake the earthbender was producing. Sokka's confidence faded away when the grounds underneath him cracked and shifted, some chunks of earth rising while others sank. Sokka jumped, trying to escape the unstable grounds, but everything around him was shifting. At this rate, the twin hammer would bring down the entire enclosure. Xian Long grew restless on the top of the dome, and he began floating to avoid being bothered by the instability of the shaking building. He nearly asked Azula to leave and forget the pointless battle below, for he found it too boring, but the princess was completely invested in it. She stared down at the dissipating smoke, dreading that might Sokka have fallen to his rival. But to her utter relief, he was still struggling to escape being buried alive by the intense earthquake. Just watching him jump from side to side filled her with anguish and hope on even amounts. He could do it this time around. Yes he could. He had been doing too well to lose at this point. Sokka's mind was filled with similar thoughts. There was no chance he wouldn't be able to beat an injured man when he had already driven him to such desperation. He could do this, he knew he could. As a matter of fact, he had to. If he didn't stop the twin hammer, the man would tear down the entire city in his fit of anger. All Sokka had to do was get close enough. And thus, instead of trying to escape him, Sokka jumped forward, avoiding spikes and slumps of earth as he tried to reach his enemy. He hacked off some large chunks of earth and kept moving towards the place where all the shock waves were coming from, the spot where the twin hammer was slamming his enormous fists on the ground. Time seemed to slow down as he finally reached the Gladiator. He had to cut down a tower of earth with his right hand, and by doing so he wouldn't have enough time to strike the man with his sword, hence he pulled out his club and brought it down powerfully on the twin hammer's brow. The earth stopped shaking, and the rumbling sound that accompanied it fell silent as well. A cloud of dust floated level to Sokka's waist, product of the intense earth movements of just a moment ago. Sokka was panting, staring at the unconscious man before him. It took him a moment to realize what had actually happened. His eyes snapped wide open at the reigning thought in his head. I beat an earthbender. He muttered, smiling. An earthbender. The megaphone man spoke nervously when he finally found it in himself to make the announcement that had to be done. The Blue Wolf wins, he declared. He took a deep breath before setting down the bullhorn and walking away from the judge's balcony. Where are you going? Asked one of the judges, surprised. I'm calling it a day, said the megaphone man, shaking his head. And I think you guys ought to do the same. There were 2 more fights left for that day, but the judges found themselves welcoming the advice more than they usually would. After all that destruction, there were little chances that anyone would be able to fight in the Jade Range anytime soon anyways. I beat an earthbender. Sokka squealed, sheathing his weapons. I beat an earthbender. Almost by instinct, he sought out his sponsor, in hopes to see her reaction at his great accomplishment, and he wasn't disappointed at all. Because neither was she. Azula couldn't stop herself from beaming down at him, relief washing over her, telling her that she hadn't been wrong, for once, to give Sokka another chance. Because in doing so, he had become the man he had been before. Their time in the woods would go down as one of the lousiest periods of her life, but she knew well enough that without having allowed Sokka to convey to her everything he had to say, he would have never turned back into the fighter she had hired to work for her. She knew it now, it really wasn't impossible for him to beat earthbenders. Granted, it would be hard, but he could learn to do it. The truth behind his losses and failures was that he had been in such an emotional turmoil that he had been unable to fight properly. He had even mocked around his opponent in his strange psychological play again. When was the last time he had done such a thing? Azula couldn't help but smile at him, knowing her rational side begged at her not to show such feelings of delight towards Sokka, but she could hardly help herself. Her gladiator had returned. Sokka didn't miss the way she was smiling at him even though there was such distance between them. His chest seemed to be set ablaze with pride and joy, because he hadn't let her down. No, his time of disappointing Azula was over. Their eyes clashed together, just like they used to long ago. No, it was different this time around. They both were prizing the other in ways they hadn't done it before. She was reveling in Sokka going back to who he had always been, while Sokka was cherishing the look on her face above everything else. Beating an earthbender seemed a meaningless feat next to making Angela smile in that manner. He would go to the ends of the earth if just to keep that smile on her face. And as ever, he was down below, and she was above, out of reach. Once more, they were the turtle and the hawk. But the hawk had returned, even after he had hurt her. They were still worlds apart, but that didn't stop them from staring at the other with admiration. That didn't stop them from holding each other in the high regards they did. Maybe they belonged in worlds apart, but that wouldn't hold them back from reaching out to what should be out of reach. What was so wrong about doing so? What was left of the audience had been celebrating Sokka's triumph, but he had been too busy gazing up at his sponsor to notice. The magical eye contact broke off as he looked around himself and raised a fist in the air, feeling genuinely victorious for the very first time, although it had little to do with having beaten his opponent. Angela chuckled and shook her head at the sight of his enthusiastic celebration, allowing him to bask in his joy for now, but aware that his exhaustion would take a toll on him eventually. After all, they had flown for 2 days to get here, on top of all the tiredness they already were suffering from. "It's really over now," she said, taking a deep breath and releasing it slowly. "Everything is done, at last." Xian Long looked up at her in mild confusion, still wondering what the fuss was with that random-looking fight between their fellow companion and the weird man who could shake the earth. He was even more confused by the joy he could sense from within Angela. What was the nature of the bond she had with that boy? It was definitely nothing like the one she had with him. Xian Long could tell as much, but what it was, he didn't know. All he knew was that Angela seemed to prize her bond with Sokka just as much as she prized the one between the two of them. Sokka dropped on the tavern seat with no subtlety whatsoever, still smiling cheerfully. After his fight, Angela had dragged him through the city in search for a bathhouse, because Sokka's smell was starting to remind her too much of that homeless man they had met once in the capital. The stench still held onto his clothes, but at the very least he looked much better when he came out of the establishment. Afterwards they had decided to fetch something to eat. Angela wasn't interested in the pleasantries and questioning she knew she'd be subjected to by the town's mayor if she went to him as scheduled, and since she could make use of the winnings from the fight against the Twin Hammer, she decided they should go to the nearest food store she could find. She wasn't too fond of it being a tavern, but she didn't feel like looking for a better establishment. She rather doubted there would be anything up to her standards, but she could still make use of her current tolerance of living a commoner's life. Her time in that forest had driven her to realize that peasants didn't have it as bad as she had always thought. "Wow, I'm so tired," said Sokka, smiling. "That bath was a great idea, but it just reminded me of how exhausted I am." "It's been the most chaotic week ever," said Angela, dropping on the seat before him. "I feel like sleeping for a month." "A year sounds more like it," said Sokka, chuckling. "Where's our new friend right now?" "He's off hunting," said Angela. "We're having dinner, so he's having his." "Makes sense," said Sokka. "Say, how do you know all those things about him? Is there a sort of telepathic link between you two or something?" "It's quite ironic that you'd say it sarcastically," said Angela, smirking slightly as Sokka's mouth opened up comically. Seriously?" he mustered after a moment. Angela still seemed amused. "Yes, seriously. I doubt you'd understand if I tried to explain it to you, though," said Angela, as a waitress brought their meals and drinks to them. "Always underestimating the power of my brain," muttered Sokka, shaking his head. "Anyways, after being stuck in a forest for ages, after 2 encounters with a band of criminals, after facing a dragon in his own domains and after beating an earthbender for the first time, the occasion really calls for a celebration of some sort. So cheers." He picked up his pint of rice wine and drained it quickly as Angela raised an eyebrow in his direction. Sokka eyed her, confused. "You're not drinking?" "Not that stuff, I'm not," she grunted. "Oh, back to the refined princess, are we?" Sokka asked, teasingly. "You think she ever left?" Angela inquired, making Sokka chuckle. "Ah, true enough," he said. "Even when eating rhino meat you would do it so gracefully it would look as if you were just having a snack in the palace or something." "And you'd know about how I eat snacks in the palace?" Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, no, I mean, it's just an assumption." Sokka said, making her chuckle quietly. Always one to jump to conclusions, aren't you? She said, looking at her dish with utter joy as she tasted the first dumpling. She was returning home slowly, but surely, and the improvement on the food quality seemed to be a metaphor of it. They ate silently, too desperate to quench their hunger to find any room for trivial conversations. Angela suspected she would spend weeks trying to smother the desperate appetite she had developed after being stuck in that forest for so long. She was likely to put on some weight at this rate, but at the moment it didn't bug her much. Sokka, on the other hand, had no such worries about the future. He was too busy ravaging his meal to stop to think about anything else. Sokka asked for a second round of both food and drink. Angela requested nothing else. She sat on her chair, going over the past few days in her head while Sokka finished his food. At long last he leaned back on his chair and smiled brightly, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand as his plate lay empty before him. Now that's a meal. I missed real food, he said, cheerfully. Angela would have told him off for not using the handkerchief next to him to clean up, but there were other matters on her mind at the moment, matters that drove her attention away from his lack of decency and towards other issues. You okay? He asked, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. Angela felt compelled to lie and claim nothing was bothering her. Lying to cover up what was going through her mind seemed a good idea, but something convinced her that it wasn't. Perhaps Sokka's inner turmoil had been soothed, but the same couldn't be said for hers. Not quite, there are a few things we need to talk about, she muttered. Is it what you were going to tell me in the stables? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Why, that? Angela froze on her spot at the reminder of that unfinished conversation. Or is it you don't remember what it was yet? Sokka asked. I do, but that's not, there's a lot more to be said before that, Angela whispered. You told me your side of the story, didn't you? It's probably time for you to hear mine. Sokka froze on his spot, not expecting her to say those words. Unease and nervousness took over him, but he nodded, letting her to open up to him if she truly felt like doing so. Back when this whole mess started, well, I didn't see it coming in the slightest, muttered Angela. I'd been convinced that whatever we had was meaningful, important to you. When I saw you in that fight I couldn't believe my eyes. I wanted to think you were just manipulating her somehow, trying to make the fight easier by distracting her through your flirting or something, but then you said otherwise when I was in that waiting room with you. And I lost it. I became desperate. I didn't know what I was doing or what the purpose of my actions was. I just wanted to open your eyes and make you see me for who I was again, to get you to stop looking at her and come back to me. Sokka had already thought this to be the true intent of her actions, the true meaning of that kiss, but hearing her admit it was almost as if he had never known it in the first place. He dropped his gaze, unable to continue looking at her in the eye. Angela wasn't meeting his gaze either, doing so would have made giving this explanation far more difficult than it already was. It was probably the wrong reason to do such a thing, Angela said. Yet, just as you said, I actually don't regret it. It was unexpectedly exhilarating. Sokka smiled and nodded, agreeing completely with that statement. What I said, well, I blurted it out mostly out of frustration. I thought that, if we could kiss this way, then maybe you wouldn't want to go back to her. In a way. I really wanted to keep you to myself even though I had no right to do so. I'm your gladiator, said Sokka, frowning. I'm supposed to answer, first and foremost, to you. You'd given me too much freedom as it was. I never expected you to be like any common slave, though, Angela admitted. It was a lot more fun to walk beside you than to stride ahead just to remind you that you belonged beneath me. Perhaps you do, perhaps you're supposed to be inferior. But I never wanted you to be. When I thought you'd leave me, when I thought you'd run off to the next woman's arms. I knew I couldn't stop whatever it was you felt towards her, but that didn't hold me back from wanting to stop you anyways. That kiss was my last resort at that point in time, my last resort to make you see me for who I truly was, to make you realize what you could have with me if you only decided to give us a chance. But I guess what I said didn't help illustrate my goal. I was so angry, and jealous, and I still couldn't believe you'd done what you did. I understood for a moment, I think, muttered Sokka. But then I started coming up with the worst-case scenarios, and I convinced myself that you were out to get me. In a way, I can hardly blame you for thinking that way. Well, I disagree. If I'd only opened up to the possibility that perhaps you hadn't been trying to ruin my life, we could have talked things through later. But I jumped to conclusions and, well. And thus you said everything you said, muttered Angela, her chest aching at the memory. I'm glad you didn't deny having believed everything you told me that night. I half expected you to claim you had been too drunk to make any sense out of what you'd been saying. I believed it back then. I don't anymore, said Sokka, looking up at her. Angela still didn't meet his eyes. It hurt, though, it really hurt. And I was too angry at you to be honest about my true intentions as well, she whispered. Your fury only helped fuel mine. At that moment, I actually wanted to hurt you with my words far more than you were hurting me with yours. But given the result, I lost against you on that particular fight. I felt as if I were breaking, shattering into a million pieces. I spent the next days looking back on the matter and realizing I had to move on from it. You were still my gladiator, and I was still your sponsor. We had to play that part no matter how much you seemed to hate me. I figured the hate was twofold, wasn't it? Sokka asked, surprised. Not at first, Angela admitted. After that night, I actually hated myself far more than I could hate you. I blamed myself for the outcome, for being stupid and delusional regarding you. I had no reason to prize our relationship as I had. You were a slave, what did it matter what you thought of me? You spent 2 years loathing me from afar, and that didn't keep me up at night. It was stupid to grow so conflicted and troubled just because you still felt the same way towards me now. Feelings, emotions, they're unreliable and useless. All they can bring in the long run is pain, and I'd known that from long ago. Why had I allowed myself to fall again into that useless vortex of pointless agony brought by feelings? I didn't know. By the time I could think of this whole matter rationally, all I could do was blame myself for it. I felt so stupid. My father had always told me emotional attachments were futile, and yet I'd gone off and gotten attached to you as I had. That was no fault of yours, it was all mine, and I was willing to live with that, but I wanted to move on from this mess while it seemed you didn't. Sokka lowered his head again and sighed. When I went to you on the standby room to tell you what I knew of the Savage Hook, and you brushed me off as you did, I only grew to despise myself further. How could I ever feel anything for someone as thick-headed as you were? I guess it was then that I started hating you. I actually wished the hook would kill you as I went to the sponsor's balcony. After all you'd said and done. I felt it was all you deserved. If it happened, I would be rid of you and of all these mixed feelings and find peace once again. Harsh, but I get it, muttered Sokka. Needless to say those wishes faded into oblivion as the battle unfolded, Angela admitted. As the hook hurt you more and more, I realized I didn't want you to sustain any pain at all. I watched you struggle in that fight, claw your way to survival as he kept injuring you, and even though I'd been hoping you'd die at first, I knew I truly wanted you to live. That wish for your death had been merely an attempt to relieve myself from the pain I was feeling. I hadn't meant it. And watching you collapse and struggle like that taught me just how thoughtless I'd been to dare wish for your death. To my relief, you won, but then you said what you said. You asked if I was glad you'd been hurt that badly, and I snapped. I couldn't believe you. My anguish, my grief for your sake, it felt like such a waste in that moment. All my concern over you, what had been the point of it, really? You hugged me and apologized, but I didn't know what you felt so sorry for. And honestly, at that point, it didn't matter. I wanted you out of my life. I couldn't stand having cared so much, for all that care to go to waste. I had trusted you. I had believed in you. I had even. She found herself unable to whisper the last few words. Her entire being forced her not to say it, because the minute she said it, it would mean it was true. And she didn't want to accept that fact as true, not even now. And you just threw it all right back at me, as if it had been meaningless to you, muttered Angela. As if you could just replace me with a random girl you had met in the sand pit, as if that was all I ever meant to you. It hurt so much, and I refused to let it hurt me anymore. I was done trusting you. I was done with you altogether. There was a burning feeling in Sokka's throat. Her words brought back all his regrets at full force. Knowing now just how innocent most her actions had been. Azula had never been involved with anyone before. This had been the first time she had found herself invested in a relationship, and he driven her to discard everything she had felt. He had made her believe that emotions were truly useless, that trust was for fools. And yet, said Azula, you convinced me to give you one last chance. I kept regretting having given it to you, certain that whatever came from keeping you around would merely result in more pain for me. And I'm not one to bask in feeling miserable. I'm not one to bask in feeling anything, honestly. My best ploys always come when I'm level-headed, and with you around, I was anything but level-headed. So I kept pushing you away, being harsh with you, glaring at you, ignoring you, all in hopes that the day would come when I wouldn't have to make any efforts not to give a damn about you anymore. Of course, it was useless. I deluded myself thinking it was working until we ran into that woman, June, and all the pain came back at 10 times its previous intensity. It drove me mad to the point I couldn't even bend properly when faced against the rhinos. But then you saved me, and then you spent 5 days saving me. You told me what you had needed to say, and I found I actually wanted to hear it. I was relieved by your honesty, and glad to know that I had meant something to you after all. It killed me inside to think you hadn't cared, it was a pleasant surprise to discover otherwise. I was stupid to think you were the one who hadn't cared. Muttered Sokka, sighing. I'm sorry, Azula. Still on with the apologies, don't you ever get tired of saying the same phrase over and over? She asked, with a weak smile. It doesn't feel like saying it once will show just how much I regret it all, muttered Sokka, looking up at her shamefully. I know there's nothing I can do to make up for the pain I caused you. Perhaps not, replied Azula. Yet you saved my life time after time. I wouldn't have survived that rhino's attack, and I surely wouldn't have survived being stuck in a forest for 5 days. Without you I would have truly been lost, and that's what I wanted to tell you in the stables. I'm really grateful for all you did. Without you, well, I'd be dead for starters, and I would have never found Xin Long, and I'm certain I wouldn't have caught the rough rhinos on my own. I had wanted to get rid of you, but now I'm more than glad that I gave you another chance. It's been worth it, even though it hasn't been the smoothest ride. Sokka stared at her, almost unable to give credit to his ears. An earnest smile appeared on his face as his eyes glistened. He didn't feel worthy of her gratefulness. Thanks, for everything, Sokka, Azula muttered, her cheeks reddening a little. I really would have been lost without you. Huh, you were lost with me anyways, he said, chuckling, and taking a sip from his drink. I'm really glad you've come to see things like this, Azula dash. Nevertheless, she said, making him freeze where he was. Her previous flush had faded away from her face. I'm grateful, yes, but, if I understood anything in that forest after you told me everything, it was just how thoughtless I was. You were right to refuse being with me, though I'm certain there should have been a less painful way to get the point across. What do you? You were right, Sokka. I don't know what was I thinking when I genuinely thought that it was an option, that there was a way for us to become more than what we were. Because, there isn't. There shouldn't be. It can't happen, Sokka. Hearing Azula say those words knocked down Sokka's previously joyful feelings. For her to admit it meant the fact was validated completely, they weren't supposed to be together. And she knew it just as well as he did. He had been certain of it, his actions had been aimed towards making her understand they weren't meant to be, but for some reason, he had held on to the hope that she wouldn't care, that she would still want to be with him. Hearing otherwise was unbearably disheartening. And that's why, despite all you did, despite I owe you my life, my dragon, my honor, and more, said Azula, her hand balling into a fist over the table. I won't forgive you for what happened back then. What? Sokka's eyes opened wide in shock, totally confused by what she was saying. Was the whole purpose of this conversation to tell him she could never forgive him? Don't get me wrong, said Azula, sighing. I could forgive you. It's not like I can't, but I won't do it. Because doing so, it will mess me up again. It will lead me into the stupid mindset I was in before. It'll convince me that we can be together. Forgiving you would mean opening myself for another round of that poisonous, vexing confusion we were subjects to. But it doesn't have to be that way," muttered Sokka. "I know," said Azula. "Which is why I want to put this past us. I want to go back to the Fire Nation alongside with you, my gladiator, but just as a gladiator. That's what you're supposed to be, after all. I want us to go back to our stupid arguments, yes. I want to find people for you to spar with, I want to tell you off for saying dumb things, I want to watch you win in the arena against fearsome enemies. But I don't want to let myself make the same mistake of misunderstanding the true nature of our relationship," said Sokka, nodding. "I get it. I can't slip up again, Sokka. And neither should you," she muttered. "It's too painful, we make a good team as we are. There's no need to look for something else." "I know, and I agree," said Sokka, nodding. "This is actually a better outcome than I ever thought we'd get, goes to show that talking things through is a good idea, huh?" "It seems like it," said Azula, smiling weakly. "I suppose it's no relief for you to know I'm not forgiving you, but I get your reasons, though," said Sokka, smiling back. "It's a good idea. Should keep us from making the same mistake again." "Hopefully," replied Azula, staring into Sokka's eyes. Just by looking at each other right now, they knew the previous conversation had been virtually useless. Forgiveness or not, it wasn't going to be enough to stop them from succumbing to what they felt. Because they still felt the same way towards the other, if anything, those feelings might have just been revamped after this hectic week. Resisting them, was it possible? Could they do it? Could they keep their relationship as steady as they wanted it to be? But thinking about it this way wouldn't help at all. If they were going to leave the past behind them, they'd better do it with more enthusiasm than this, or at least that's what Sokka thought. It ought to make the whole matter easier to deal with. He smiled and stretched out his right hand towards Azula, taking her by surprise by his gesture. "What?" "Well, we're back to Sponsor and Gladiator now," he said. "I half expected you to discard me after your mission ended, because I really wasn't much use until we were lost in the forest. True to a certain extent, perhaps, but still. I'm relieved you didn't decide to do that," said Sokka, chuckling. "And I figure we should seal the deal again, right? And we'll seal it with no more instability now. This time, Gladiator and Sponsor, for real. We're off to the top, and we're going to get things done. So, are you with me?" Azula was startled by his strange enthusiasm. She could sense his underlying disappointment, which seemed to correspond with how she felt about casting aside the possibilities of them being together. The regret would always be there in the back of her mind, that question poking at her, making her wonder just what it would have felt like to kiss him again, this time without despair, guilt, or confusion, making her wonder what it might have been like to wake up in his arms one day, making her wonder just how it would have felt to give herself to him completely. Deep down, that was all she wished for, but it was a fleeting urge she'd have to muffle until it was gone. There was nothing else she could do about it. She stretched her hand towards his, and the contact nearly felt electric as she shook his hand. She accepted his proposal silently, closing off the door that led towards becoming what she truly wished to be with him. "I'm with you," she said, nodding softly. Gladiator and Sponsor, as it always was supposed to be. Sokka clearly wasn't happy about the development either. His chest ached and burned as he resisted the urge to pull her towards him and kiss her, as he tried his hardest to contain his feelings towards her. Bottling things up had never been his policy, but in this case, it was the single thing to be done. It had to be done, for both their sakes. For the very first time they agreed on something, and thus he would do his very best to make their renewed deal endure everything that tried to shatter it. He owed it to Azula. He refused to cause her more pain. This time he was going to do things right, and if shutting away his heart was the way to do it, then so be it. Azula and Sokka left the establishment a short while later. They went to the edge of Garsai, where they reunited with Xin Long. Azula had decided it would be safer to meet up with the dragon outside, given that most the city was in quite an uproar after sighting the creature when it had landed on the Jade Range. For Xin Long's sake, it would be best if he stayed away from panicky citizens. They mounted the dragon and flew into the night without further ado, hardly speaking at all. Angela sighed and closed her eyes, enjoying the freshness of the night air, yet feeling a sense of loss within her chest. That feeling would subside eventually, she knew it would. Once they were back home and she realized their relationship had returned to what it used to be, she'd stop feeling so badly about the conclusion they had reached today. Her resolution threatened to crumble down to pieces when she felt something on her shoulder. She turned slowly to find Sokka's face next to hers. He had fallen asleep. She couldn't help but smile at the sight of his sleeping face. It had been too long since he had last truly rested, hadn't it? Yet feeling him so close to her was almost like a form of torture by now. He was right there, but she couldn't have him. He couldn't have her. They wanted each other, they both were aware of it, but nothing could be done about it. They couldn't be together. But nevertheless, one last slip-up wouldn't hurt much, would it? She reached out for his hand on the saddle, taking it in hers as she leaned down towards him, kissing his lips softly for the last time. Again, it was a kiss full of emotions she wished she weren't experiencing. It made her wonder just how good a decision had it been to miss the chance of kissing him again one day without feeling such sorrow. But for now, just for now. The tears that burned in her eyes forced her to interrupt the kiss. She pressed her forehead against his, still holding his hand. It was over for good now, it had to be. Xin Long sensed her sadness, completely confused by what it meant. Angela smiled at the dragon and stroked his neck reassuringly with her free hand. She would be fine one day, she knew it. She was sure she would be, as soon as she found the way to stop loving Sokka. Chapter 45, Rough Rhinos 15. The royal barge progressed through the Quasia River smoothly. As soon as the Rough Rhinos had been secured in the ship's basement, the barge's captain had started the vessel on the journey that would bring them home. It was the afternoon of the third day of traveling, and the barge was gliding through the large western lake of the Earth Kingdom when the men on deck spotted a dark creature soaring in the sky. They greeted the dragon by waving their arms, excited by their princess's return, until they recalled the way Xin Long's last landing had gone. They scrambled away from the deck, hoping the dragon wouldn't squash them, but standing by just in case they had to help the princess out somehow. Angela told Xin Long to slow down, but it was hard for him to fight the air currents, slow his descent and resist gravity all at the same time. Sokka grimaced and held onto the saddle as Angela attempted to direct Xin Long in his struggle to land on the ship. Steady. Keep him steady or else we're going to. Sokka squealed when the wind struck them hard enough to cause the dragon to spin in midair. It was unavoidable that they both would hang on to what was in front of them. Angela held onto the dragon's neck while Sokka threw his arms around her waist, his cheek pressed against her back. They both bared their teeth, unaware of the awkward closeness between them as Xin Long tried to fight the forces of nature. The dragon twirled in the air, kicking his legs and swinging his tail to find balance. Soon enough he was upside down, staring up at the blue sky while his two riders tried not to fall off his back. Xin Long managed to find a little stability in that moment, and he turned around again in hopes he would finally reach the ship. But on his latest twirl he swung around too strongly and, because Sokka had just released his grip around Angela and decided to grasp the saddle instead, the force of the dragon's spin threw Sokka off the saddle, down to the ship. To Sokka's relief, the ship's deck hadn't been too far away and so the crash wasn't as bad as he had feared, but he took quite a nasty blow to the rear when he fell on his butt. Angela had almost been tossed off the saddle as well, but her two arms were wrapped tightly around the dragon's neck and she managed to keep her position. Xin Long seemed quite nervous after what had just happened, but the ship was only a few meters away. He hovered for a moment until his talons touched the deck, and for the first time he managed to land delicately, despite the savage struggle that had gone down just a moment earlier. "Well, at least the actual landing went well," said Angela, releasing her grip around Xin Long. Well. Sokka squealed, standing up and looking at Xin Long in utter disbelief. "What the hell is your standard for well?" "There's room for improvement, I'm not going to lie," said Angela, climbing off the saddle while feeling a little dizzy after the dragon's shaken-up descent to the ship. "Princess. Are you all right, princess?" called one of the royal guards, sprinting towards her. "I'm the one who flew off the dragon, you know," grunted Sokka, and the man ignored him. The gladiator shook his head at them and rubbed his buttocks, still in pain after crashing against the metallic deck. "Welcome aboard again," said the captain, approaching Azula as well. "The rough rhinos are secure in the brig, princess." "Good," said Azula. "You made the rest of the trip back to the ship safely." "We did. There were no setbacks," said the captain, nodding. "Everything went smoothly, save for—" "For what?" grunted Azula after the man grew silent. She glowered at him, threatening him to finish his sentence or face her wrath anew. "We have tried to question them about who they were working with," said the captain. "But it has been to no avail. None of them will speak. Chances are they won't because you just haven't asked the right questions," said Azula, thoughtful. "Nevertheless, that matter can be settled later. I don't have it in me to interrogate criminals at the moment." "Naturally," said the captain, bowing his head towards her. He wished to ask her about the events that had taken place while they had been apart, about what had happened between her and the gladiator as they chased down the rhinos, and most of all, about how they had chanced upon the dragon and how she had tamed it, of course. But he knew he would have to wait. Her safety and comfort came first. He could ask his questions later. "What shall you do now?" "Food. I need food." "Of the best kind available," said Azula. "Make them deliver the meal to my room." "It will be done, princess," said the captain. "Get some food for Xian Long as well," the princess requested, caressing the scales of her dragon. "He's exhausted. Make sure he can rest properly." "Of course," replied the captain, nodding. "And, well, I suppose you should get some for the gladiator too," said Azula, shrugging and earning herself a grateful smile. Sokka had been glaring at Xian Long after being flung off his back, but the mere thought of having some food had helped him forget why his butt pained him as it did. "In the meantime, I'll be in my cabin." "Of course, princess," said the captain, nodding. "And I'll be in the kitchen," declared Sokka, his mouth watering. He didn't care for having anything fancy. Unlike Azula, he only wished to fill his stomach as soon as possible. The captain seemed slightly reluctant to let Sokka go, having wanted to question him about what had happened while he had been away with the princess. Yet given the dark circles around Sokka's eyes and the man's savage hunger and appetite, he knew Sokka wouldn't be willing to talk either. The answers he wanted would have to wait for later. Azula left to her chambers after patting Xian Long's snout. She walked down the ship's hull, feeling as if she were treading the road towards paradise. She couldn't hold back the smile that formed on her face when she caught sight of her bed. Oh, how she had missed her pillows, her sheets, her mattress. She only bothered removing her armor before dropping on the bed, her eyes fluttering close as she smiled despite her exhaustion. Her entire body ached to get some rest, and she really needed a break from all her latest troubles. She didn't even remember by then that she had wanted to have a meal first. As soon as her eyes were closed, she drifted into the first peaceful sleep she had enjoyed in a very long time. The princess and her gladiator spent 2 days focused solely on sleeping and eating, replenishing all the energies they had spent on the most troublesome week of their lives. It wasn't until the 3rd day after their return to the ship that Azula left her cabin, finally well fed and rested, and walked towards her dragon, who had just returned from a short flight by the shores of the Earth Kingdom. "Princess," said the captain, approaching her nervously. Azula had been communicating with Xian Long, patting his snout as he sent her images about a fishing village he had watched from afar, and thus she didn't welcome the captain's interruption kindly. She turned around towards the captain, regarding him with all her displeasure. "I hope you didn't come to give me bad news." "No, there are no bad news," said the captain, shaking his head promptly. "But I figured, since you seem to have rested well enough by now, that you could tell me what happened while you were in the woods." Azula frowned at first but sighed in resignation. There was a lot of explaining to be done, and she couldn't blame the captain for asking. "Sokka and I had been holding a conversation about the rough rhinos just before your letter arrived. When it did, I thought I had no way to chase them down, since I had recently sent out my men to search all of Ba Sing Se for the rhinos. Sokka proposed the two of us could go find them. I wasn't sure I could trust him, but I was tired of this mission and desperate to catch them already. So we took off through the city, in a very ungraceful manner. What ungraceful manner? Asked the captain, watching Angela twitch as she recalled the occasion. He dragged me to that wretched train, grunted Angela, shaking her head. I had to use public transportation. He said it was the quickest way out of the city, and he was right. But it was. The captain gulped, never having even imagined his princess riding anything fit for peasants. Well, it was hardly anything compared to what came next, truth to be told, said Angela, sighing. We went into the mountains, seeking the rough rhinos. We reached a town, where we were told what the rhino's location was. Due to something I will not explain to you, I left to face the rhinos by myself. What? But that's reckless? Crazy? Call it as you will, it didn't end well for me anyways, muttered Angela, sighing. I paid dearly for it. That's why there seemed to have been a struggle. Asked the captain. We found evidence of a fight, and of someone falling down the mountainside. Well, that would have been me. And Sokka. And the burning rhino, said Angela, matter-of-factly. Burning rhino? And you just said you'd gone face them alone, so how? The fight was troublesome, Monk and Vachir were attacking me at once. Vachir even hurt me, he hit my hand with one of his arrows, muttered Angela, holding up her fist for the captain to see the small scar. I managed to set fire to Agade's rhino, and the creature went berserk. I was standing by the slope when the rhino shook off his rider and came running towards me. Sokka had followed me, and he reached me just before the animal did. He pushed me out of the way, and that resulted in the two of us falling down the slope together. We woke up a few hours afterwards, our lives saved by sheer luck if anything. The burning rhino didn't share the same fate, though. He perished? Well, that should have been good for you both. Said the captain, thoughtful. In the long run, it was, but it wasn't fun to survive in a forest eating nothing other than the remains of a Komodo rhino, said Angela, grimacing. Hence why the train wasn't such a dreadful situation, now I look back on it. We were stuck in that forest for days, trying to find a village or a road of some sort. We were following a river, so we had water and food, but we wore ourselves out every day as we walked, and Sokka kept guard nearly every night until he fainted out of exhaustion. On the day after I'd forced him to sleep to regain his strength, dawn broke with a storm. We took refuge in a cave, and we were supposed to wait until the storm passed, but then I sensed some warmth below us. Xin Long, said the captain, surprised. I never knew firebenders could feel a dragon's fire like that. Neither did I, but that's how I found Xin Long nonetheless, said Angela. We went deep into the cave until we found him. He was scared of us at first. He had never seen a human before and we were foreigners invading his territory. So he attacked, but I deflected his fire and afterwards daunted him with my own, showing him he wasn't the only one who could control fire. Nonetheless, I didn't hurt him. I offered him my fire, and mostly out of curiosity he accepted it. From that moment onwards we were bonded, and with his help we left the cave. I'd seen through his memories that he could fly despite not having wings, so I ushered him to fly us out of the forest. And he did. We decided to chase down the rhinos now that we had the opportunity to do so, and we found them in an eastern village. It wasn't such a complicated battle now, since the dragon helped scare off the Komodo rhinos and Sokka took out most of the rough rhinos. I took care of Monk and the villagers thanked us for what we'd done. Afterwards, I told Sokka to lead the rough rhinos through the mountains while I found you, and that's all you've missed ever since. The captain nodded, although he could tell Angela was lying. She had been stuck for 5 days in the forest with her gladiator, and nothing of importance had happened between them. She had also left unanswered the reason as to why she had run off on Sokka when they had discovered the rough rhino's whereabouts. There was much the princess wasn't telling him. But he realized she believed he needn't to know about those things. Rather, she didn't want him to know. Whatever her relationship was with her gladiator, it was something far more complex than the captain wished it were, and there was nothing he could do about it. And, how did things go in Garsai? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, Sokka won for the first time against an earthbender, said Angela, patting Xian Long's snout again. His opponent was strong, but weakened by a past injury. Sokka made use of that advantage to defeat him. And it sure came in handy. Sokka exclaimed, happening upon the deck as they spoke about him. It was a rough fight anyways, but for once I won. I'm afraid you'll need a lot more training, though, said Azula, her attention drifting towards him now. Not all the earthbenders you'll face will be struggling to fight against you and their old wounds at the same time. True, said Sokka, his cheerfulness decreasing a little at the thought, but he shook his head just a moment later. Well, no point in worrying about that now. We should just rejoice because I won, that's what we should do. Sure seems like you've rejoiced, said Azula, smiling a little. Just how many meals did you have yesterday? Well, said Sokka, counting with his fingers. I think they were 9, if I'm not forgetting a couple of them. Why you're going to take out all our food reserves at this rate. The captain scolded Sokka, glaring at him. Hey, after surviving on Komodo Rhino for 6 days I need some proper food. Sokka squealed. And I'm sick of Komodo Rhino, so I won't be finishing up that reserve anytime soon. You guys can have that, you have nothing to fear from me eating any rhino. Ugh, don't even talk about it, groaned Azula, her throat tightening at the thought of eating another Komodo Rhino product. She would make sure not to have any of it in over a year. She shook her head and sighed, deciding to focus on Xian Long again and forget about the Komodo Rhino meat. The dragon communicated a single thought to her, to which Azula nodded in approval, hopping up onto the saddle in a swift motion. And where might you be going? Asked Sokka, taken by surprise by her actions. Xian Long wants to fly over the coast again, replied the princess. He wanted me to come with him, so we'll be airborne for a while. I'll try to rehearse his landing, to see if we can descend on the ship without such a ruckus when we get back. Huh, good idea, said Sokka, grimacing at the thought of their last landing. Maybe that way he won't fling me off his back the next time I fly along with you too. And what makes you so sure there will be a next time? Asked Azula, raising an eyebrow and staring down at him with curiosity. Sokka blinked a few times, taken by surprise by that quick comeback. Well, I just guessed there would be. Why wouldn't there be? He asked, growing uneasy with the conversation. The answer to that question depends mostly on you, I believe. Said Azula, smirking a little before patting Xian Long's neck. The dragon stood on his hind quarters, taking his rider and the nearby watchers by surprise. Xian Long jumped upwards, kicking his legs as he took up to the sky again. Azula smiled at his new takeoff maneuver and she leaned on his slender body, in hopes to gain even more speed as they twirled in the air, enjoying the sensations that only flying could provide them with. Crazy woman, really, muttered Sokka, watching the dragon's figure shrink as Xian Long flew farther and farther away. The princess just spoke to me of what happened while you were lost. Said the captain, approaching Sokka eerily. Yeah. Said Sokka, gulping at the menacing way the royal guard spoke. But I'm afraid she left out many details, muttered the man. Particularly those regarding you. And I'm certain something must have changed between the two of you if she's talking to you and even smiling. Last I knew she wouldn't have smiled at you, well, she wouldn't have smiled altogether. True, I suppose, said Sokka, scratching his head. And you want me to tell you what happened? The captain stared at him for a moment before lowering his head in defeat. If she didn't believe I needed to know the details, then the likelihood is that she's right, he admitted. Nevertheless, I could gather from what she said that you saved her and protected her several times. She didn't speak much of your time in the woods, but I'm fairly certain you were more than helpful while you were both stranded. I rather doubt the princess knew much about survival in such harsh environment. Well, I didn't know much about it either, truth to be told, said Sokka, smiling. But we did what we could. And thanks to that you're both back with us, having brought the rough rhinos and a dragon along as well, said the captain. Therefore, since you did as I asked, I have to thank you, Gladiator. Without you I could have lost my princess forever. Your princess? Muttered Sokka, feeling slightly uncomfortable to hear the captain speak of Azula in that manner. He gulped and smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond to his gratefulness. "You're welcome, though I didn't do it just because you asked me to. Say, I think I told you to call me Sokka. And I asked you to tell me your name as well, so how about you give it to me now before I forget about it again?" The captain was surprised by the sudden change of subject. He lowered his head, as if trying to recall what his given name was. It had been such a long time since he had last been called by it. "Ruishi," he muttered, his arms folded. "That's my name." Sokka blinked a couple of times, surprised to discover the man had a name after all. "Well, Rui. Captain Rui," muttered Sokka, trying to find a way to speak the man's name that felt comfortable or natural. "You can still call me Captain," said the man, smiling a little. "Yeah, I guess I've gotten way too used to that," said Sokka, chuckling. "In any case, I hope whatever you did to her in that forest wasn't inappropriate in any way," grunted the soldier, stern again. "You should have been taught to respect women, be it by your tribe or by Master Piandao." I didn't do anything." Sokka started, yet he recalled he had kissed her, and held her hand in the cave, and she had fallen asleep on his bare shoulder. Had that been inappropriate? He didn't think those had been sins of the worst kind, but he was certain the captain wouldn't share his opinion. "Oh, really?" grunted the captain, sensing the lie. "Well, I didn't do anything that would have damaged her for a lifetime, that much I can assure you of," squealed Sokka. "Besides, do you really think Azula is reckless enough to get tangled with me in, potentially inappropriate situations? I believe the princess's judgment when it comes to you is, well, far more clouded than it usually is," muttered the captain, frowning. "And given she's making fun of you again, last time I saw her she was deeply angry and disappointed towards you. Now she seems to have left all of it behind, and she's back to who she used to be, from what it seems." Sokka walked to the edge of the ship, staring at the still visible figure of the dark dragon. He smiled at the sight, still able to discern Azula's shape leaning on Xin Long. "Yeah, you could say she's back," said Sokka. "You saw it too, didn't you? That spark we talked about before, it's there again." The captain froze at that realization. It was true, the spark had returned. Azula had been quite rough on him, yet she hadn't been as cold as she had been ever since her fallout with her gladiator. Something had changed, and now the captain knew what it was. The spark. "And you know what I think?" said Sokka. "I think I didn't bring it back. I don't believe I was the one who made her happy this time around." "You think it was the dragon?" "I'm certain it was Xin Long, rather," said Sokka, chuckling. "You should have seen her when she found him. And when she protected both of us against the dragon's fire, she was amazing. And once they bonded, when the dragon roared with her fire, she was laughing, and it was the most genuine laughter I'd seen in my life. That's when the spark returned, I'm sure. Because she had found someone she could truly rely on. She thought she could count on me, but I let her down. Yet now she has the dragon, and she can count on him just as he counts on her. And thus, I believe that's why the spark returned." "Is that so?" asked the captain, amazed by Sokka's insight. "Then it's not because of you this time? Are you certain of it?" "Does it even matter?" asked Sokka, chuckling. "I don't really care about who was the one to make her happy. Chances are she'll spend every waking moment with Xin Long, and she'll throw me aside because she still hasn't forgiven me for what I did." "She hasn't forgiven you." "She said she hadn't," said Sokka. "But I don't need her to forgive me. I don't think it's important if she accepts my regrets as genuine, as long as she finds a way to be happy. She gets to choose if I'm in the picture or not, and whatever she decides I will accept, so long as the outcome guarantees she'll be happy. And I'll stick around to make sure of that." The captain stared at the back of Sokka's neck, stunned by his last confessions. He had just claimed the princess hadn't forgiven him, but the captain was quite certain Sokka was wrong to believe that. Chances were Azula had told him she could never forgive him for whatever it was he'd done, but her actions spoke much louder than her words ever could. Perhaps Sokka hadn't been the one to give her the spark back, but the captain was sure Sokka had helped intensify its glow. The captain could see it clearly enough, even if the gladiator couldn't. She had forgiven Sokka. She trusted him again. The trip back to the Fire Nation was uneventful, except for when Sokka's ravenous appetite had forced them to stop by Fire Fountain City to replenish their empty food stock. Azula had attempted to coerce information out of the rough rhinos, just as she had been asked to, yet Monk kept his mouth tightly shut. Normally she would have asked him questions and used his body language to find the right answer, but unless she knew the exact questions she had to inquire about, there was no chance he would yield the information she required. Nevertheless, she didn't fret. Her mission had only been to capture the rough rhinos. Her father could take over on the regards of questioning the men. She had already completed her share of the work. Xian Long seemed rather curious about the Fire Nation. The tropical climate and vegetation were drastically different from what he was accustomed to, yet all of it felt natural to him, familiar, and it wasn't because he shared Azula's memories that it felt this way. It was as if he were coming home just as much as she was. Azula couldn't hold back the delight she felt when she saw the capital's port up ahead. She could see it was lined with people who had heard she would be arriving today. The rumors about her dragon had spread faster than any plague, and many people wished to see the creature with their very eyes. It was hard to believe the princess had actually tamed a dragon considering there were supposed to be none left. "Seems like you have a pretty big welcoming committee, don't you?" said Sokka, approaching her on the deck as the ship reached port. The ship's sailors ran back and forth passing right by them, shouting orders as they strived to secure the royal barge to the dock. "It would seem half the city wants to see Xian Long," said Azula, proudly. "The rumors from Garsai must have arrived long before we did." "It would seem like it," said Sokka, gazing at the Fire Nation people waiting for them down below. "It shouldn't be so hard for us to make our way through the crowd with the help of the royal guards," said Azula. "They'll have to open up more room than the usual for Xian Long's sake, and that should work well for you if you walk right behind us." Walk behind you?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, you really don't expect me to arrive to my father with you on the saddle?" said Azula, grimacing. "Most riders didn't even allow their dragons to be ridden by anyone but themselves, and I'm quite certain my father would." "That's not what I meant, though," Sokka interrupted her, smiling a little. "I just didn't think I'd be part of this whole procession now that we're back in the capital." "Why not?" asked Azula, surprised. "You saved my life, helped me find Xian Long and capture the rough rhinos." "I'm not really one for big Fire Nation celebrations," said Sokka, sighing. "I really don't feel like being thanked publicly by your father for saving you or anything, and I doubt he'd want to thank me in the first place. I'm just a petty slave after all. It's your day to shine, Azula, not mine." "But..." Azula stared at him in disbelief. How about if she said she wished to share her great success with him? She did, truth to be told. Not once did she think he wouldn't tag along on their return home. "I really don't belong in this big parade, Azula." "But I don't need to belong," said Sokka, smiling reassuringly. "You've already given me more recognition than I ever expected to be worthy of. I don't need to be welcomed as a war hero in a nation I'm not even a part of." "I guess you don't." "I understand it would make you uneasy," muttered Azula, lowering her gaze. She could acknowledge his reasons. They didn't change the way she felt, yet she could respect his decision. "What will you do, then?" "You'll go home." "Home?" Sokka muttered, surprised at the word she had used. He had never quite thought of the house he shared with Song as home, but it had become that, hadn't it? It wasn't the same home that awaited him down at the Water Tribe, true enough, but it was his home now. He smiled at Azula and nodded. "Yeah. We're both coming home today." Azula sighed softly and nodded at him as well, unable to mask her disappointment. "Well, then, good luck making it past the masses," said Azula, as Sokka swung his pack over his shoulder. "Thanks. I'll see you around, Azula," he told her, smiling gently at her before climbing down the ramp that would lead him to the dock. Azula watched him until he disappeared within the crowd. She sighed again, wishing she wouldn't feel so disappointed to see him leave. Yet other matters pulled her attention away from Sokka. She heard the sound of heavy footsteps and the rattling of chains, and she turned to see the royal guards had brought the rough rhinos to the deck, their every limb cuffed and their feet chained to one another, forcing them to walk in a line. "The rhinos are ready, Princess," said the captain, bowing his head towards her. 10 guards will keep them secure while the others make way through the crowd." "Good," said Angela, nodding. "Are we ready, then?" "We are," declared the man. "Then let's get this over with," said Angela, walking towards Xian Long with strong strides. She reassured the creature with soft words, letting him know she would keep him safe. He would be free to fly up into the skies again as soon as this ceremonial nonsense was over. Xian Long still seemed uneasy, wondering what the point of walking through the crowd was when they could fly over them, but he complied, thinking that, if it was important for Angela, it was important for him as well. Angela hopped on the saddle and followed the royal guards that climbed down the ramp first. As soon as the dark dragon was visible, the entire crowd shook with a gasp. The tales of the princess's dragon were confirmed on the spot. The capital's citizens were so impressed by the sight of the dragon and his rider that they didn't notice that, treading a few steps behind them, walked 5 criminals who had betrayed their nation, chained and defeated. The royal guards opened way through the crowd, allowing Angela to pass by the people with her head held as high as ever. Xian Long seemed slightly intimidated to be around so many humans, but Angela told him to show pride and strength, to lift his head and show just how powerful he was even if he didn't feel too strong at the moment. Xian Long tried to obey, but he actually didn't feel like anything had improved after lifting his head and staring down at the humans. They climbed the steep roads that led into the Fire Nation capital, and the crowd was becoming far more cheerful now. Some of the people would squeal and hoot, congratulating Angela for having found and tamed the last dragon. Angela answered to no words she heard, no matter if she shared their enthusiasm or not. She was a princess, and she wasn't supposed to lose her composure over her shared excitement with the crowd. Entering the city was a difficult feat since countless onlookers wanted to glimpse the royal procession. Angela couldn't help but wonder if Sokka had arrived safely to his destination. He should have walked with them and changed course when he came close to his house. It would have been a wiser move. She sighed and shook her head, unwilling to allow her thoughts of him to deter her right now. A long avenue spread in front of her, and it would lead her straight to her palace. She couldn't hold back a smile as they came closer to it, appreciating the building more than she ever had. She had always cherished her home, but after spending such a long time away from the place where she belonged, it was the greatest bliss to come back to it at last. Soldiers stood by the gates, watching in utter disbelief as their princess made it through the doors on the back of a magnificent beast. Angela's gaze was fixed upon what lay ahead, ignoring the servants and people of noble birth who had been waiting to watch her return from inside the palace. "Did your niece suddenly turn into a weird, 4-legged creature, or are my feet messing with me?" said Toph, frowning as she tried to interpret the signals the ground was sending her. Beside her, Iroh stared at Angela in mild distrust, his bushy eyebrows drawn into a frown. She's riding a dragon?" "A dragon?" asked Zuko in utter disbelief, at Iroh's other side. "Oh, well, now it makes sense," said Toph, chuckling. "How could she find a dragon? I spent 10 years looking for the Avatar through the entire world, not only the Earth Kingdom, and I never saw a dragon. This is ridiculous. What are the odds for her to find a dragon when I couldn't find anything useful at all?" "Well, given it's the royal jewel we're talking about, I figure the odds are way higher than yours," said Toph, teasingly. Little did it matter to her if Angela came into the city riding a dragon or a woolly pig, so long as it provided her with the chance to make fun of the Fire Nation prince. "Besides, the dragons were gone," said Zuko, frowning. "You said you'd killed the last one, didn't you, uncle? Didn't you?" Iroh's frown only grew deeper at his nephew's question. "Indeed, I said so," he muttered, just as Angela passed in front of them without so much as a nod to acknowledge their presences. "I can only hope your sister's intentions with the dragons do not resemble the ones of the man she was named after." Zuko frowned, confused at his uncle's words. Didn't Fire Lord Sozin start the hunt of dragons? Had he mixed them up? He frowned as he tried to remember the stories he had been told as a child, confused now by what his uncle was saying. Angela could have paid attention to her relatives and the earthbending gladiator, but her eyes were set on the man who stood at the end of the long avenue, on the very steps that led into the Fire Nation royal palace. And to her delight, he was smiling. The princess mirrored her father's grin when Xianlong halted in front of Fire Lord Oze. The most important man of the Fire Nation wore magnificent robes of gold and crimson. His hair was perfectly combed and his hairpiece stood in place, light glistening against the golden accessory. "I'm back, father," said Angela, proudly. Oze couldn't help but chuckle softly, gazing at her entire procession with admiration. "I can see that, my daughter. You truly know just how to make an entrance," he declared, to her amusement. "I will admit the dragon wasn't part of the original plans," she stated. "Yet the rough rhinos have been caught and chained, just as you commanded." Oze glanced at the men who stood behind the black dragon. He didn't miss the way Monk glared ferociously at him, and said glare only served as fuel to his proud smirk. "I always knew you would be up to the expectations, Princess Angela," said Oze, turning his attention towards his daughter again. "But at this point, you have outrun all expectations I could have ever held for you. At such young age your accomplishments are already legendary, no less." Angela couldn't help but lower her head slightly, smiling broadly. She was a legend now? She sure didn't expect her father to deem her as one. "I am most honored to call you my daughter," he said, bowing his head before Angela. Angela watched him in awe, as the rest of the people nearby bowed down to her as well. She had always been the one to bow to her father, not the other way around. Xianlong also seemed quite surprised, recognizing the gesture as a submissive one. They were being regarded as heroes. "And I would be quite honored to know what name to call your new steed," said Oze, lifting his head and regarding the dragon with interest. "His name is Xianlong, father," said Angela, patting the dragon on the neck. "New dragon, he is new indeed," said Oze, nodding. "Does he fly despite not having wings?" "It's his favorite thing to do, actually," said Angela, smiling. "Good, then. He would be a member of a new species, I'm sure. Perhaps even an ancient one that had been lost until now. I wouldn't know, nor would Xianlong. He doesn't recall anything but the dark cave I found him in. He has never met another of his kind." "I see. Is the fabled bond between dragon and rider as the ancient writings say?" "I'd say it's even better," stated Angela, proudly. Oze beamed at his daughter, beyond pleased by her accomplishments. "So, a cave, you said?" he muttered, gazing up at the princess. "There's much we need to talk about. I believe I would enjoy most thoroughly hearing everything about your tale." Angela rather doubted that would be the case. She had already determined to keep a few of her journey's happenings in utmost secrecy. Nevertheless, she complied with her father's wishes and she dismounted Xianlong, readying herself to enter the royal palace with the Fire Lord. "I would advise you not to bring the dragon into the palace," said Oze. "I fear my chambers aren't large enough to accommodate him." "Of course," said Angela, smiling and nodding. Oze stood on the palace's threshold, watching his daughter turn towards her dragon to communicate him what was next. Xianlong asked her why wouldn't she fly away with him, to see more of what this interesting warm land had to offer, but Angela explained she had to uphold her duty to her father. Xianlong seemed slightly discouraged, but more than happy when Angela told him he was welcome to take off into the sky again if he wished to do so. The bond between them would allow her to call Xianlong once her meeting with her father had ended, and if it was still daytime by then, perhaps they could fly together again for a short while. And so, amongst gasps from the crowd, the dragon took off, as blissful as ever to take flight into open spaces. There was no doubt that he wouldn't have been comfortable in the palace's dark, narrow halls, since it would have reminded him too much of the restraining darkness he had known for his entire life. He was curious about larger spaces, and even staying in Zhen's barn at the village had been irritating for him. His love for the open skies amazed Angela, and she knew how unhappy he would have been if he had been dragged indoors against his will. "We'll need a place for him to stay, father," said Angela, approaching Oze. "As much as he would rather spend his entire life flying, he needs some form of shelter to spend the night in." "Indeed," said Oze, nodding. "The dragon refuges were torn down a long time ago, but I'm certain we'll find a way to build one for yours here, in the palace." "That's exactly what I had in mind." "Thank you, father," said Angela, bowing her head towards him as they began walking through the palace halls side by side. "It's a true wonder that you have found this creature," he said. I always believed my father's quarrel with the dragons was much alike the temper tantrums he would scold me for as a child. I'm most relieved to discover his wrongdoings against the species weren't as irreparable as they seemed. You were the one who taught me just how wrong Fire Lord Agelin's rage against the dragons was, said Agela, nodding. Although now I've come to understand more about why dragons shouldn't have been massacred, aside from the reasons you had already exposed to me. Is that so? Asked Oze, raising an eyebrow. The bond between a rider and a dragon, there's nothing like it, father, said Agela, smiling. They're such clever creatures, proud and strong, just like the Fire Nation people. It's true that they could have aided us in battle, and with their help we could have brought down the Earth Kingdom quicker, and then used Sozin's comet to attack the poles, but their functionality isn't the only thing that makes them valuable allies. You seem to have grown quite attached to the creature, said Oze, his semblance darkening at the thought. Dragons are so much more than just creatures, father, replied Agela. To think they were butchered as they were. My father was never known for his wisdom. He was efficient in several of his military tactics, ruthless and skilled on his maneuvers against the Earth Kingdom and the Poles alike, yet the entirety of his knowledge regarded warfare, and nothing more. His thoughtlessness on so many other matters, you might say it was what brought his demise. Agela frowned at those words, astounded to hear her father admit to knowing something about Agelin's mysterious death. She had never had the courage to ask, but she had always suspected he knew the truth. Had he murdered his own father, or had he made someone else do it for him? The latter seemed the only reasonable option. Killing the previous Fire Lord was an offense that could have cost him his life if the truth had been discovered. Or perhaps he had no part in it. But Agela rather doubted it. She could have believed her father to be innocent in other circumstances, but her brother was supposed to be killed on the very same day that her mother had vanished and her grandfather had died. Deep down she had always suspected her father knew the details regarding Agelin's passing, but she had never dared say a word about it. Questioning him about his potential involvement with Agelin's death would be seen as a form of betrayal by her father. All she could do was gather the clues until she finally unveiled the truth of what had happened that night. I'm most proud you have found he failed on his attempts to destroy the dragon population, said Oze. Is there a chance there might be more, or are you positive yours is the last one? I'm not certain, said Agela. It's possible Xin Long is the last, but it's also possible for a certain breed of dragons to exist within Earth Kingdom caverns. I happened upon Xin Long when I entered a cave by chance. Who is to say that there are no other dragons hiding in mountains north to the Earth Kingdom? I'm more than pleased now to have held back from destroying the Earth Kingdom as many of my war advisors hoped I would, said Oze. With dragons by our side again, we truly shall be unstoppable. Father, dragons shouldn't only be seen as an aid to tip the scales to our favor in the war, sighed Agela, looking down to the floor. Oh, of course not, said Oze, not giving the matter much importance. He didn't seem too comfortable by whatever sensitivity his daughter seemed to have developed towards dragons, but so long as it didn't present a problem for him, he wouldn't scold her for it. She had just returned home after months on the road, after all. Agela gazed about the hall they had just turned into, the one that would lead them down towards the Fire Lord's chambers. The frown on her face grew more accentuated as she caught sight of the decoration, which had been in place ever since the times of Fire Lord Hizuo. Heads of the most magnificent dragons lined the walls, their dead eyes staring into hers in ways they never had before. She had walked by this hall since her childhood, but she had never felt as uncomfortable, as hurt by the sight of what remained of the dragons of old, as she did now. On top of the door that led to the Fire Lord's rooms stood the head of Huoyan Long, Hizuo's very own partner, the dragon he had slain to honor his son. Father, she said, feeling sick to her stomach at the sight. She stopped right before they entered the room, glancing at the heads on the walls. If we're starting a new age, a new alliance with dragons, don't you believe we ought to take down these tasteless decorations? Oze, as accustomed as he was to the dragon heads on the walls, was taken by surprise by her question. He knew her reasons were likely based in the strange attachment she was developing towards dragons, but he liked taking down anything that could remind his people of his father's rule. He'd had Agelin's statue in Fire Fountain City replaced by his own, and he would have done the same for the Great Gates of Agelin if only his council would agree to do such a thing. Any opportunities to tear down mementos of his father, he would take without question. It seems an appropriate course of action, my daughter, he said, smiling at Angela. She seemed relieved by his response, even though she already suspected the reasoning behind his decision. She was no stranger to her father's enmity towards her grandfather. I shall order the servants to take them down at once. The Fire Nation is the enemy of dragons no more. Our Fire Nation, my daughter, will follow on the footsteps of Fire Lord Sozin, as it always should have been. Angela nodded and followed him into his chambers. She took her seat before the living room's small table. Jose entered his personal room and changed into a more comfortable outfit before sitting across his daughter, his eyes blazing as he stared at her expectantly. Well, then, Angela, what happened during your voyage? Song had finished watering a plant she had recently acquired when she heard a knock on the door. She was quite startled by it. She had received no visitors while Sokka had been away. She was already approaching the door when it swung open. Song's eyes widened when she saw who stood at the other side, a half grin on his gaunt, tan face. I'm home, he said, smiling, before she threw her arms around him with a hug. You're back. She squealed joyfully, not having realized just how much she missed having company until she saw him again. You're alive, and whole, and back. You'll say that again after you hear the whole story, said Sokka, chuckling as Song pulled away from him, a cheerful smile on her face. How did you fare? Were you all right, Song? Oh, I handled myself well enough, yes, said the girl, her smiling unwavering as she took Sokka's luggage from him. I'm running out of money now, but I'm still handling myself somehow. But how about you? How was the trip, Sokka? You're the one who must have been through so many exciting things. Go to the kitchen, I'll make something for you quickly while you tell me everything. Oh, boy. Said Sokka, chuckling as he walked to the kitchen, dropping on one of its stools. Song ran upstairs and dropped his luggage on his room before racing down to the kitchen again. She grinned happily at Sokka as she got ready to make him a meal. So, tell me everything. She said happily, bringing out her cooking items. Sokka laughed again, not having expected a reception of this manner from Song. He complied with her wishes, being far more explicit about his tale than Angela ever would be. Song was quite astounded to hear about his losses in the arena. She gaped at him with horrified eyes when he told her all the details about the trip on Ba Sing Se's train, and she actually gasped when he confessed to having kissed Angela to prove he cared for her. She kept silent for most the time, but she had an array of questions she wanted to ask Sokka as the story unfolded. By the time he was finished answering every single one of her questions, and when he was done eating as well, Song was slightly confused regarding how she should feel about his tale. I'm happy that you worked things out. I really am, she said. But after all that, wouldn't you expect the two of you to reach an even better conclusion? What, a happily ever after? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Nah, that's out of the question, Song. But, after all that time, even if she says she hasn't forgiven you, I'm sure somewhere deep down her feelings towards you are still what they were. They might be, said Sokka, gritting his teeth. He felt somewhat lightheaded to hear Song say those words. And I'm sure yours are still, well, aren't they? Asked Song, raising an eyebrow. Without a doubt, admitted Sokka, smiling weakly. But this is beyond us, Song. I knew from the start that this couldn't work out, and not because of us. It's not a matter of being incompatible or something, heck, maybe we're too compatible, even. But it's because of what it would mean for the rest of the world, what it could bring down on both of us if our potential relationship were revealed. But, why would it matter what they have to say? Muttered Song, looking at Sokka sideways. It wouldn't, if she weren't the Fire Lord's daughter, said Sokka, sighing. It's really not as simple as it might seem, Song. It's better this way, really. For both of us. If it is, why do I know she must feel as miserable about it as you do? Said Song, raising an eyebrow. Sokka stared at Song in surprise. The look on her face made him laugh under his breath and shake his head. We'll get over it. This mess is about to end at last, and when it does we'll both be happy about it, no question, he said, even though he didn't believe his own words. Song didn't seem to believe them either, but she shrugged and walked away to wash the dishes. And, when will you see her again? When you're up for another fight? She asked, looking at Sokka with curiosity. The question took Sokka by surprise. That would be too much time without being around Azula. True, he wanted to get over her for real and she wanted to do the same about him, but that didn't mean they couldn't spend time together. And he had come up with an excuse to be around the other just before this entire disaster had blown up on their faces. A smile appeared on Sokka's face as he made up his mind to visit the palace on the very next day. After the best breakfast she had ever eaten, even when it was the same cooking she'd had for most her life, Azula went to the royal palace's gardens, where Xianlong awaited her. She smiled at the sight of her dark dragon and approached him, caressing his snout gently when she reached him. She had conveyed to him that he was not to enter the palace. He was so large that he was bound to get stuck in some of the halls, and he was prone to scare off the servants as well. Xianlong didn't mind her condition at all, so long as Azula would spend time with him once in a while he would be content. My father said he would be building a dragon refuge for you soon, said Azula. It ought to be in here, in the palace someplace. There used to be refuges all over the capital, but they were taken down when, well, you know when. Xianlong nuzzled her shoulder happily at the thought of having a place to come home to, especially since it would be near Azula. He was about to tell her all about his chase of a group of lion vultures a couple of hours earlier, but he noticed there was someone watching them. He grew uneasy and glared in the direction of the scarred man, not knowing if to trust him or not. Azula's opinion about her brother was so mixed up that Xianlong truly didn't know how to judge him. Azula turned towards Zuko, who jumped with a start when she gazed at him. Their eyes locked for a moment as Azula tried to understand what he was doing, as Zuko tried to find a way to excuse himself for watching them. So, you still haven't done anything to fix that weird haircut, Zuzu? Azula asked, raising an eyebrow and smirking slightly. Here I was expecting you to look more presentable after I was away for months. Zuko fumed and shook his head, not surprised at all by Azula's mockery of him. Of course she would think she was entitled to make fun of him. She had their father's trust, she had found the last dragon, the entirety of the Fire Nation worshipped her as if she were a deity. How did you? Where did you? Why did you bond with it? He grunted, not knowing which question to ask first. Why? Said Azula, raising an eyebrow. Why shouldn't I have? The previous Fire Lords would give titles to people who killed dragons. Retorted Zuko. Well, take a good look at Uncle and tell me just how much good a title has done to him, said Azula, skeptical. There's no profit in killing dragons, Zuko. The dragon massacre was only ever a manner of stroking Azulan's ego. Huh? Said Zuko, uneasy. Azula gazed at him in confusion until she read through the signs he was sending. She looked at Xianlong and back at Zuko, wondering just what to do. She could sense his jealousy, how he wished he had been the one to return to the Fire Nation on the back of a dragon. He wanted to meet the dragon firsthand, though, even if it wasn't his. Azula's mind flashed to her childhood, back when she would want to play with Zuko's toys and he would refuse to let her borrow them. She frowned at the thought and shook her head. A dragon was no child's toy. Zuko would truly be a fool if he didn't want to meet the dragon directly. There was nothing he could do to take Xianlong for himself if he wanted him, and if he dared hurt him Azula would deliver him the same damage tenfold, so, what risk was there, truly? You can come touch him if you really want to, said Azula, raising her eyebrows. It's why you came here, isn't it? What? I never said I'd. Grunted Zuko, his fists clenched. His curiosity had ushered him to approach the dragon while Azula wasn't around, truth to be told, but his timing had been really bad. Of course he wanted to touch it, to ride it, to know what it might feel like to be a dragon rider, but that was Azula's dragon. If anything, it was bound to treat him just as Azula usually did. He wasn't taking any chances with the creature, or with his sister. Forget it. With that, he stormed off down the palace halls. Azula sighed and shook her head, accustomed at her brother's dramatic demeanor. She turned towards Xianlong again, and he asked her just what had happened with the scarred boy's face. Azula raised an eyebrow at the question, but flashed Xianlong an image of the Agni Kai her father had fought against Zuko. Xianlong was still asking her about her other memories of Zuko when Azula heard a set of footsteps approaching them through the palace halls. Well, I'm amazed you had second thoughts about this, Zook dash. She said, turning around mid-sentence to discover her assumption had been dead wrong. Sokka. The gladiator raised an eyebrow on her direction, surprised by her surprise. Expecting someone else, from what I can see. He said, chuckling. Why would I have been Zuko? He was here just a moment ago, being the fool he always is, of course, said Azula, trying to mask her unexpected flare of nervousness. Well, that's really unfair, mistaking me to be him just because we're both fools, said Sokka. I'm a very different one, mind you. Of course you are, said Azula, smiling and shaking her head. A dumber fool, perhaps. I'd say Zuko has more common sense than you, and that's saying a lot. Hey. I meant he's the worse fool, not the other way around. He squealed, as Azula chuckled and climbed onto Xin Long's saddle. Well, are you really this desperate to get away from me, princess? I should be, but we're not flying anywhere right now, she said, staring at the saddle carefully. I'll need a better saddle than this one. It's just, not right. It's getting torn by the scales. Well, ostrich horses and dragons aren't exactly alike, are they? Asked Sokka, smiling. It's a wonder an ostrich horse saddle worked until now. Indeed, it's a wonder, but I doubt it'll last much longer. We need an actual dragon saddle, said Azula, frowning as she studied the leather even more carefully. And you will need one befitting your status, Princess Azula. The unexpected intrusion into the conversation took Sokka by surprise. Azula felt as if her blood were slowing down in her veins as she lifted her head towards the hall to find just who the new arrival was. Sokka turned to where he had heard the voice as well, and his eyes widened as he took in the sight. He wasn't even 3 meters away from him. In all his opulence and magnificence, with that golden hair piece in a high knot, very much like his daughter's own, the Fire Lord was standing at arm's length from Sokka, staring at Azula and her mount as if he weren't even aware of the gladiator's presence. Time stood still for both Azula and Sokka in that moment. Azula knew well enough about the prejudices Sokka held against her father. She knew he blamed him for all that was wrong in this world, she knew he wanted him dead. And she could see that Sokka had come armed, as if he had been expecting a fight today. He could kill Fire Lord Oze if he just wanted to. Azula's readings of Sokka's mind were terribly accurate. This was even more surreal than flying on the back of a dragon, than watching Azula bend fire with the prowess of the greatest masters. Fire Lord Oze was right next to him. And he could kill him. He could end this war in one gesture, or could he? What difference would it make to damage Oze? It surely wouldn't put an end to the war, and he knew well enough what the consequences would be. No matter how strong Azula's feelings for him might be, she wouldn't even blink at sending him to his death if he ever tried to pluck a hair out of the man's perfectly orderly beard. Not that he'd want to pluck a hair out of it, of course. What was the point, really? The Fire Nation was violent, unjust, and cruel, all that was true. But was he supposed to turn into the same thing the Fire Nation was and finish everything off through violence? Was this war going to end through blood spilling, just as it had begun? Because he'd rather believe there was another way. Perhaps he was just scared of the man, perhaps he was intimidated by his presence and he knew that Azula and Xin Long would cook him alive if he so much as attempted to lift a hand in Oze's direction, but as soon as the urge to kill him came to his mind, another urge had come forth to subdue it. He couldn't do it. He shouldn't do it. He had sworn he'd never kill another man. I have already sent word to the Royal Workshop. They're already attempting to develop a proper saddle for your use, said Oze. I have also sent orders to our leaders in the Fire Nation colonies to make amends for the damages in the villages, just as you requested. I appreciate that very much, Father, said Azula, still uneasy about the strange situation unfolding right now. Xin Long sensed her nervousness, and he could also see the strange look on Sokka's face, but he couldn't make heads or tails out of it. Azula's mind was such a blur at the moment that the dragon had no idea how to interpret her thoughts. And the rough rhinos? Still being questioned. Monk and his fellow men seem to have been taught by some of our best soldiers how to keep their secrets to themselves, said Oze. But it's not a matter of importance. We'll discover the truth about who was supporting them soon enough. The Fire Lord couldn't ignore Sokka's gaze forever. It made him quite uncomfortable to be glared at in such manner. He turned slowly towards him, startling Sokka, whose heart pounded powerfully in his chest. "Why, am I right to guess this is the fabled gladiator I've heard so much about?" asked Oze, raising an eyebrow. "Ah, yes, he is, father," said Azula, her grip on her saddle shaky now that the unavoidable confrontation was happening. Oze looked at Azula as she replied, but his gaze darted back towards Sokka when she was done speaking. "You're not what I expected to find as my daughter's gladiator," said the Fire Lord, his eyebrow rising higher yet. "Well," said Sokka, with an uneasy smile. "I'd say that, if you've heard so much about me, you should know there's more to me than just the first impression." Azula's jaw dropped at Sokka's reply to her father. Was he kidding her? "Why, I sure hope so. Else I wouldn't believe my daughter's tales to be as accurate as I've taken them for," said Oze, still humiliating Sokka through his gaze and words. "Well, I suppose it's not every day your daughter talks to you about her slaves, is it?" asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow and mimicking Oze. "I think that alone speaks loudly enough in my favor." Oze couldn't help but regard Sokka with a smirk. The smile frightened Sokka, not because of the displeasure in being smiled at by the Fire Lord, but because of how similar the grin was to Azula's. The Fire Lord's smile felt crueler than his daughter's, though. "Indeed, you're right on that analysis. You are more than you seem to be, Gladiator," said Oze. "No slave has ever dared speak of me in this disrespectful manner before." "Oh, don't take it personally," said Sokka, shrugging. "I'm just a snow savage, as your daughter often reminds me. I don't know how to treat your Royal Highness properly, and I doubt I'll ever learn how to do so." "You wouldn't seem to be such a savage if you are willing to call yourself one," said Oze, eyeing Sokka carefully. "Well, it is of no importance to me whether you know how to behave or not. So long as you know your place when it comes to my daughter, I shall have no problems with you." "Huh?" said Sokka, surprised. He would have expected Oze to tear him to shreds just for his rebellious refusal to regard him properly. "Very well, then. Expect your new saddle soon, Princess Azula," said Oze. "In the meantime you will have to put up with that old rag." "Thank you, father," she replied, lowering her head towards him. "Take this as your reward for all your hard work," said the Fire Lord. "Along with the dragon refuge, of course. Plans are already being made to build it by the palace's south wing." "I'm most grateful for your gifts, father," said Azula. "And I'm grateful for your deeds. You have honored the Fire Nation greatly, my daughter," said Oze, smiling at Azula before turning around to leave. "We shall meet again later, Azula." "Of course, father," said Azula, as Oze walked away without another word. Sokka watched him until he vanished from sight, and even then his entire body was still tense. Azula climbed off Xin Long's back, eyeing Sokka in utter disbelief. What was that?" she asked, aghast. "You're asking me?" Sokka squealed, turning towards her. "I have no idea." But, you hate my father, you hate him," said Azula, staring at him up and down as if he had morphed into someone else without her awareness. "Don't you? Don't you?" Well, of course," he said, between gritted teeth. "But do tell me, if you kill the king of scorpion bees while in his lair, what do you think is going to happen to you?" "So, you're saying you didn't kill him only because I would have killed you afterwards?" asked Azula, mildly disappointed. She had truly hoped Sokka might have changed his views at least a little. Well, to be fair, he had changed them a lot if he hadn't tried to murder her father on sight. If he didn't want to die after doing something he would have considered honorable, did it mean he didn't consider killing Oze honorable anymore, or did it mean Sokka had something else to live for now? She was certain he would have taken the chance to slit Fire Lord Oze's throat when he first arrived to the Fire Nation. "You're going to question my motives now, woman? Shouldn't you just be happy that I didn't do anything?" Sokka asked, pouting. "He took me by surprise. Never saw that one coming." You said so many stupid things to him," said Azula, dropping her forehead in one hand and shaking her head in disbelief. "I was just being me, okay?" he said, folding his arms over his chest. Angela couldn't help but laugh at his claim. Which only reinforces my belief that you're quite stupid, of course, she said, smiling at him. Sokka blushed faintly, and his pout grew accentuated by her response. I'm glad you did nothing you'd regret, though, said Angela. I didn't expect for that encounter to end with either of you alive. Neither did I. Your father was surprisingly cooperative, said Sokka. And I had no idea you'd talked to him about me. Ah, didn't he misunderstand, she grunted, at his inquisitive stare. He knew I had a gladiator, and he was most eager to know how I'd happened upon Xin Long. I had to tell him the story, and there was no way to tell it without featuring you in it. Well, I do hope you kept a few details to yourself, Sokka smiled. Angela's cheeks were the ones to turn redder now. You, what are you doing here? She asked, growing exasperated. Did you grow that used to being around me during our travels? That might be true, said Sokka, shrugging. It was a strange change of pace to be at home again, with nothing to do. Huh, so your life is boring when I'm not in it, said Angela, smirking proudly. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, well, but it's not like I came here just to pester you, said Sokka. Why, and here I was certain that was your sole intention, said Angela. If it wasn't, though, you're doing a great job at it. You're not kidding anyone with that, princess, said Sokka, pouting again. If I were bothering you so much, you wouldn't be smiling. The grin Angela had no idea was still on her face froze and disappeared instantly. And now it's gone, said Sokka, gulping. Well, then, if that's not what you came for? She asked, trying to focus on that edge of the conversation instead. Why are you here, Sokka? Sokka smiled and placed his hands on his hips cockily. You must have forgotten by now, after all that happened, but I seem to recall proposing to teach you how to handle yourself with a sword. Angela's eyes widened as she gazed at Sokka in disbelief. Indeed, he had suggested teaching her to use swords about a lifetime ago, or so it felt for Angela. Could he be serious when he proposed to teach her now? Didn't you say I was deadly enough on my own, and that now with a dragon I've become even worse? She muttered, confused. Even with that, you want to teach me to sword fight? Aye, that's right. So take it or leave it before I come to my senses. What will it be? Said Sokka, his smile growing more confident by the minute. Angela had made her decision even before Sokka had asked her the question. Check the description for the links to the author.